future beats on the track.
Ladies and gentlemen, can everybody hear me right there at the back? Good. Ladies and gents, welcome to the 18th Annual Potato Industry Forum meeting, or the PIF meeting as it's known. It's a privilege for us to have you here on behalf of the PIDT, the Potato Industry Development Trust, and Potato South Africa. We thank you for making time in your schedules to attend this important forum meeting. Before we start with our proceeding, I'm going to ask Dr. Ben Peters, the chairman of the PIDT, to open this meeting in prayer, please. Thanks, Doctor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen we have quite a theme on the table this morning. An issue that already caused serious difficulty and harm to many, many people. And also an issue of which we cannot see a positive outcome in the near future. So let us quiet our minds for a while and then bring this problem also to the feet of our Lord. Our Heavenly Father, you told us that to be still and know that you are God, that no power in the sky above or in the earth below, nothing in all creation will separate us from your love. We therefore come to you now to ask you to deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking and understanding of what we are going to hear and what we are going to discuss. We ask for your blessing upon all of us here today, and also our program director and our presenters. And in the end, when we depart, guide us all safely home. May all we do be to your glory and also to the glory of your kingdom. God, we pray this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Thank you, Ben. Ladies and gents, I think before we proceed, I would like us to just bow our heads in a moment of silence. We recently lost one of our stalwarts, Dr. Freek de Plooy, who's been involved with Potato South Africa for many, many years. Who's been a stalwart. He's also been the recipient of the Solanum tuberosum accolade, which is one of the highest accolades in the potato industry. Dr. Freek passed away last week, and I would just request that we just bow our heads in silence. Thank you very much. This meeting is then officially opened, and I'm inviting all of you to please participate. I think our industry and specifically our potato industry, we're facing a lot of challenges, and there's a lot of intellectual property and expertise around these tables today. And please feel free to take part and voice your opinion during this meeting. So I'm going to ask Larissa to just circulate the attendance register. It's a file like that. If you can just keep it up, please make sure that you fill in or sign by your name. If your name is not on the list, there is space at the bottom of the list to just write your name, and please sign the attendance register with your information there, please. I'm going to then go to the formalities, and the first one is point 3 on the agenda. You have received the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda? Any additional points? Going once. Mr. CEO?
Secretary, if I could just ask first to talk about the term of office for the position as the representative of the trust.
The term of office of, that's specifically, I think, my position? Yep. We can handle that. I'm just going to quickly check here. Can I take this agenda as the one that we're going to use today? No other points? Thank you. Can we then move over to approval of the minutes of the 5th of 26 April? I'm going to go through the minutes. I'm not going to read page by page. I've tabled it. It's been in circulation. So I'm just going to go through the pages for correctness and accuracy, please. So page 1. Any comments, any inputs? Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. 11. 12. 13. And finally page 14. Can I get proposals to adopt the minutes as a true reflection of the previous PIF meeting, please? Any proposals? Dr. Peterson, and can I have a second then, please? Thanks, Mr. CEO. I will then sign the minutes as true reflection of the previous meeting. Point 4.1 on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. We've done that. 4.2 is matters arising. All matters arising from these minutes will be handled under point 7.2 at the business report of the CEO of Potato South Africa. Ladies and gents, then we're going to move over to industry matters. We've got a very good, some good speakers here, and we'll have a panel discussion after tea. So we're going to move over to our panel discussion, or to our first speaker under 5.1, and that is Mr. Fore van Skalkwyk. Fore is from Sun Cybernetics Pty Limited. He's an energy research engineer. He's providing technical training as lead trainer and specialized consultancy services in the solar PV environment. He's active in various solar PV related working groups and solar PV policy development, including the Subvia Skills Committee, the SANS 104212, I'm not sure if that's correct, and specific requirements for embedded generation and NRS 097 series. So you all know the challenges we have with energy and with electricity in our country. And Fore, we're looking forward to listening to you and to hopefully get some solutions for the challenges that we currently have in South Africa. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fore, so it's Fore, or Fore Smith. Some people would know those places. Thank you for the introduction, so not much to add there. Maybe just to mention that I'm not familiar with potato farming, although I do have a farming background. My dad farms there in the Northern Cape with some sheep. And I also do know that my wife and our little daughter is very fond of potatoes, because we almost dubbed her name as Ilaria Slapchip van Skalkwyk, because my wife, while she was expecting, had some chips with all of her foods, even if it was a waffle. And now that she's born, all we order is just a bowl of potatoes. So she is very fond of that, so it's part of our lives, even though we're not active in the industry. So for today's discussion, I would like to talk about and give you a very high-level overview of the landscape in terms of energy, focusing a bit more on alternative energy. So let's jump in. Okay, so I'll first just give a snapshot of the current energy supply challenges. I think most of us are very well aware of the challenges that we've got in the country in terms of power supply, so I'm not going to repeat that. Then I'll just give you a snapshot about alternative energy in South Africa, what is happening already, and we'll look at alternative energy technology, existing and new ones that's coming into the front, and then we could also discuss what are the future energy applications. Okay, so the first thing that I want to highlight, this came from a very recent CSIR report in terms of load shedding and energy availability, is that the first thing, which I think we already know, is that there's this exponential increase of load shedding that we had in the past few years. And it's, the impact in the economy is drastic, and I think everybody felt it in one way or another. The other thing that you would pick up is our energy availability factor. Two things. The first thing is to notice that we actually went below the 50% mark. Now, let's just understand the concept of a EAF. Energy availability factor means that there's a certain capacity installed. There's 100% capacity in theory. And how much of that installed capacity is available to supply power? And end of last year, we were sitting below 50%, which is horrible, because the other half of the generation plants are not running. The second thing that I want to point out, because there's always the question of where are we heading? What's ahead of us? And I would just say, look at the numbers. If you look at the trajectory of the power supply and the trajectory in terms of load shedding, unfortunately, it's not giving us a very positive indication of what's coming. And as soon as you have government starting to support and say, put up your own solar, and banks financing it as well, that should also be a sign of that they also expect that we're going to sit with some challenges in the near future. Okay, so in terms of new generation that we need, it's about 6,000 megawatts. So there's a very big gap in terms of what's being installed and what's necessary in the industry. If we look at the energy mix, we know that bulk of our energy supply comes from coal. And the interesting thing is last year was the first year that we went below the 80% mark in terms of coal. So we're very dependent on coal supply. But we start to see that there's alternative forms of energy coming in as wind, solar, CSP, that's contributing to that. But you can see that there's still a very big gap in terms of what's required in the country versus what is available. Now, if we talk about alternative energy in South Africa, what is the uptake in terms of the technologies and what's been procured and installed in our country? Now, the first one I want to highlight is storage. Now, in the past, I want to say about 5 to 10 years, the focus was mainly on solar PV with the intention to reduce their bill or to reduce their consumption. But with the increasing of load shedding, you can almost say that you could see that follows that same pattern. As we have increase of load shedding, there's a drastic increase in terms of storage applications. And what we saw is about last year alone, about 12 billion rand spent to procure about 1.2 gigawatt hours of storage. And I mean, that storage itself, can, if it was working collectively, can actually reduce a possible stage of load shedding. Because one stage of load shedding is 1,000 watts. So we could actually take 1 hour of load shedding away just with the batteries that's been procured last year. And keep in mind, these numbers does not include the big utility scale application. This is all on better generation. So that's at the consumption point, at the point of where you are getting your power supply. There's also a spend on batteries of about inverters, of about 7 billion rand. And then in terms of PV, it's about 5 billion rand. So you can see there's a big difference between much more being spent on batteries compared to PV. And that's about 1.5 gigawatt of PV. And the expectation is that for 2023, we're looking at about 2.3 gigawatts of solar that's going to be imported and installed in the next few years. Now, the question is, okay, this is what's happening locally. What's happening internationally? Those who were following pricing or costs in terms of solar PV and storage and any technology for that matter would have seen that over the years there has been a decrease in terms of solar PV and a decrease in terms of storage cost. So, the cost in terms of that technology is already quite competitive compared to the past. The challenge, however, is that we are reaching now a stage where the pricing is stabilizing, and we've also started to see that even in some cases the prices are going up. And there's two reasons for that. One, there's a very big challenge in terms of commodity pricing worldwide. And then obviously in Europe, there's a big push for energy independency. So where they normally focus just on solar PV, all of a sudden they, for example, want to increase their PV and start to include storage. So that means there's a bigger competition in terms of having access to these technologies, and we now are competing with them to get that in our country. And then the second one, which is a little bit more local, supply and demand. Because of all the load shedding, there's a very high demand on these technologies, which obviously by default pushes up the price. I know, for example, solar PV panels, for a few weeks, there was just no stock available in the country. Some people waiting for a month or two before they're going to get their stock. So there's really a challenge in that regard, and that by default also pushes up the price. The point I just want to make is I don't foresee waiting will give you necessarily better or competitive pricing. So we might be at the stabilization point. So if you're considering it, this might be a good time to do that. Okay, just to expand in terms of the impact, when we look at shopping centers, like Pick n Pay and Shoprite Checkers, they spend about 150 million rand per month on backup power supply. Now, and then we have state hospitals talking about in a year's time, that's about 7 million rand that they have to spend. Now, this is money spent that you can't really get back for. You don't have something tangible to show for it afterwards. So if we were to spend this money just from the get-go, we're talking about that every month we could have installed about 20 megawatts of solar, just utilizing that money. And that 20 megawatts will be there for the next 20 to 30 years. So it just shows you how, money could have been spent totally different if we, approach it a bit differently. In terms of technology, most power supply or alternative supply, there's a very big preference for grid-connected hybrid systems. So what am I talking about? Eskom will be there. It's not an off-grid cut-off Eskom situation. You would have some form of a hybrid inverter that's connected to storage and solar. So it's a combination of these three, keeping Eskom there. There's also a very big preference to lithium-ion batteries because of their cost, because of the maturity of the product itself, and the availability of that as well. I'll talk about that a bit more going forward. Other technologies to consider that could come into the front is lithium titanate. It's actually an existing technology and it's being used in the military space. They actually combine that technology with supercapacitors. I don't know if you heard about, or there might be some clients with supercapacitors, but if you actually open up the battery, you will see that it's a combination of supercaps and a very high quality lithium ion type. The challenge, however, with the lithium titanate is that it is quite expensive, and that's why there's a preference for the lithium iron phosphate batteries. Another battery that's already being applied, and I foresee we're going to see more of that going forward, is vanadium redox, or flow batteries is the other term that they talk about. The challenge with this is that it really doesn't make sense for small-scale applications like residential or small businesses. Where this would be used is more utility scale, so very large-scale megawatts of storage that you can install. There's obviously challenges in terms of the efficiency and improvements, but there's still a lot of room for improvements on this technology, and we do have the local resources and the commodities to produce these batteries. We've got locally produced vanadium batteries that can be procured. Now, if we look at about energy storage solutions worldwide, and we look at the mix, interesting enough, a big portion of our storage, and I want to say even sometimes your renewable energy supply, is from pumped hydro and hydropower supply. So that's a very big portion. Now, maybe just something to highlight here is that, if I don't know if you're aware, but recently government has opened up the options and the regulations to allow for people, private people, to set up their own hydro or hydro pump schemes or hydro power plants, even utilizing governmental waters. So that in itself is an opportunity, especially if you are quite close to a river or close to a dam. But if we take it further, you'll see that it's followed by lithium ion worldwide being a very big portion. And then this is followed by other technologies like sodium batteries, lead acid batteries, and flow batteries, and the rest would follow. So you will see that in terms of what's happening worldwide, we are following more or less what the technology, the mature technology that's in the market. Now, I mean, this chart has been developed a few years ago. I foresee that all of the dots that you see there has already started moving forward, where we're in the more mature technology. Mature, it's being deployed, and it's more mature and being used. So here you'll see, for example, pumped hydro storage or hydropower will be in a more mature environment. And because of the more mature, it brings down the cost. And that's, for example, where something like lead acid would fall in as well. But if we look at all the other batteries, flow, lithium ion, molten salt. By the way, molten salt is CSP. CSP in Uppington, they've got these towers with all these mirrors. They're concentrated at one point. And that's the molten salt. So they actually store the energy in a molten salt format. We've got flywheels, sodium batteries. I've read a few articles that's looking to this as an alternative to lithium ion because of the materials that they use, which are more abundantly available, but there's still a lot of research that needs to be done there. And then compressed energy is also an application. So, and then if we look at what's coming, and our next presenter will talk a bit about, for example, on the hydrogen, we'll see that the supercapacitors, yes, it's being applied, but there's still some demonstration and development work that should be done. And then hydrogen, I think, is the new kid on the block that we're talking about in terms of storing energy that's coming into the fray. Right, so if we just want to quickly talk about panels, solar PV panels itself, I think we came a very long way since PV started to pick up big time in South Africa around 2011. At that stage, we were looking at efficiency of about 15%. Now, just to explain, 15% of efficiency means of the 100% sunlight, only 15% is converted into electricity. And the reason for that is because only a certain spectrum of the light is used to generate power. And that 15% is the 230 watts. So it's not 15% off 230. So don't get that number wrong. So 230 watts is the output that you get after taking the 15% into account. Now, if we go forward, in the past there was a very big preference for polycrystalline or multicrystalline panels, and mono did exist, but people didn't go for it because of pricing. But there's now a worldwide tendency to go for the monocrystalline panels because of the high efficiencies and other benefits that comes with it. Now, this technology has now developed further where you have bifacial mono panels. In other words, it's not just power coming from the front, but also power from the back. So if you've got an elevated system and there's sunlight reflected from the surrounding environment, you can actually increase your power output from that panel. And we're talking about anything from 3 to 7% more. Now, you might argue that's not much, but if you're going to calculate that on a very large scale, it's quite a lot. And the other technology that's coming in is bifacial half-cell technologies. So half-cell is just, you'll see that these are all full cells and half-cells, and that's typically your larger panels, is to actually decrease the current from these cells, and that actually makes the panel much more efficient because there's less IR losses. And if we look at the wattage of the panels in 2023, there's already sitting at 600 watts or more. The typical efficiency is in the range of about 20%, so you can see jumping from 15 to 20%. But based on the PV module manufacturers, they're expecting any efficiencies in the range of 23 to 25% about if we look at 2025. So we do see some increase in terms of efficiencies, and we also will see that with newer or different types of PV technologies. Okay, so other future outlooks. The other application to consider is that in the past, most of our loads are being supplied by AC. So if you look at the house, you're sitting with 230 volts AC that's supplying all your AC loads. But if you think about it carefully, a lot of our loads in the house are actually operating on DC. Think about it. Your TV, your cell phones, your laptops, your computers, all of these things actually operate on DC. And every time when we need to convert it from AC to DC, there's a lot of losses. And the thing about renewable energy or alternative energy is that a lot of these sources are DC as well. So if we can generate power in DC, we store it in DC and use it in DC, it's a much more effective system, and you need less components. For example, you don't need the inverter, which reduces the cost. So that might be something to look out for going into the future, and there's already countries converting their network going to DC because of this application. Another one is electric vehicles. Now you might argue and say, okay, but where does this fit in? I think in your context with the farming, you most probably might want to go for the hydrogen vehicles with the larger tractors and the trucks. I think that's a more sensible application. But the thing about electric vehicles is that this can be used as a mechanism to store energy. So instead of paying a lot of money for a storage system, you use your electric vehicle to store the power and supply power from that during load shedding. And this can actually support the grid in terms of if it all works together. So options that we considered or look into for the potato industry, because that's what you want to know. So I've investigated agrivoltaics or agri-solar. For those who don't know what that is, it's actually a typical standard solar PV farm. The PV panels are lifted a bit higher, they're spaced a bit more. They would use, for example, a transparent panel so the light could go through, and then you can actually produce food underneath. Now, Sun Farming is the German company that I'm doing consulting work for. They are realizing agrivoltaics worldwide. They've done some tests and examples on potatoes, and even though it works, the quality and the quantity is just not there. So based on what we've seen, something to consider, but I'm of the view that there's other type of crop that would be a better option to consider. Other option would be floating solar PV system. So if you're sitting with a dam or a river or some form of water supply and you want to reduce evaporation, then you could put your PV on that. A lot of people in our training ask us, what can you do for theft? And it seems like as soon as you put the panels on the water, people tend to leave it out. So that prevents overnight corrosion, as we call it. Okay, then biogas. Biogas is another option. So I've investigated that quickly, and based on one specific full supply chain potato farmer, and Johan, he'll talk about today, they were sitting about, I worked out as quickly like 10 tons per day in terms of wastage, and that translates to potentially putting up a biogas plant that can give you more or less the same power as 1 megawatt of solar PV. So that shows you that there's potential. But the thing about biogas, and actually all of these points that I want to raise, is that keep in mind, we cannot expect other technologies to be mature and ready to employ as solar PV. Because when solar PV started, at that stage, it was a very high-risk technology. People didn't know how well it's going to work and if it makes sense. So they had to do the feasibility studies and the detailed inspections before funders and people could contribute or participate in that regard. And now it's almost like a no-brainer because everybody's doing it and we know it works. But we need to follow the same approach with these new technologies. So, for example, the biogas, I think there's potential. But one needs to do a feasibility study and to look at the whole spectrum and look at all the wastage, because it's not just the potatoes. It might be the wastage in terms of the processing. It might be even the cooking oil that's being used for the potatoes, because they actually need that to improve the yield or the energy that you can get from the potatoes. So these are things I would just in general mention to consider if we're going to consider these other applications. And then we're going to talk about the future of the grid. I read an article which Chris Yelland wrote a while ago. They had a presentation there, and we are in an electricity revolution, as they call it. So in the past, it was mainly Eskom supplying powers, but we are now moving towards where private individuals are supplying and producing their own powers. And that is what you as the industry would have as well. So either you have your own solar system or you're planning to have one, but we are participating in this electricity revolution where we're not just going to have some form of central power supply being fed to the rest of the network, but there's these decentralized power supply where we supply it where we need it, and that we can create this independence. This is where also, for example, the concept of microgrids start to come into play. So what do I mean with microgrids? So microgrids is that instead of having this national network that has to work together, you can actually create a microgrid between farmers, for example. And then collectively you can sit together to say, listen, between ourselves we can generate enough power and work together so that if there's load shedding, we isolate and we operate. Although we know in the news that there are areas where there's challenges in this regard. And I think that's regulation-wise an area that we need to address or to overcome to allow for this independence. But it's important that if we do that, we always need to look at the sustainability and the stability of the grid. And I think that's the biggest concern that we do need to overcome if we're going to have private individuals overtaking some utility responsibilities when it comes to power supply. Okay, so to summarize, how much minutes do I got left? I don't want to... Oh, so I can go for it. Okay, I don't want to rush. So the first thing is to be aware of that alternative energy solutions are there. It exists, it's out there, it can be used. Now, one of the things that you might argue, and I think there's a few that's already running diesel generators, we calculated more or less the operating costs, and in terms of just fuel, sits around 6 rand, 8 rand a unit, a kilowatt hour. If you look at the LCOE, it's called the levelized cost of energy. In other words, from the point where you buy the generator up to the point where you decommission it, if you take into account all of the costs, the capex, the operation cost, the maintenance cost, that cost per unit, per kilowatt hour, sits in the range of 15 to 20 rand a unit. Now, you can easily, with solar and storage, achieve a LCOE in the range of 2 rand, I want to say maximum 3 rand a unit. So it's a no-brainer. Yes, the capex is much higher, but if you look long-term, then you just see that financially it's there. That's why, and I'm always of the view, if banks are willing to pay and provide funding, it says something about their confidence in terms of the technology itself. And that wasn't the case a few years back. When we had these big solar farms under the IPP program, there were so many things that they had to put in place to make sure that their risks are maintained. And I foresee that is what we're going to see with the existing technology. And my hope is that we will, with the new technology, see also that uptake, that we don't miss out with the rest of the world. Maybe also just something I want to mention while I'm talking about the rest of the world. In the South African context, the big push for alternative energy in the form of backup and storage and independent power supply is because of load shedding. And I want to say mainly load shedding. In other countries, that's not the case. We have the war situation in Europe that's obviously pushing them to become more independent because they're dependent on the gas from Russia. But there's a lot of pressure on them to decarbonize the economy. And the challenge that they've got is that they've got limited renewable energy sources, and if they really want to increase their decarbonization targets, it's achieved with storage. So that's another reason why there's a big push. And I think it's an exciting time to live because worldwide there's this very big push and funding and research and investigation being done to see how can we improve the efficiency and the performance of renewable energy, but also to improve and find other storage alternatives in the context of what we need now. So I think we're in an exciting time to see what's going to be ahead. Okay, so on the short term, the appropriate use of existing technology is more important. So what I mean with that is, for example, I spoke about biogas as an alternative to investigate. But I think the thing is that we already sit with working building blocks. And the question is, how are we going to apply these building blocks, not just to work for me as an isolated independent person, but also in terms of my neighbors, also in terms of the microgrid, also in terms of the whole supply chain. And that's one of the things that we picked up, is to say, unfortunately, we operate independently. We think about, okay, this is my operations, this is my energy need, so what solution would work best for me? But if you start looking at the full supply chain in terms of the energy requirements, in terms of the wastage that's available, collectively you could find a solution that actually works for everyone and you could work together. And I think that's really something to think about on the short term while we're waiting for the new technology to mature and to come into the market. Right. So like I've mentioned, alternatives to solar PV or existing technologies needs to be investigated in detail. That's where the whole feasibility study concept comes in. And I foresee that we're going to get and find interesting results in that regard. If you go look at the research that's being done in terms of what's available out there and how it can be used, I think there's a very big untapped resource that we can utilize and can be very specific to your application and to your business model. Okay, and then I just said the importance of understanding and review the energy need of the full supply chain. So again, I don't know if it's a farmer mentality or if it's just a culture that we've got in our country of working independently. And I think that's great why we have forums like this where we can actually bring all the heads together and say, okay, collectively, yes, I've got my own isolated challenges and I need something that will work for me. but what can we do collectively and what can we investigate collectively to find solutions that will be beneficial to everyone. And for that, you need to understand your need. And I think everybody has an idea of their own, but we need to add all of that into one big picture and look at it holistically. Because, for example, we tend to think and focus only on what can we do as an alternative power generation or alternative power supply. But how many of the people here started with energy efficiency? How many people here made sure that in terms of energy wastage and in terms of the equipment that we use, it's really energy efficient and it's optimized? Because research has shown we can save up to a very big portion of our load just by becoming energy efficient first. So we tend to think new generation, new generation, new generation, but there's very few that's going back, and just simple things like changing lights to LED, load management, energy efficient appliances, inverter air cons, inverter compressors, and the list goes on. I mean, to give you an example, I think some of you know Cornel Skabort. He's always a presenter and on various forums. He's now at the school, and initially the system that they had to install for the school was, I think, was a 150 kilowatt system. But just because he became energy efficient, the system that he required was now a 50 kilowatt system. And that's one example of many. So I think understanding your energy need will point out these areas of where can we become energy efficient and optimize our energy usage. And once that is done, then you say, okay, now this is our new energy landscape. What would the solution be to supply this new landscape? Great. That's my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Fora. Don't sit down. We're running a little bit ahead, so I think I'll allow 2 or 3 questions. I think it's very exciting times if we, with the current 600 watt panels only utilizing 20% of what's out there, the sky is the limit. There's still 80% that can be utilized. So I'm sure it's with solar like with the computers. Whatever is new in 2023 will be old technology in 2024. So guys, I'll allow 3 questions. Hans, any questions to Fora? We've got Jack here in front.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Jack from Imperial. I just wanted to find out your thoughts if the hydrogen-powered generators may be another option for consideration with regards to energy efficiency. Your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Great. Okay, so our next presenters can actually divulge much more detail on the hydrogen, but maybe just an overview in terms of the technology. So the big challenge with hydrogen is, one, the capex, the cost to put it in place. The second challenge with hydrogen is its limited efficiency. So we're talking in the range of about 40% efficiency. I don't know, Harvey, you can confirm if it's improved now in the meantime. But 40% efficiency means that you need to, if you put 100% energy in, you're only going to get 40% of that out. Now, if we look at, for example, storage energy-wise, if we look at, for example, lithium ion, the turnaround efficiency from the solar panel, charge controller, battery inverter, back to where you use it, that efficiency is in the range of 75 up to 85%. So you have much less losses compared to the hydrogen application. Where I do foresee hydrogen could play an active role if the efficiency is a challenge is where that gas that's being generated can be used and incorporated in other environments. So for example, if you have hydrogen trucks or hydrogen fuel transport, if you think about trackers and so on. So that might be one application to consider. And maybe just to link the biogas with the hydrogen is that you sit with a methane gas that with certain compounds and changes, you can actually convert that into a hydrogen format. And that can also then be used. So there's also a spin-off or a way to say, okay, maybe the focus is not to generate power from the biogas. Maybe it is to actually utilize the hydrogen gas, not the hydrogen gas, but the methane and the biogas to produce hydrogen. So the potentials are definitely there. And I think in the South African context is if we can do hydrogen, it's a very big plus for our commodity of platinum, because platinum is one of the key elements and materials for biogas. So, for biogas, for hydrogen. So the potential is there. If you ask me where I get excited about hydrogen, it is in the context of there's a very big push worldwide to decarbonize. And some countries has committed, for example, with their vehicles and with their planes, that they will not use fossil fuels in the future. And they want to use green hydrogen. Now, green hydrogen means it's hydrogen that's being produced by renewable energy, not by a coal or nuclear plant. And that's where we can now commoditize our renewable energy in South Africa. And that's why there's a very big push in our country to get the hydrogen industry going. Because now you can go to the Northern Cape, you produce power, not to feed into the grid because the grid is under constraint, but to produce hydrogen. And now you can containerize that energy, take it out of the country, and sell it at a premium. So that's where I get excited in terms of where the hydrogen application could be. In your context, I think there's definitely applications or possibilities, but I still think that we're in the development phase or the proofing stage, because a lot of these things are already being in the field, and they've tested and tried it. And I think that's one of the reasons why we don't see the new technologies coming in, because they haven't been in the field long enough so that they know how will this thing last 20 or 15 years as expected. But with solar and in batteries, you've got that. So I hope that's okay for now. I think my colleague will expand.
Thanks, Fora. Before I take the second question, if you open your camera and you point it to that block there, you will automatically get all Fora's detail, and you can just save it on your phone book. So you will probably be getting a lot of telephone calls for guys. Ladies and gents, we also have for a part of the panel later on. So please, if you have questions, I'll allow another question or two for now. But feel free to divert that to the panel later on if you feel that there's more inputs there that you can use. So any other question for now that we can point towards Fora? Okay, looking forward to a very exciting panel discussion. Thanks, Fora. Let's give Fora a hand of applause. Thanks. Our next speaker is Harvey Viljoen from the Department of Trade, of Industry and Competition. Harvey is a Chief Director, Competitiveness Incentive Cluster. He's got 30 years in business and industrial engineering experience, operationalizing strategy, enterprise turnaround and transformation, new technology commercialization, measurable enterprise of wide and operating model performance, improvement, and industrial infrastructure development funding. So that's a mouthful. Harvey, we're looking forward to listening to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's perfect. Thank you so much. And so shalom and siyabonga and dumelang and good morning and goeiemorgen for just for good measure. I wanted to say thank you and thanks for the opportunity. Lovely to actually back up what Fora has already said, so that makes it much easier for me. By the way, I'll have to, just make sure I stay with my own program here. So really privileged to be here, and thanks for the opportunity. But I must also say at the outset, and sorry, Willie, but there was a slight deviation from the original agenda point. I think it mentioned something about cogeneration. I thought, well, Fora is the expert because it has not been my space of late. So slightly changed to, shall we say, co-generation opportunities. It links to what Fora said, perhaps maybe a few other additional inputs on the macro sort of picture, meaning learning a little bit of what is happening globally. So again, maybe quite contextual, so maybe not that practical for you, but nevertheless thought that we should go there. And then secondly, I have to use the opportunity simply because I wear the official hat for most of the time, still with DTIC, where we manage a range of incentives, about 5 billion a year. And some of them relate to this discussion. So I thought the second co-part would be possible co-funding, which I thought to cover at the end, Willie. So hopefully that would be acceptable for you if we change the topic a little bit. So from my perspective, just a quick disclaimer. Yeah, so disclaimer and perhaps confession. So similar to Fora, I do not fully understand the potato industry or the entire value chain, except that I love pommes frites, so your end products. I mean, when it's really fresh and crispy, that's about it. From a personal perspective, no vested interest in any particular technology, albeit that there are a few that are close to heart, simply because we've been involved in the industrialization of some of them, some are related to hydrogen, by the way. So, but no real vested interest. And I think thirdly, so please don't take any of our ideas and just go write a check tomorrow and go say, well, let's purchase some of this technology. I think as Fora quite correctly stated, it looks like there's quite a bit of work still required to shall we say, engineer a solution for a particular application, but hopefully at scale, meaning adding multiple pieces to it for it to become cost effective. So just that last bit as well, please. So therefore, the ideas that we'll share with you really is just on a macro level, plus a few options strategically. Was that us? Yeah, no worries. So I think whilst we're waiting, that's why we always have a paper version. We were thinking to just quickly go back one step and just quickly explain what's happening on a macro level, because Fora said it, but I think we don't fully appreciate the extent, or shall we say the velocity. In engineering, we love talking about these sort of things. Therefore, just simply the pace at which the energy landscape is changing. So for that reason, one would want to suggest that whatever the way forward points to, that one just be mindful of the fact that that rate of change will have to be factored in whatever one plans to do in future. So depending on where the industry wants to go, from a competitiveness point of view, as a collective or individually, then to configure solutions that'll assist it to do that. Simply because others and other value chains, I'm sure, are doing exactly the same thing globally. So, and I would imagine in time to come, you would like to compete globally. So therefore, this energy discussion is quite important. I saw this morning on one of the billboards, was it 5 Rand a kg? Is it? Would that be? Yeah. Is it more? Okay, so anyway, I was thinking, so of whatever that number is, 5 or 10 or 6 or whatever, so what component would constitute energy costs? It's just becoming a major competitive advantage or potential, shall we say, weapon or instrument in the box of an entire value chain to then in future become a bit more competitive. So then I'll just quickly add a few, oh, by the way, the other disclaimer, just a few personal observations, and please do not construe those to be the official viewpoint of DTI. It's simply a few that we've picked up when Willie phoned and started to read up a bit on this topic. I started to pick up on a few themes. So one or two of the observations would be my own, and then certainly to the end, let us also just try and bring a bit of good news to just indicate that there are a few incentives at DTI, believe it or not, that could possibly be part of the solution going forward. Not just for your industry, but obviously across all industries in South Africa. So just as a brief recap, that's essentially where we come from. So I have to misuse the time a little bit, really sorry about that, because of the official head. But our day job is mostly within what we call industrial finance, meaning that is a entire, shall we say, division, unit, business unit, the DTIC, that exclusively just focuses on industrial finance, meaning co-funding in various sectors. So for some, for some of you, it would be the first time that you hear about it. As has happened to me 5 years ago, I didn't even know that this sort of money or funding was available. But nevertheless, it's focused on providing co-funding for industrialization across all manner of value chains, in short. And if you look at the breakdown, and with that I'm just about to close on the quick intro on DTI, It's spread across various so-called clusters, manufacturing being a big one. You would find industries such as agro-processing and automotive, very big one. As you know, without DTI support, I would imagine we would have a much less vibrant automotive industry. So DTIC is a very, very active player there. A range of competitiveness enhancement incentives, a number of global business service ones, export support, a whole range of it, and then obviously a very big one, the Black Industrialist Incentive, which really is all about adding more value to whether it's something that grow on top of soil or something extracted underground. That's really where that one is focused on. In other words, the value-adding part of it. And then some innovation ones, which really I think is the touch point as well for today, as I think Fora mentioned a bit earlier. Quite a bit of innovation is still to happen. And potentially a bit of co-funding for those that are brave enough. Those that have seen the movie Braveheart would possibly know. I mean, maybe get that picture. So requires a bit of bravery, but also a bit of a pioneering spirit. So in that space, yeah, then maybe two of the incentives could be quite relevant to those players. Almost done with the DTI intro. Typically, these incentives are provided across all these sectors. So you would know them quite well. So all the mainstream industrial arenas that drive the economy. In this particular context, obviously, agro-processing. There's a dedicated incentive just for agro-processing, by the way. And then the other touch points, obviously, also indicated here somewhere. Clean technology and energy. It relates to the innovation bit that I just spoke about, which we'll expand a bit on later when we have time. And then, yeah, so I think that covers it. So from a sectoral point of view, across all sectors really, that's the playing field for DTI. And, excuse me, generally when it co-funds industrial activity, it does so because it either wants to then create new employment opportunities or further exports from that particular enterprise or sector. And obviously wants to see industrialization, localization, one of the very, very big themes at the moment, which is a global one, which is all about many companies, well, globally, the talk is deglobalization, so it means everybody, well, put bluntly, everybody for themselves in a way, but at a country and regional perspective. So in our case, Africa is obviously the big focus, so the entire continent. So from a localization point of view, whether you talk the next generation battery storage technologies, that's really the focus. So many of these funding instruments are all geared towards furthering that specific agenda. I'm using up the time, I suppose. So on the macro view, I think Fora already explained a bit. But just wanted to perhaps take you back to what is happening globally. If you just look at clean energy, so this is according to the International Energy Agency, currently spending $2.4 trillion US just on clean energy globally at the moment. That's really where the world's going. So that's a massive amount. I don't know whether the Davi is here or one of the economists could perhaps do the calc, but that'll mean something like 20 times our current GDP, the entire South Africa. That would equate what people are spending on the clean energy sort of domain globally. Just reinforcing the point that it's not just about solar; it's about the entire ecosystem of various energy generation technologies. And so clearly, there's a race, I think, on the go for electrons, because ultimately that's what you're chasing and that's what people are paying for. And for me, another very interesting indicator is simply the amount of R&D or innovation that's happening globally. So a similar number, so $160 billion US, allegedly at the moment being devoted. This is, by the way, invested by corporate and also public sector. Interestingly, globally, 40 billion, so that would be, say, a quarter coming from public sector, the rest all coming from private sector, so meaning private corporations, all seeing the future. So we were thinking we got load shedding issues, but I think many other countries are already thinking ahead and saying, okay, but what comes after the way that we have known the ecosystem for generating electrons. So that's an interesting, I think, number to keep in mind. And as per Fora's previous point, there's also an interesting drive globally for collaborating across technology platforms, and then therefore exchange of technology in certain spaces. And it's in here that one sees hydrogen emerging as quite an interesting one. So everything related to hydrogen, yes, hydrogen fuel cell, electricity generation, yes, but also storage, but also for transportation options. And I think that's why it's sort of colored in. This is one of their slides, the International Energy Agency, again, putting it reasonably center, if you'd like, also being a feed source in chemical manufacturing and processing, which again is something that feeds back into your industry. So an interesting trend emerging, and it looks like this particular agenda is not going to be overturned anytime soon. I think locally, Fora already did that, so maybe I should just maybe skip this slide, but just simply to indicate that South Africa already has an interesting current mix of renewables, albeit still dominated by coal. So one can see that there are all sorts of plans, and so typically this came from a report where they're looking at new capacity to be procured across the various so-called renewable technologies, about 5 or 6 of them, and so perhaps no need. I think it's a bit small for you to read the details, but I think Fora mentioned some of those numbers. Interesting to note that you'll see most of it popping out from hydro and the storage technologies, which he also mentioned, and then obviously solar, which is known. Then wind. Wind is typically that big one. Sorry. So that's the fourth last column. You can see all the greens. That's really the additional capacity being planned, coming from wind. And then to the far right-hand side, which really is the interesting one, and the one that I think Fora referred to earlier. So this is sort of the blind spot, in my view, of making use of existing waste product across value chain. So biofuels and biomass, et cetera, still a minuscule contribution to the overall renewable composition in South Africa, but nevertheless, even officially planned for. So by the authorities or the powers that be. So back to the technology one, and I hope we will not be, shall we say, diverting too much from what Fora said. But if you think about the technologies available, you need to just quickly picture this: that it's all about technologies specifically configured for generating power, as well as for producing power. That's a second category, as per the, shall we say, the international view on where energy is going. And then the storage one, which Fora mentioned. Then there are obviously 2 others as well, transport, and there's also one for infrastructure, and there's also carbon abatement, which I'm not going to go to because that's a completely different debate, and some of us may completely disagree with that one. But suffice it to say, if you look at the generation side, keeping in mind you've got these 3 blobs of types of technologies. I went on the website last Friday, and when looking through the various technologies that are available at the moment, they're all rated in terms of a TR level. So that means technology readiness level. So that ranged anything from 0 or 1 up to 11. 11 then constituting something, as Fora said, proven technology and been rolled out many times. Even bankers understand them, and so easier funded than most others. And then you are seeing a few interesting ones popping up on the list again. For instance, wind, hydropower, as he correctly said, clearly globally, this is a global picture, globally be the one that is currently preferred. Hydrogen, and then a very interesting one, heat pumps as well. For that seems to be making great advances globally. So those close to infrastructure and building spaces. And then, do not discard nuclear. It's popping up on the list. So these are just average numbers that I personally calculated from all the various technologies that they list, because it's just too many to reflect here. So nuclear at about 7.8 at the moment. So here we're talking SMR, so small modular reactors. So that space, obviously, not next year, in the next 5 or 10 years, you'll see a few of those in South Africa. I'm actually convinced of that. Yeah, on the right-hand side, for those that haven't seen this technology readiness scale thing that people talk about, but this is how they rate the readiness of technology globally. There's just a small snippet. I'm not going to read through all of it. But essentially, 11 means it's very stable. Everybody understands that you can just copy-paste. You maybe go even to Builder's Warehouse and buy it and go and install it. So that's on the generation side. On the production side, similar technologies are emerging. So before I mentioned it, bioethanol, natural gas from autothermal reforming, that seems to be globally also an interesting space for it. Then again, interesting hydrogen as well, if one had to prioritize them. And then, yes, methane and biomethane as well. So meaning these are then energy sources that can be generated during production processes, or where in your case, a lot of energy has already been invested in producing the raw material, and now you have this additional window. On the storage side, summarized on the right-hand side, you'll see many more light greens and greens, simply meaning there seems to be many more technologies that are rapidly coming to the fore as alternatives to lithium-ion. Obviously, there are different schools to this, and you're right, I'm not a lithium-ion school person. I think there's much better, much less costly technologies available. Anyway, that's a discussion for another day. Redox flow batteries, certainly. It's absolutely on the horizon. As we speak, they are testing some of these vanadium flow batteries in our country, some of it, as Forrest said, at grid scale. Absolute, for me, no-brainer. Why? Because we sit with the world's bulk of vanadium resources. So it's just the next thing to happen. Compressed air is a very interesting one. So if you think truly renewable, a few companies in our country, small, but they've started to innovate in this space. One or two, I've just heard 2 weeks ago, starting to, in fact, export these small compressed air plants to Australia. So again, South Africans solving issues whilst we are speaking here today, which is wonderful. So that then, and then you mentioned the salts, and again, hydrogen pops up there as well, pretty high, or reasonably high readiness level, 11. So already well understood globally. There could be here and there some compression issues trying to retain it in containers. But that then on the storage side, just a few observations which I thought before we start closing, Willie. We still have time, right? Good. So maybe it's just summarizing what Fora as well said, but a few of my personal observations reading through what is available and where things are going, and where we see some of the financial flows into new technologies is this fact that he did mention it, and we saw the figures a bit earlier, the massive shifts that are happening. And this is not going to go away. So I would imagine the best thing to do is to really start planning for it in whatever one's plans are across an entire value chain, for that matter, because what you're trying to do is you're hopefully trying to configure an entire value chain to be much more competitive globally, meaning you're going to have to then think much more carefully as to what to deploy where and what sort of mix. And I think, as you said, so more collectively so than just as individual, shall we say, almost sub-optimized versions of trying to generate enough energy for one's operations. So that's a clear trend. If you look at the International Energy Agency, by the way, very, very good space to go quickly catch up on what's happening globally. If you look at that one, and based on, relates to the previous slide, you'll find they have about 7 subsectors in there of energy. 32 of them core technologies, and about 90, is it 90? 90? Technology sitting under it, and if you look on their website, about 500 prototype projects being commissioned as we speak, from small modular reactors through to any of the other new technologies we spoke of. So a massive scale of development globally. And yes, and one or two of those in South Africa, well, possibly emanating from South Africa, for instance, the vanadium flow battery testing happening at one or two of Eskom's facilities. I think the other one that you also did mention, for me, if I just try and sit back and say, but what's happening at a macro level, clearly this before the meter investment in renewables is happening. And maybe there's a small window of opportunity, because we don't know what regulators may do come 10 years from now. So I think this is the precise and exact space to then invest heavily in what some people are calling before the meter, meaning so in your space, if need be, not necessarily tied into the grid. You see this in many of the private organizations in our country, and I think mining industry taking the lead. You would have seen some figures from Anglo recently as well. What they're planning, already installed 680 megawatt of their own renewable power sources, planning 5,000. They said in the next decade, meaning they also quoted 52% of their total energy consumption, in other words, coming from renewables, which they then personally invest in. And this is one of the industries that are very aggressively pursuing this trend, meaning whether it's the hydrogen truck running at the Mogalakwena mine in Limpopo, because they're typically making or connecting those dots between hydrogen generated on site and then also fueling the trucks running on site, closing that loop and then building for themselves an ecosystem that, in my view, would be a bit more sustainable than bits and pieces of the existing known technologies that we have. So yeah, the point with that is that I think this whole thing of what is sustainable or not, one should be careful to just assume that something like a wind tower or wind turbine, for that matter, or solar panels, for that matter, are truly well, they're classified as renewable, but whether they're truly sustainable over the next 20, 30 years, I doubt. I think we're seeing these other new technologies emerging at such a pace that we may find a lot of landfill sites filled with solar panels as far as you can see for kilometers. So, but that's just a personal view. Yeah, and I think we just spoke about this issue that at the moment there seems to be a scramble for electrons. So, meaning that many solutions are created without considering perhaps the neighbor, perhaps considering a broader ecosystem or considering an entire value chain, simply because everybody's got to find a solution now, and one understands that. But in itself, it also could become a bit self-defeating in the sense that one would then be deploying selectively some technologies that seem to be ready now, that seem to be fine for now, but 10 years from now, the same discussion is had, or 20 years from now. And I think that's something perhaps one wants to plan to avoid in future. Yeah, localization I mentioned previously, there's a big drive. So it's also within South Africans, or South Africa's focus to localize any of these technologies to whatever extent possible. So that's also an interesting and great one. And then on the financial ecosystem side, I have one or two last slides. Maybe I'll skip this slide because Fora already mentioned quite a bit on the battery side. Simply to mention that for me, red flag, what's it, 96 or was it now 69% nowadays of lithium-ion batteries coming from China. We have global supply chain issues globally, so you can make your own judgment as to where prices potentially could go for that storage technology, and hence I think there's space for one to consider alternatives to it in future. On the issue of the value chain, and that's simply, as I did confess, do not understand your industry, Willie. But if I look at all those previous technologies and I look at the, shall we say, the various or the elements across your value chain, clearly for me, there are more than one choices. And I think that now becomes the dilemma. That becomes the challenge, I think, is to be able to figure out what best suits this entire value chain, whether it's across generation, production, storage, or even transportation technologies, of which we just spoke to a few of them. There are so many of them, but without the figures at hand, it will be difficult to try and pinpoint what that mix would look like. But I think that requires perhaps a bit of attention and energy excuse the pun, going forward to try and understand that picture across the entire value chain. Because as Forrest said, I think then it becomes much more of a global, more strategic view on what would constitute or what would bring synergy across the entire energy generation ecosystem, but within your whole value chain, if that makes sense. So almost there. Second last point, because I'm bound to and have to at least expose you to some of the incentives at the DTI that may be relevant here. Some of you may have come across this model or not, but if you generally look at the sort of domain of known and unknowns, and I think that's really where this discussion is going. There are quite a few unknowns. The areas where the science is still busy trying to understand the knowables and trying to make sense of hidden and complex facts and data. And it's typically in those spaces that, I know it's a bit small for you, but if you look down at the bottom, that's really sort of the left far, the broader sort of circle, where financiers typically find it difficult to play because the surety of return and offtake and whether this technology is stable and all these discussions really make it very difficult for them to then issue a term sheet for a particular project. So generally they concentrated there towards the right bottom end, which is fine. Because that's where classical financiers are playing. But I think we're seeing increasingly a move from some financiers to actually think a little bit out of the box and move to the left top corner. However, at the moment, shall we say, R&D space, which is one of the green blocks there, in the hidden and complex space. For instance, there's an incentive at THRIP or at DTI called THRIP, so that has to do with applied research and development work. So that typically could be a space that the DTI could co-fund. It doesn't fund it in total, but obviously with private partners, researching the application of a particular technology for a particular purpose and environment. And so that could be quite helpful, simply because we know very few financial institutions, unless they venture capitalists or at that end of the risk curve, they would possibly not be interested. Likewise, the one more or less in the middle top there, what is that? CIP. So that has to do with critical infrastructure. That in this case now could mean cogeneration facility or plant. It could mean going with one of the cleaner energies in a particular locality where perhaps it would service 3 or 4 tenants. So that typically is what that incentive could do. Would typically fund, say, up to 50 million rands in such a project, depending on some of the cost-benefit ratios. So there's a bit of a ratio calculation, 40-60, depending on whether it is with a municipal area or within an ACZ, for instance. So that could be quite useful for large-scale energy deployments or technologies, as we previously discussed. And then the other one to the top right, the Noble, the red one here, so that's another incentive called SPY, smaller, 3 to 5 million, depending on the size of the company, but typically to assist to industrialize a particular process or product. So again, a co-funding mechanism, anywhere from 50 to 100%, depending on who applies for it. And then you've got a range of other interesting ones as well. So the export ones we'll skip for, what's it, SPP, yeah, there's a supply development one sitting right slap in the middle. So typically co-funding enterprise supply development initiatives, which by the way could include going green on a processing facility or a packaging plant for SME, for instance, supplying into a larger corporate. So that's an interesting one, so about 15 million over 3 years. Yeah, and then obviously the black industrialist one as well, somewhere there in the middle. So simply saying, if you look at it carefully, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4 incentives moving in a space where generally you would not find even venture capitalists in Sandton saying, no, but we feel uneasy about this because there's still some development work that you've got to do. But we previously saw the range of options that you have from a technology perspective. So I would argue that I think it's time for one to consider some of those possibilities. I think we're going to skip that one. Can anybody remember this book by Clem Sunter? Saturday night, I was walking my small library and I was looking at this thing and I was thinking, I don't know, it looked like some were born after a certain 1993. But so I added the megawatt park. I think this is simply what perhaps Fora was saying. It's clear one will have to, you'll have to chart your own roadmap as far as energy independence and then the net cost of it, because that ultimately drives your end product price, right? And so at some point, perhaps you want to export. And with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement right in our midst, clearly there must be opportunity to pursue even in other countries, whether in final product form or raw product. So clearly this issue of at what cost it then gets delivered, purely driven by the energy component in there, must become quite relevant. And I think this is what perhaps he tried to say in 1993. In fact, he made there was a little graphic there which looked like a distribution network power generation thing. So I was quite amazed that some of the scenario planners and even, by the way, macroeconomists sometimes are very, very accurate in predicting the future. Anyway, in closing, if I may, so just a few of my thoughts. I think it's clear that perhaps one has reached and whether it's this value chain, whether it's steel value chain, whether it's one of the others in the clothing sector, leather, doesn't really matter. But I think a time for really a very intentional, shall we say, strategic leadership across the entire value chain to try and understand, first of all, where one is at from an energy point of view, so the unit cost of energy within the products and services rendered by that particular value chain. And certainly, as I previously mentioned, all the political will and all the general support, and by the way, the know-how, interesting know-how in this country, phenomenal, or shall we say, completely sort of out-of-the-box innovations that are happening as we speak. Talking to the hydrogen one, for instance, there's a small company, well, it's not small now, it's now medium, because we've been capitalized with overseas venture capitalists, developing the catalyst for hydrogen fuel cells here in South Africa, so completely localized. Again, the link back to PGMs, yes, we're going to use our local platinum that goes into the membrane assembly, so into the catalyst. So that's a logic behind that one. So to drive that sense of can we find a solution that fits us across the value chain and think holistically, but then at the same time we also further the agenda for localizing this technology, which obviously has a range of other benefits from point of view of employment creation and all the other upside elements, being less dependent on a particular country. Previous point, i.e. a China for lithium-ion batteries, I think, I don't know, that just remains a red flag for me. The other one is, as Fora mentioned, clearly then it would be advisable to prioritize the existing sort of really, we got to do this now type solutions. And having said that, to then be mindful of what is already sitting in the value chain that potentially is being wasted. So I think you referred to that as well, Fora. So that would be a logic choice, I would imagine. I think over the medium long term, for one to consider some of these other emerging technologies, again, I need to be careful to be too biased, but in my view, hydrogen, it's a no-brainer. So anything related to hydrogen, air, on storage side, air compressor, vanadium flow batteries at grid scale, larger scale applications for sure. Why? Because we have access to all the raw material that's required for them. We don't have to import it. And we have sufficient technological capability locally to actually produce and support those technologies going forward. And then obviously, the one that I would certainly favor over the medium term, small modular reactors. I know there are a lot of people very anti this focus. It's coming. So for one or two large applications down the line, I'm sure it's going to be part of the solution. So in closing, I think Fora mentioned it. I don't think it's a technology issue. I don't think it's an issue of not being able to know what and how to put together this puzzle of which technologies will work now and a bit later in medium term. In my humble opinion, I think it's all about us battling to get the financial industry to really play ball and understand the magnitude of the opportunity, but also being able to properly understand and price for the risk involved in some of these technologies that are really on our doorstep, but at the moment find it difficult to get commercialized or commissioned, simply because of the financial hurdles that currently prevail in our current, shall we say, financial ecosystem. That's my personal point of view. Obviously, that together with harnessing what is already wasted somewhere anywhere in the value chain. Quite correct, as Forrest said. And lastly, also remember from an energy efficiency point of view, there's another agency called NCPC. I don't know whether any of you may have had contact with them, National Clean Production Center. They, for instance, would assist you with very quick and in some cases free assessments on how to improve energy. Am I correct on the free side? I'm not sure they partly. Okay, so a co-payment, but essentially assisting one to properly assess what could be improved from an efficiency point of view. That obviously would be one's recommendation over the immediate term. I think that's about it. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. We don't have time to do questions now, so if you have any questions, please make sure that you keep them for the panel. That will take place after tea. I'm going to move straight on to our next speaker, who needs no introduction. It's Dawie Rood, the Chief Economist of the Efficient Group and Chairperson of the Efficient Private Clients. Dawie is a presenter of numerous television and radio programs. He writes frequent articles for newspapers, financial magazines, and electronic media and economic issues. So we all know Dawie, and we're looking forward to listening to you, Dawie. Thank you.
Dankie. Thanks for the invite. Harvey, my job is not to make predictions about the future. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the present, and that's difficult enough as it is. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to just have a look at what's going on with politics internationally to understand what's going on with, more or less, what's going on with politics internationally. There are some interesting things happening. Secondly, I'm going to have a look at the international economy, see where the world economy finds itself, because that affects the South African economy. And then, of course, South African politics and the South African economy, or the lack thereof. And then one or two industries that I really like, that I would like to share with you as well. Okay, so let's get going with what's going on internationally. I think, as we all know, there are a couple of new conflict points internationally. The most obvious one is currently what is happening in Ukraine, for instance. I've got some insights in what is going on there, I think. I've been there. I was in Russia last year, and that was a bit of an experience. But I think it's fair to say that the conflict in Ukraine is likely to go on for a very long time. So expect the conflict in Ukraine to go on for a long, long time. It may even escalate in something really nasty. It may even lead to a nuclear conflict. It may even lead to a new global or a world war, which I'm very concerned about. But I think the most likely scenario is for this conflict to go on for a long time. The effect of that will be that it will be disruptive on commodity prices, things like, for example, certain agricultural soft commodity prices, and also on energy prices. So expect the oil price to be quite volatile over time. On the oil price itself and some other energy prices, I'm not too concerned about, because I think the Western world is trying to find alternatives. I think the frackers in the US will come to the party again, and eventually the oil price is probably likely to hover around about $75, $80 or so. I also expect that the Venezuelans will be allowed back into the world energy markets, and I think they will start pumping some oil as well. So my suspicion is that oil prices, and the most likely scenario, or energy prices generally speaking, are likely to stabilize at an oil price level around about $75, $80 or so a barrel. So expect that conflict to go on for a long time, but potentially that can disrupt all sort of commodity prices internationally. A second potential conflict that is, of course, around what is happening in Taiwan. Xi Jinping made it very clear that he wants his legacy to be that he unified China, which means that he will take over Taiwan. And if that should happen, that can lead to another potential global conflict. I think, according to most recent research that I've read, is that the Americans reckon that it might happen within the next 5 years or so, and that in itself will be quite disruptive to world commodity prices and energy, well, to oil prices and financial markets as well. Maybe to one or two comments about certain economies globally. In the case of the Russian economy is actually doing much better than expected previously. The Russian economy expanded probably around about 2% or so last year. We're waiting for the final figures. And I think the Russians are quite good in evading a lot of these sanctions that are being imposed on them by the Western world. In fact, they're running a huge current account surplus at the moment, in excess of 10% to their GDP. And that is because they're, quite ironically, exporting more oil, more energy. Many of those sanctions that have been imposed on the Russians, they are getting around those. And remember, there are basically two issues. The one is to get stuff in and out of your country. That's one problem. Then the other one is to get money in and out of your country. And I think the Western world made a huge mistake by kicking the Russians off the SWIFT system, because simply what happened is that they now joined the Chinese and they started trading in some other currencies like the renminbi, for example. The renminbi at the moment is the second most traded currency in Russia at the moment. So the Russian economy is doing not too badly. I don't think it's going to go on for much longer. I think the Russian economy is slowly going to grind to an end, or grind to a much slower rate of economic growth, because sanctions, especially on certain sophisticated things like chips and so on, is likely to have a negative impact on the Russian economy over time. The Chinese economy, a couple of things happening there. Very interesting, I think, is that the first time this year the Chinese economy, the population in China will slow down, so there will be the population will be getting smaller. The first time since 1960, and expect economic growth in China over the next couple of decades to slow down to more reasonable rate of economic growth, 3-4% perhaps, somewhere there. We saw the economic growth in China first quarter of this year, 4.5%, but I think there are many technical reasons behind that. So the Chinese population is actually contracting, which is quite unusual, because usually countries get rich before they get fewer. And there are one or two exceptions, like the Chinese is one, but that's because of previous policies. And another exception is the Russians themselves. Their population is getting much, much smaller, quite fast. And that, of course, will weigh on economic growth in Russia as well. And the reason why the Russian economy, why the Russian population is getting smaller, there are many reasons. One is that people are simply immigrating. Another reason is they drink too much. That's a very important reason. And maybe just a few comments about the Indian economy. The Indian population this year will be bigger than the Chinese population, the first time ever. And if there's one economy that I really like, it's the Indians. I think the Indian economy is going to be the growth engine of world economic growth for the next couple of years. One or two other economies that I can just mention, the European economy is slowing down quite a lot. I don't think they're going to dip into a recession, but economic growth much slower there. And then, of course, the British economy is in a very deep recession already. When the American economy is just a miracle economy. They keep on increasing interest rates, but despite that, the Americans just keep on creating more and more jobs. And the Fed in the US will keep on increasing interest rates until one or two things break. Either they will stop increasing jobs, in other words, creating jobs in the US, or inflation will come down substantially. One of those things must happen before they start slowing down on interest rate increases in the US. In the meantime, something else broke, and that's the banks. Some of the banks in the US are in deep trouble, but I'm not too concerned about the banking or financial crisis. But clearly, some of the weaker banks globally are falling over. Like, for example, Credit Suisse as well. But Credit Suisse is not necessarily because of high interest rates, but simply because of bad management in the case of Credit Suisse. But some of the other banks, like, for example, Silicon Valley Bank, certainly fell over because of the increase in interest rates there. So what is happening globally is that we saw this increase in inflation because of reasons like, for example, the invasion of Ukraine, but some other reasons as well. The world economy came out of COVID. That resulted in this increase in demand globally, as well as very expansionary fiscal policy approach by most governments internationally, leading to this surge in inflation. Central banks keep on increasing interest rates, and as they increase interest rates, economic growth is slowing down. But I think the worst is probably behind us from a global perspective. I think the Americans might increase interest rates another 25 bips or so, but we're probably very close to or at the end of this tightening cycle from monetary policy internationally. So that's where we found ourselves, the South African economy. Okay, let's talk about a little bit about the South Africa and the South African economy. First, about politics a little bit. We've got a government in South Africa that's caused immense damage to the South African economy. It's basically impossible to calculate the damage that was caused by the ANC government. Now, why is that so? I think there are many reasons for that, but a very important reason is because of the ideology of the ANC government, or then the lack of the ideology. I think the ANC government, they are supposed to be nominally a socialist, left-leaning kind of government with a lot of influence from a South African Communist Party. So I think if you ask them about ideology, they will probably call themselves a socialist movement. But in reality, is that there are only a few real ideologues in the ANC. Now, the real ideologues are people like Ephraim Patel, Pravin Gordhan, and guys like that. They are real ideologues. They really are bleeding heart communists. The rest of them are just incompetent or thieves. So what happens is that the government, like for example, politicians like for example Pravin Gordhan, he will put a plan together to save South African Airways as an example. He will follow the socialist handbook, put everything together. And I've studied communism. I've got a bit of an idea how they do things. They run things by committees. And if there's one thing that's very dangerous, it's a committee of economists. And that's what they do. And that's the reason why the Soviet Union came to an end. And that's what Pravin Gordhan did. For 10 times, they would turn around plans at South African Airways. And for 10 times, he did not succeed in doing that. And the reason is because he compiled this plan, he put the money behind it, they give it to a committee, and they give it to his comrades to implement, and they simply squander or steal the money. That's what happened. So South African Airways came to an end. And that's the nature of the South African government. We've got a government that there are few ideologues, but for the rest, they are mostly incompetent or simply are a bunch of criminals. So what is going to happen, and by the way, I think we've got an exceptionally weak president as well. Look at the last cabinet, the shuffle that the president announced. Nothing really changed in that. And in a way, we've got a double cabinet today. We've got the official cabinet, and then we've got a double cabinet where the president actually announces a number of positions where he tries to, like for example, the new electricity minister, where he tries to bring the important stuff closer to himself. He's trying to create a cabinet within a cabinet. So what's going to happen in the next election? I think South Africa is in a very dangerous place as far as politics are concerned. We are in a transition phase as far as politics are concerned. We are in a process of getting rid of the ANC. So this is the beginning of the end of the ANC. Next year's election, I think chances are quite good that we could see the ANC losing a majority. I think the most likely scenario is for the ANC to get between 45 and 50%. Which means that they can form a coalition with the smaller political parties, some of the smaller political parties, just pushing them over 50%. That's the most likely scenario. So we will still have the ANC in government for a couple of years thereafter, but that's probably going to be the beginning of the end of the ANC. There is a possibility of the ANC just getting over 50%, of course, that's always there, but my feel is that they're going to get less than 50%. There's a possibility of them getting 40 to 45%. If that is the case, then your next president is probably going to be Paul Masachile, and your next deputy president is probably going to be Julius Malema, just by the way. So that certainly is a possibility. If the ANC gets less than 40%, then there's a possibility of the other opposition parties putting a coalition government together. I doubt that is going to happen. So the most likely scenario, more of the ANC for longer, but be at the beginning of the end of the ANC. Now, I've spoken to international investors and local investors. I do that quite a lot. And they've pointed out a lot of risks in South Africa. We know the risks: crime, lack of electricity, crumbling infrastructure. We know all those risks. But recently I've picked up something that I haven't picked up previously. And investors are getting worried about political risk in South Africa as well. So we are in a process of getting into something new politically. And that process in itself is going to be quite disruptive. And so be ready for some political sparks over perhaps the next couple of years. Now look at the South African economy. I just want to touch on a little bit on the fiscal accounts, and then I want to sort of see if I can slot in some of the energy, especially Eskom numbers, into that as well. Now let me give you just a bit of a background. Currently the fiscal debt in South Africa, that's what the Minister of Finance is responsible for. And I must tell you, I was quite impressed with the Minister of Finance. I think he's the best guy that the ANC can offer at the moment. But recently, he's been trying to playing around with certain of the numbers. Unfortunately, we caught him out, and I'm going to share some of those numbers with you. All right. So currently the fiscal debt as a percentage of GDP is just over 70% of GDP. Now, that is what the Minister of Finance is responsible for. The state-owned enterprises, I call them the parasitals, their total outstanding debt is about 450 billion or so in total, of which 420 billion is at Eskom. Most of that debt is guaranteed by the Minister of Finance. So if you add that debt to the existing 70% of GDP, then the actual debt to GDP currently is in excess of 80% of GDP. That's the real debt to GDP. But, and there are a couple of buts here, so let's just unpack some of these buts. So that's a debt situation at the moment. So what's going to happen over the next year or so? According to the Minister of Finance, the fiscal deficit in the current financial year is not going to be a primary deficit, it's going to be a primary surplus. But he's lying. It is not going to be a primary surplus, it's going to be a primary deficit still. Because he forgot, he's budgeting for a fiscal deficit of 4% of GDP, but he forgot to add the amount of money that he's going to transfer to Eskom to his fiscal deficit, which he should. According to the IMF, it should be added to the fiscal deficit. And if you do that, then the actual fiscal deficit in the current financial year is probably going to be, if you adjust for that specific transfer to Eskom, then the debt to GDP will be in excess of 5% of GDP. But there's another problem, and that is the economy is not going to grow this year. I'm going to get back to that just now. So we're talking about economic growth. A best case scenario for the economy is for an economy that is going to grow. I'm talking about 0.1%. That's the sort of scenario, the best case scenario. Chances are quite good that we are already in a recession in South Africa. So that means that if you calculate the ratio, fiscal debt to GDP, you've got a smaller GDP now, that means that the fiscal deficit to GDP is probably in the region of about close to 6% to GDP. Now, this is getting seriously big now. So if you adjust that and see what's going to happen over the next year or so on the fiscal debt numbers, remember we had just over 70% of GDP. If you adjust that for the transfer of Eskom as well, we're talking in the region of about 72, 73% of GDP. If you adjust that for the effect of a smaller GDP, we're talking 75, 76%. And if you add the rest of the guaranteed debt, to the balance sheet of the Minister of Finance, total debt to GDP ratio is probably going to be in the region of about 85% of GDP. Now, this is getting unsustainable. We can't, I mean, we simply cannot afford this. If you look at the debt of Eskom as an example, the Eskom outstanding debt at the moment, 420 billion. Of that 420 billion, approximately, now I say approximately 200 billion of that will be transferred, slightly less actually, about 150, 180 billion will be transferred to the Minister of Finance. Because the Minister of Finance said in the budget he's going to transfer 254 billion from Eskom's debt to his own balance sheet. But it's not going to be 254 billion, it's actually a small amount of that because the rest is interest. Okay, so if you the total outstanding debt of Eskom currently 420 billion, and Eskom is completely financially and operationally has been run into the ground. It's completely bankrupt. The thing doesn't work anymore. There are currently 40,000 people working at Eskom with an average monthly salary of 70,000 rand. Last year, they demanded and they got a 7% increase to the workforce at Eskom, which is irresponsible to get a 7% increase for people that are overpaid as it is in any event. This time around, they're asking the NUMSA is demanding a 15% increase, plus all sort of bells and whistles. They wanted. Now, I would like to see if the Minister of, because in the end it's Pravin Gordhan, by the way, that allowed for all these increases. And Pravin Gordhan is probably the worst Minister of Finance we've ever had in South Africa. I don't know why people think he walks on water. Go and see what happened while he was the Minister of Finance, what happened to the fiscal deficit. He set the ball rolling to get us into the fiscal troubles in which we are in at the moment. He started, and he's the Minister of State-owned enterprises at the moment, and I would like to know if he agreed with that 7% increase in the of the wage bill of Eskom last year. I suspect he did, because he approved the previous unrealistic increases for civil servants as well. So is he going to get a 15% increase this time around? I don't know. The point is, the interesting thing is, and this in a way is quite ironic, is that we are privatizing everything in South Africa. Everything is being privatized. I mean, we've got a government, a developmental government, they call themselves comrades and all sort of silly childish things. But this same government is privatizing more things than what Margaret Thatcher ever could do. And they're not doing it because they changed policy. They're simply doing it because they are doing what they are doing, and they're trying to run things that they cannot run. And what's probably going to happen to Eskom is what's already happened to South African Airways. South African Airways simply came to an end. It just died. I don't think the castle deal is going to go ahead anyway. We're waiting for information. And it's like everything else, it takes forever. The same is currently happening to the post office. It's just coming to an end. It's just dying. It's under provisional liquidation at the moment. Maybe they're going to give it a couple of extra billion rands or whatever, waste more money. South African Airways wants another 3 billion rand or whatever. They're probably going to get it, I just don't know. The same is going to happen to Eskom. Eskom is simply going to come to an end. It's just going to come to an end. The only part that I think will survive at Eskom will be the transmission network. The transmission network is the only thing that's a natural monopoly. It makes sense for the state to keep that in any event. But for the rest, it's just going to come to an end, like South African Airways, like the post office, like the local authorities, like most of the other state-owned enterprises. Having a look at economic growth in South Africa, now I did say that I expect economic growth around about 0. It's not only me, it's the IMF, it's the South African Reserve Bank. They all expect economic growth of 0.1, 0.2, 0.3%. I suspect that we are already in a recession, depending on your definition of a recession. If your definition of a recession is 2 negative quarters, then we might be in a recession already. Last quarter last year was a negative. First quarter this year could be another negative. Looking at the mining figures and the manufacturing figures and so on, it seems to me as if this first quarter this year is going to be in a negative as well, pushing South Africa in a so-called technical recession. But of course there are many other definitions for a recession. One definition is that the economy is growing below potential, for example, or where people are getting poorer, for example. Those are all definitions for a recession. And if you follow one of those definitions, then we've been in a recession for 10 years in South Africa already. So I do a lot of comparisons with South Africa, comparing South Africa to the world, comparing South Africa to Sub-Saharan Africa, and on all sort of variables. And just about on all variables, South Africa is falling behind. Or really backward places, like for example, many countries in Sub-Saharan Africa are catching up with South Africa. We are falling behind very, very far. And even places like Sub-Saharan Africa is catching up with us. It's not only bad news, there are some good news stories as well. Now, one very good news story is about electricity. I've done a calculation in 2007. I'm going to try to bear with me for the moment. In 2007, assume you've got 100 units of electricity, and that 100 units of electricity could produce 100 units of the economy. So you produce 100 units of GDP with 100 units of electricity in 2007. Today, or last year, for 100 units of electricity, Eskom electricity, today we produce 135 units of GDP. So in a way, we improved our electricity productivity quite dramatically in South Africa. Of course, it's not only the improvement in efficiency of electricity use, it is also people generating their own electricity, making use of their own electricity. So that's the point I want to make all the time. Eskom is just going to come to an end because we're using a third less of Eskom today than in 2007, and that trend will simply continue. Of course, it's highly disruptive to the economy. I've calculated with load shedding at roundabout levels 1, 2, and 3, the economy cannot grow faster than 1.5%. Today, we're lucky if we see anything below 6, load shedding level of around about 6. Load shedding level around about 6 means that the economy cannot grow at 1%. And that's why economic growth is going to be stuck somewhere below 1% or so. In an environment where the population is growing by about 1.2% or so. We're making it easy to understand why we're getting poorer, because electricity is a major constraint on the South African economy. But not only electricity, things like, for example, lack of infrastructure, the railroads collapsing and everything that goes with that. But the silver lining certainly is we're using electricity much more efficiently today. One or two other things. I think the press in South Africa is very independent. That's a good thing. Keep it like that. The press in South Africa is doing an excellent job. Something else, I think the senior judges in South Africa, especially the Chief Justice, I think that was an excellent appointment. Chief Justice Zondo, He proved himself to be an independent judge. He's doing an excellent job. That's without a doubt. That's a big silver lining in South Africa. And something else is the South African Central Bank. The Reserve Bank is doing a very good job. Lesetja Kganyago, he started relatively early in the cycle of increasing interest rates, trying to squeeze inflation out of the system. The last inflation number, 7.1%, was a bit of a shocker. I think the Reserve Bank is likely to increase interest rates again, but not by much. I think another 25 bips. I think we're close to that upper turning point on inflation, and therefore also an upper turning point as far as interest rates are concerned. The Reserve Bank is battling to get not only inflation down, but inflation expectations down as well. Lesetja Kganyago made it clear that he wants a lower inflation target, which is a good thing. And hopefully there will be, eventually we will accept lower inflation targets. But here's the problem. We've got the fiscal accounts, the Minister of Finance, and he's spending far too much money. He must spend less money. Just by the way, do you know 30 million people, 30 million people get an income from the state every month out of a population of 62 million? I mean, this is just not sustainable. It is completely unsustainable. But anyway, so the Minister of Finance is spending more than 6% of GDP. That's the expansionary fiscal stance because of the huge fiscal deficit. While the Lesetja Kganyago is trying to stop the economy, dampen demand in the economy by increasing interest rates because inflation is becoming a problem. So what we have in situation is the fiscal accounts is stepping on the fuel, while the Reserve Bank is stepping on the brakes. And that will keep that, and until we get more synchronized macroeconomic policy approach, I'm afraid this conflict between fiscal and monetary policy will remain with that, and I think also that eventually politicians will start putting more and more pressure on the Reserve Bank to let go a little bit on inflation. Because if you let go on inflation, then in real terms, state debt as GDP starts coming down. Let me repeat that. So if you let go on inflation, then prices keep on going up, but debt remains constant in nominal terms, but the economy gets bigger in nominal terms, which means that the ratio will start coming down. Doesn't mean we're getting better off. It simply means that the ratio comes down. So the political pressure on the Reserve Bank will increase over the next couple of years because the Minister of Finance is simply politically not in a position to cut back on state spending. So expect things like nationalization of the Reserve Bank. We're hearing that already, a dual mandate for the Reserve Bank and all that sort of nonsense. Okay, so that's where we find ourselves in South Africa at the moment. One or two industries that I like, that I would like to share with you, a few industries that I really like. Now the first one, I'm going to leave agriculture as one of those, but I'm going to leave that for last. Let me just mention one or two other industries, and this is from it's not necessarily South African perspective. It's from a macroeconomic, from a global perspective. One industry that I really like is education. I think education is going to change, and it's going to change quite dramatically. There are amazing investment opportunities in education. In future, education is going to be shorter courses. You can chop and change your courses that you want to follow. Some people can go faster or slower, whatever the case may be. Technology will allow you to really put a course together that really suits you. And education in the future will be something that we will keep on doing until you die. That you die. This idea that you get a qualification and then you're done, that's certainly old school. In future, qualifications will be much less important and skills will be far more important. And that's where the emphasis is going to be. And what's also a good thing about education in future, people will be allowed, it will be possible even for poor people. As long as you've got a good internet connection, you will have access to world-class education. So that's good. Education is one of those industries. Another industry that I like is personalized medicine and wearables, these watches and things. These watches can measure things, as we know. Even I see a new one that they can even measure your blood pressure and even your sugar in your blood. It can be measured through your sweat and things like, for example, oxygen levels and all that. And that coupled with genetic profiling creates amazing opportunities at all sort of levels. So in future, you won't get a Disprin or antibiotics you will get an antibiotic that was built for you personally. So there are many investment opportunities there as well. Another industry that I really like is finance. Finance is changing quite a lot and expect some more changes to come. especially in things like, for example, payment systems. But not only that, but the nature of money is likely to change as well. I'm referring to things like, for example, so-called cryptocurrencies. So I think cryptocurrencies, private sector cryptocurrencies, or digital currencies is actually a better word, will continue to play a very important role in the economy and in finance. But what we're probably going to see in future as well is central bank digital currencies. Now, central bank digital currency, the introduction, that it exists already. It's nothing new. It exists already. We're going to see that in South Africa as well. But a central bank digital currency, what it basically means is that you, for all practical purposes, open an account at the central bank. At the moment, individuals are not allowed to have an account at the central bank. Only banks are allowed to have accounts at central banks. But if you have a wallet, a central bank digital wallet, it basically means that you will have an account at the central bank, which will open up questions about the future of banks. And I think the future of banks is going to look different. What it's going to look like, I'm not sure, but I think the function of banks is going to be significantly different from what we have become accustomed to. Banks will have a different function in future. Today, banks are basically deposit takers and lenders. That's what banks do. And in future, if they don't take that much deposits, then of course the function of banks will change. How that is going to play out, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure things are going to change. Just keep in mind also that central bank digital currencies are programmable. So digital currencies are programmable currencies. And a programmable currency means that whoever is in charge of that currency has got huge power over whoever uses that currency. Let me give you an example. The central bank may decide that people drink too much, so they will program the central bank digital currency so you won't be able to use this to buy brandy, argument's sake. So that can happen. And in fact, that is happening in a way already. Because in China, if you say bad things about government on your website, then you get all sort of negative social marks and you can't buy a train ticket. So that's the reality. That's immense power in the hands of whoever is in charge of a digital currency. And they can decide to punish you and to take 10% away from your money, as an example, that sort of stuff. There are certain benefits, but watch out, this is Big Brother on steroids. So finance is some major changes happening, and then the last one, of course, is agriculture. I think agriculture is one of those industries that's going to it's already making amazing progress. Now, agriculture is a typical dirty industry. Agriculture is part of the primary industry. And if you look at the typical business model of agriculture in South Africa and many places in the world still, it's one guy, he's responsible for the whole operation, and the farm belongs to him, he's the personnel manager, he's a financial responsible, he can go and borrow money at the bank and put it into his farm, and he takes off the harvest and go back, pay back the bank, that sort of stuff. That is a basic business model of many farms today. Now that's going to change. Farms are becoming, or agriculture is becoming corporatized. Agriculture is not a primary industry anymore. A lot of value add happening in agriculture is actually happening in the tertiary part. A geneticist is a very good example. Geneticists, geneticists, what's the plural of geneticists? Geneticists, they work at universities, what they basically do, they analyze the genome of a living organism and they email it to each other. They digitize life in a way. So that is typically a tertiary kind of activity. So the point about agriculture, because of amazing technological changes, I think agriculture is becoming more mainstream, and much of agriculture today is actually becoming part of the tertiary industry, more of the digitizable part of the economy and more service-orientated as well. And that's where politicians and many farmers are actually making a mistake, because this emotional thing about land, and land is not where the real value lies. The real value is what you do with the land. That's really what matters. And then I think I'm done. So I'm a little bit over my time. I just want to make a last comment. And so people just about South Africa again. People ask me, should I emigrate? And I think that's the wrong question. Again, if you look at the composition of economies today, it's not about whether you should emigrate or not. What is important is to understand where the modern economy is going, what is happening in the modern economy, and a couple of things that you need. First of all, if you live in South Africa, you must be safe. It's a dangerous place. They kill you here. So you must be safe. You have to make sure that you have the necessary skills. That's very important. You must be sure you've got the hardware and you've got a good internet connection. Then it doesn't matter where you are. So stay here. We've got nice weather. nice steaks, nice brandy, South Africa is a nice place to be. And then 2 final points is that make sure that if you look at your personal finances, make sure you diversify your personal finances and make sure that you take a significant part of your portfolio abroad for many reasons, not because only of South Africa, but there are many more opportunities internationally. And then the last very important comment, do not break any laws, but make sure you pay as little tax as possible. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Baie dankie. Thank you, Davie. Entertaining as always. We are a few minutes behind schedule. I'm not too worried about it. We can always shorten our lunch. I think I'm going to allow maybe one question. Is that okay, Willie? To Davie. So, Jack, I'm going to give somebody else. You can have your question at the panel when we sit. Anybody else for a question? If there's nobody else, I'm going to give Jack the opportunity. No other questions? Okay, Jack, you've got the mic. Can we have the mic? Yeah? You're in front? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to find out your thoughts on Telkom, taking into consideration that their value proposition at the present moment is OpenServe, and there has been various interested parties in terms of acquiring Telkom, and the government is a major stakeholder.
Yes.
And they're going through a Section 189. And the second one, your thoughts on Transnet from a leadership perspective.
Yes.
In terms of the sustainability of the leadership, taking into consideration that there has been many challenges in terms of cable theft,
Yes.
Availability of locomotives, the unsustainable rail infrastructure, where we have seen an evolution from rail to road,
Yes.
which impacts producers in this room from an
Significant.
export perspective and
Yeah.
a cost price perspective to the end user.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not an expert in Telkom. One or two things perhaps about Telkom. Telkom was one of those state-owned enterprises, well, semi-state-owned enterprise, that was actually quite successful until fairly recently. The share price came down quite a lot. I understand there's some financial issues, but I'm not an expert in that. What I would like to see in Telkom is for the state simply to sell it, to sell their stake in Telkom. So, but I'm not an expert in Telkom. As far as the other infrastructures, not only railways, but infrastructure in South Africa is concerned, that is a huge obstacle to economic growth in South Africa. I guess you guys in agriculture, you are faced with major obstacles because of the trains are simply not available. But I speak to the guys in the mining industry. Yes, see, they're suffering, those guys. The answer to this is probably what is happening in what's a Cape Town? There's a town in Cape Ceres, I think it is, where they've got a private rail from Ceres to town to the harbour, apparently, and it's run by a private company, completely private, and it works fine. I think that's perhaps the answer to the end, is that the private sector will start taking over this stuff. But of course, because the railroads are not working properly, the roads are being destroyed by big lorries and stuff like that. But yes, that is a major obstacle to South Africa. I can't see that being resolved soon.
Ladies and gents, I think we're going to break for tea. Can we reconvene? Please be seated by 20 past 11. So please make sure that you come in around 20 past 11 so we can start with a very interactive panel discussion with Davie and the previous speakers and some other speakers led by Anli Harten. Thank you. See you in 20 minutes.
Ultra beats on the track.
Now that is good cooperation. Thank you, everybody. I think everybody's excited about the panel discussion that's going to take place. I think everybody's got a lot of questions. We've received some online questions that we will also share. Is everybody in from outside? Thank you very much for sticking to the timelines. We're going to move to point 5.4 on the agenda, which is the panel discussion. The panel discussion will be facilitated by Anli Hattem. Anli has been a news anchor for well-known South African news channel ENCA for 10 years. She's also a content producer for media and marketing company called Brand Republic, who are responsible for television programs like Landbou Weekliks, Meeras Grond, and African Farming, amongst others. And then our panelists, you have listened to Fore van Skalkwyk from Sun Cybernetics. I'm not going to introduce him again. You have listened to Harvey Viljoen from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And lastly, you've listened to Davie Rood, the Chief Economist of the Efficient Group. And they will be joined by two other members from the producer side, who is Sarel Haasbroek from Terra Aqua Farming. He's been involved with Terra Aqua for 30 years, and it's mixed farming in the western area of Gauteng. So, Sarel, welcome to you. Thanks for joining us. Sarel farms mostly with irrigation potatoes and verwerking. Processing, sorry, that just... Thanks for Andre to giving me this in Afrikaans. I'm translating as I'm going. So, processing of potatoes and a lot of different grain plantings as well. And energy is high on his agenda. So, Sarel, looking forward to your contribution to this panel discussion. And then we have Johan Erasmus. Johan Erasmus is the owner of Easy Greens. He produces potatoes, saadmielies, maize, and citrus. And energy is obviously, having a pack house, it is a contentious issue in the environment. So I'm going to ask the panelists if you can join us, and our facilitator, Anli, if you can grab the microphone and kick off with a panel discussion. We've allocated an hour and a half for this discussion, and then we'll break for lunch. So it is now 11:23. So I think we have time till around 1 o'clock. Is that fine? Good.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting us all. I speak on behalf of, I think, the fellow panelists here for the opportunity to share some ideas and insights and experiences with you. I have brought a strategic bottle of water with me. I was told that if Davie is taking part, the conversation might get heated. Don't worry, I'm prepared. I also have my phone. Please don't think I'm being antisocial if now and then I check the questions that you're all sending through online. I want to try and get as much of your feedback into the discussion as possible. I promise I'm not on Facebook. And I want to kick off the discussion with something I read a little bit earlier today. It's a quote from Benjamin Franklin. And he said, "Energy and persistence conquer all things." Now, I think in agriculture in South Africa, we definitely have the persistence component locked down. We have some of the most versatile, energetic, diverse, and dedicated agriculturalists, I think, in the world. But the energy factor is proving to be a big problem. And that's metaphorically and in terms of actual physical power to get things done. So this is a critical conversation for everyone, whether you're in primary production, whether you're further down the value chain in processing or logistics, or whether you're an input supplier and you have an agribusiness. Everyone has an important stake in trying to find the solutions. So thank you to all the panelists for taking part and providing us with your insights and experiences. I think for some context, to get some insights from our producers, let's start off with Johan and Sadel, just to get some perspective on your specific and unique energy challenges, the kind of usage, the kind of areas where you find the biggest constraints. And I think let's start down on the end there with you, Sadel.
Yeah, thank you, Hanlie. We are producers in the western part of Gauteng, mostly under irrigation. We produce potatoes for the processing need. And our big challenges that we have with the energy comes from the way potatoes are produced. You do have to have a rotation for your crops. And that makes it quite difficult because you're rotating over different farms to move your if you've got let's say a solar panel or alternative energy source to move that across different farms or even different areas on the farms to use that as an alternative for the current energy provider. And I'd say further on in this situation we are losing some time during the days with power cuts or that we have now. You know, your systems are designed to give a certain amount of water per hectare per day. Let's say it either be 8 or 10 or 12 millimeters per hectare per day. So if you lose 6 or 8 hours or 4 hours per day, it's impossible to catch up with that lost water irrigation that you were supposed to give. And that makes it, you put your crop under a big risk. And that poses also a big problem for us, or a big risk factor, especially looking at on a crop like potatoes, where you've got really quite a high input cost. It makes your risk factor quite big, and it's very difficult to mitigate that risk in this situation.
Cyril, just for context, do you have alternative energy systems in place, and if so, what are they?
Well, at this stage, we only have mobile diesel generators that we move around, and you cannot do this sustainably on all your crops because most of your grain crops hasn't got that high value. So you rather focus on something like your high value crops, potatoes or whatever, and you can move around that and try and get to your levels, moisture levels on your ground, but that's not sustainable.
Johan, over to you. Give us a brief context of your situation.
Yes, thanks, Hanlie. Yeah, we are more or less in the same situation as Cyril. We also produce processing potatoes for the likes of the McCains and the Simbas of the world. And as Cyril said, well, we produce, try to produce around the country. We've got a sort of 12-month contract, so that needs us to farm in various areas. All the farms doesn't belong to us, so we rent some of the farms. So to put up renewable energy or solar or whatever on a rental farm doesn't make sense at all. As Cyril said, potatoes is a very high value crop. And I don't want to really quote numbers here, but I mean, the risk in losing potatoes not being irrigating efficiently can have a big loss on your crop, and that means a big loss in income. We also then have a pack shed just outside of Pretoria where we wash and pack, where we've got cold rooms, and we produce some of our own seed. We keep some of our own seed. And the cold rooms obviously has got to stay at a certain temperature at between 3 and 4 degrees. And that's where load shedding becomes quite a problem, because if you lose that cold chain, there's a lot of money in that cold rooms that you can lose. So we've got the alternatives in generators that we've got at the pack house. But as you know, I mean, the cost of diesel at some stage is just not efficient enough anymore, and the cost and the risk is so high that I mean, we've evaluated our situation in planting, and we've reduced it quite a bit, and mainly because of the energy crisis that we've got at the moment. Because to put so much effort and everything, and there's a lot of other things that also can go wrong. It's not just the energy, the Eskoms and the electricity crisis. There's a lot of other things, and the risk just becomes so high that you've got to rethink your strategy going forward in planting, and especially where we're talking potatoes now. And that made us go back to the drawing table, and we've decided to plant much less potatoes the years coming. And one of the main reasons is definitely the energy crisis that we've got at the moment.
In your negotiations with the companies that you have contracts with, what kind of reception do you get from them in terms of their understanding of the constraints? You know, are they looking to shift those agreements to other suppliers? Because that's not sustainable for your business either. So I know everyone's in the same position in terms of experiencing the impact of the energy crisis. But what kind of reception are you getting?
Well, I think there's quite a bit of willingness to get some information. Maybe just the other point that we need to also express is that, you know, especially with sun energy, we also need the energy at night for irrigation purpose. So, you know, sun energy is not at the end of the day the solution for us. We need some either backup batteries or whatever, or diesel generation. And so we, at this stage, I must say, we're struggling to find the best solution to solve this problem.
Fora, I want to come to you. To maybe give some insights from the industry into, we're going to get into big solutions and the way forward a little bit down the line. But what are your initial thoughts just listening to the context painted by the two producers we have with us today?
Great, thank you. So when we look at the feasibility of a solar PV or hybrid system, we typically have to look at the load profile in terms of the consumption. And clearly, listening to your seasonal application, there's a time period where it would work great, but then there's, you know, nighttime can be overcome with storage, for example. But there's still this big gap in terms of not utilizing that technology. So, and that then becomes a challenge, because then you would like to have a solution that you would possibly want to transport between sites, and that's where the generator approach is then the way to go. The only thing I'm thinking of in the context of the mechanisms that's in place that might change the financial model to make it more plausible would be to say, put in a big enough alternative supply solution that could be a combination of battery storage and solar, wind if you're in the right place. But where you could benefit from your system in the non-seasonal periods is, for example, an option which we refer to as banking. I know Eskom has this banking option where you're allowed to export excess power. And that excess power, you then build up credits where you can then utilize that in the seasonal period. So that's one option. The other option would be wheeling, which is actually quite new. It's a new concept that's coming in. And wheeling in principle says that you can then say, whatever excess power I push back into the network, I wheel to my other points of supply or to my other consumers. And that doesn't have to be, let's say, one of your own plants or one of your own clients. It could be another off-taker that's part of the supply chain that says, listen, I'm consuming a lot of power, I don't have sufficient space for solar, but I'm willing to buy the electricity from you at a rate. And obviously when one needs to look into the cost in that regard. So the mechanisms are there to say, in that non-seasonal period, what do I do with this excess energy if the solar PV plant is fixed there? And it might be that, for example, maybe it's just the storage component that you're moving between sites, but the solar stays there in terms of the energy side. Obviously, the wheeling only allows for energy to be transported from one point to another, but it does not cover the load shedding aspect. For there, you will need something other than storage or backup generation, or, like we said, some other form of technology that can supply the power when there's insufficient power from renewable energy.
So we're going to get into a little bit more of the technicalities down the line. I want to take a step back and come to you, Dawie. you said we are in an energy revolution. Was that you?
I mentioned it, but
that was you.
it's fine.
Sorry.
But, yeah.
Okay. I want to still direct the question to you. A revolution often is coupled with a revolt. And I think there's a question from many South Africans in the business space whether there is anything more to be done. Because we hear this constantly, that we need to take matters into our own hands. You need to become independent. You need to stop relying on solutions to be provided for you by government, and we need to create those solutions ourselves. Apart from that sort of empowered, independent, free-thinking, let's take charge attitude, is there anything more that needs to happen from society in terms of a broader social, let's call it a revolt for lack of a better word, that could have an impact on the energy situation, or is it very much out of our hands?
Can I sort of approach it slightly differently?
Approach it how you like.
Let me just give the revolution part maybe some context. I did mention there are 30 million people getting an income from the state every month. We've got perhaps about 1.5 million people paying just about all the personal income taxes. We've got less than 1,000 companies, 770 companies paying 2/3 of all company taxes in the country. We've got unemployment levels, pick a number, but it's high, very, very high. We've got rising levels of absolute poverty in South Africa. We've got rising food prices. We've got a coming election. This is a toxic mix. I'm not talking about a revolution, but I'm talking about possibility of people in the streets burning stuff down. So that I'm very, very concerned about something like that. And politicians, politicians, they like to stir things a little bit. Another angle to this is that technological progress that is happening, and that's also a revolution. A revolution is not necessarily a negative thing. A revolution can be a positive thing. We are currently in a fourth industrial revolution, basically, where we're moving into, for example, artificial intelligence. It's probably going to, I just read a report this morning, 300 million people are probably going to lose their jobs in the next couple of years because of artificial intelligence. Your job, by the way, is on the line, because journalists journalists are potentially on the line as well, and economists, just by the way. The economist's job should have been on the line a long time ago, I believe. So that is a revolution that is happening as well. And then another angle that I think is important to understand is that, coming back more to your question, is that, remember, what is the nature of a state? A state is nothing but an organization that monopolizes violence. That's what the state does. The state monopolizes violence. And the social pact is between us, the people, and whoever runs the state, the government. And the social pact is, I will not take the law in my own hands. I will give the right to take the law. I will cede that to the state. I will fund the state with my taxes, and the state must look after me. That is called that is a state. So they use violence, they monopolize violence. I'm not allowed to do that, and they use this violence to protect me. So that's the social pact in a very crude way. That's not happening in South Africa. The state has broken the social pact, the ANC government. So why should we keep on paying taxes? Because they've broken their side of the deal. So what I'm also concerned about is that the state is collapsing. The state is not collapsing, government. The state hasn't failed, the government has failed to a large extent. And we see that in infrastructural things, but we see it in all sorts of institutions in South Africa also, under tremendous strain. And that's where the opportunity, in a way. So I think we don't have a choice but to take matters in our own hands to a lot. And we're doing that. And I think we're doing an excellent job in that. So I think we must continue doing that. So simple things. Know who your neighbor is. Join whatever organizations like what we're doing here. That's that kind of thing. Because some people say that we have to create a state-proof institutions. And perhaps that is the way to go about it.
Harvey, just looking at the broader context of investment in clean energy. You mentioned $2.4 trillion invested in clean energy globally. How does that compare to the global current spend on outdated forms of energy, fossil fuels? And not to be controversial, but we're looking at finding some sense of balance where we have to acknowledge that the energy systems we have are broken. We cannot keep investing more money into broken energy and to redistribute it?
Caught me off guard there. I don't have a specific figure. I think it's the trajectory that's quite significant and important in that pure fossil fuel-based major investments. I mean, people in the financial industry, Dawie & Co., and those clever people will tell you that there seems to be a bit of an aversion for those investors to keep on perpetuating fossil fuel-based new fixed investment, right? So that current balance, I'm not sure, but it's pretty much grinding to a halt if one looks at the international stats. So in South Africa, obviously a bit different because you know that we are sitting with this dilemma that I think currently is at 54% or something. Maybe before we'll know better, of the total mix still sitting in coal, right? And so it's a good reason for it because we got that natural resource. So how about just being a bit more smarter in terms of extracting and utilizing it, right? So I suspect the South African trajectory is going to be slightly different. It's just a personal view. It's not an official one. Because we know that level with remember the added pressure and this whole debate about decarbonizing and reducing greenhouse gas emissions whilst you have precisely what Dawie said, massive unemployment and a whole range of other socioeconomic issues. So therefore the thinking would be to perhaps over time transition much more slower than perhaps global counterparts would be because they've got those other two driving forces. Remember, they're big on climate change. Here with us, Davie's right. Here, it's about are people surviving, or so are enterprise being set up, and are people being employed, yes or no? So, yes, this other big debate is very important, but I suspect here where we are and where the continent is going, possibly going to find perhaps better ways to utilize that existing so-called outdated, very dirty natural mineral resource base for many of the technologies, by the way, that we've spoken about. So I don't know whether that answers your question, but I think our trajectory is different. The specific number I am not sure of. Point is, globally, if you look at those trends, clearly that's where the money is flowing. So if you look at the other slide we had was on technological innovation. So that primarily being driven by private sector, and it's purely in the clean energy space. So it's not going to stop. With us, it's a bit different. I think we only number 33 in terms of R&D spend or something, which is actually not bad given our situation. But so at a global level, or as a composite number. So I don't know whether that answers your question, but it's slowly dying a certain death. I mean, globally, that's what one is observing through the media and papers and people like International Energy Agency. However, South Africa, different story. Maybe this is the opportunity. I think one of the speakers mentioned it. So creating opportunity, using this dilemma, using this crisis as an opportunity to create true local solutions, meaning local at a local level, but across a value chain, across a local geography, in our case South Africa and beyond, as opposed to just, shall we say, copy-pasting global so-called cleaner technologies, because I'm not completely convinced, by the way. There has to be something beyond lithium. We cannot be this dependent upon China. This is a danger zone.
I want to come back to that local, global China situation with you, Dawie, in a second.
Yeah.
But I wanted to look specifically at the balance. We've looked at the balance of investment for it, the balance of generation and storage innovation. I think Harvey showed us a graph a little bit earlier where we saw a lot of green, what you called mature technologies on the side of storage, but fewer available technologies on the side of generation. And there, that becomes very important for guys like SARL and Johan, where they need to have a balance of both. They need to be able to generate when obviously the sun, or when the power source is there. But, you know, if that doesn't also tie into existing models and the grid, etc., we're still at a loss.
So I think the challenge that we have is that we need to work with the technology that's there or that's available, and obviously solar having a limitation in terms of what it can produce during the day. If you were, for example, just as an example, combine that with wind, the two can actually complement each other quite well if it's a wind resource area. We've seen that on our farm where we're totally off grid, and if it's not, as soon as the sun sets, the wind starts to pick up, and you've got some generation during the night. And we see that also on a cloudy day. If it's cloudy and limited sunlight, there's typically wind associated with that. So it really complements the two. And the challenge is that you are, in terms of that, and even all the other options, you are in a way limited to where you are located and what other resources or materials are available for that specific area. So, for example, it might be that you situated next to a river, or there's a big dam, where hydro or a water pump scheme could be a potential solution because of what's already there.
I'm going to stop you there for it, because it's all very well to talk about all the solutions available. Solar, wind, biomass, hydrogen cells, it all goes a little bit above my head some days. But it's pie in the sky unless they are accessible in terms of capex. Sarel, Johan, maybe you could give us a perspective on the realistic access of producers in South Africa, given the multitude of challenges, weather challenges, climate change, infrastructure challenges. It's the list is never ending, and that you're so positive despite that is very heartening. What can you physically access?
Well, I think at this stage, if we just talk practically, the input cost, and especially in potato side, has gone up so much. And well, from our side, I think we've been ignoring the solar and alternative energy for a few years now, because well, everybody keeps on saying it's like the iPhone. If you've got or the computer, if you've got one today, tomorrow it's outdated. So we're waiting for that perfect and where the price is right. But I think the time has come now that we've definitely got to look at it and investigate. And we've obviously, and I think from a practical side, the issue for us now is there's obviously so many, from a farmer's perspective, there's so many guys out there that want to come and give you quotes. And listening now to Fora and Harvey, there's a lot of ways that you can go. And the thing is to make the right decision there. And then the other thing is, I mean, 5 years back, I think it was expensive. It's still very expensive, and where to get the funding. And I hear the banks and everybody and organizations like where Harvey is now, there's a lot of funding available and grants and so on available. And well, my question will be, how easy is it to qualify which is the best guys to go with, and how to access that funding, and what do? You just, I know where to go to ABSA, but I'm not sure where to go to all the other places.
Sarel?
Yes, I think the one thing, we did a very thorough investigation and calculation on what we're paying in 21-22, and only 56% of the amount that we were paying to the electricity provider was for energy. The rest was for line rental, admin, and whatever other cost. And the other big thing is that if you, let's say, you're not adding anything to your production capacity if you go to an alternative, so you're not increasing any capacity.
Yeah.
So you just mitigating your risk at quite a big cost. But unfortunately, we're going into that direction that we've got to do it. Otherwise, we might end up without a sustainable operation.
Harvey, yes. I'm glad you're raising your hand, because at the same time as you address the point that you want to raise, perhaps you could give us some insights into the accessibility of those incentives, tax breaks, etc., for solar and alternatives.
Thank you. So tax breaks, National Treasury, so completely different space. We can't speak on their behalf. So before I get to that one, may I just add a point on this issue of, okay, so how do you now capitalize this, a mixture? Let's say someone has engineered an interesting puzzle piece from two or three technologies lumped together, minimizing your total cost of supply, as Fora said, life cycle cost. But hey, there's no Standard Bank, no ABSA, nobody there, because that are keen to fund the entire transaction. I'm foreseeing a future where some of these so-called, Fora, you may know, the what do they call themselves? Energy supply companies, ESCOs. is becoming a new feature. And I think the point was made earlier, I can't remember Davi or someone, about this decentralization in a way of energy. So meaning that as we speak, maybe it's a bit too early to say exactly where that solution is going to be found, but it's going to be found in a different paradigm, in a different institutional vehicle that perhaps then it's almost electrons as a service type thing for, I don't know whether that's correct. I mean, engineering friends must check each other, but I think this is where it's going to go. So meaning we're going to find a whole new ecosystem developing of those that are then able to project engineer, put it together, so that the client can still do what they want to do. So they stick to their primary business, packaging, processing, whatever that is, transportation, and you have a third party that actually puts it all together. So it's almost like a, shall we say, miniaturized version of an ESCOM, of a previous ESCOM, I don't know, for lack of a better word, right? So geography by geography, or perhaps across production of value chains, or perhaps concentrated areas of major production or value adding. I suspect that's potentially where it's going to go, meaning at this dimension of different institutional structures in future that'll help to engineer these solutions. That's personally what I think is going to happen. In addition to a different type of source of capital being roped into those. So therefore a bit of a disruption to the existing classical way of saying, you know what, we're not going to invest or provide debt finance here because we don't see an IRR or an equity investor, we don't see an IRR of 11, 12%, so we're not interested. Many of these technologies won't give you that if they stick to the existing classical, well, maybe a 10, 15-year evaluation period of the cash flow model. So you're going to need different type of capital to capitalize this. But I'm suspecting this third party, shall we say, institutional new ecosystem is going to be the one that comes up with those solutions. To your previous point about the incentives, remember those industrial incentives, it's really taxpayers' reinvestment and co-investment into projects, right? So believe it or not, on the high end, the critical infrastructure program or incentive that I mentioned a bit earlier, that typically could co-fund a particular installation, hopefully cleaner. That again, it falls into that space where a bank is saying, listen, but if you can de-risk this 20, 30%, yeah, maybe then we'll look at it because it starts getting appetizing for us to fund it as a classical transaction, even though we know very little about a hydrogen manufacturing plant, first time we see one. But that technology is actually well proven. I mean, it's on our doorstep, right? I'm just picking one example. So then be able to financially engineer it in such a way that one would plan for this upfront, obviously, because with DTI, because it's taxpayer money, people will have to do their paperwork, they'll have to apply well in advance, go through a whole committee and due diligence process, et cetera. But then depending on how it was structured, so typically for that entity that drives that engineering solution, they could qualify, as I mentioned here on the top end, 50 million rand per installation. And then there are a few percentages that also kick into play there, i.e. 40-60 if it's a pure private institution, 80-20 typically if it sits within existing SEZ or one of the industrial areas. So there's some fine print and rules which one will have to understand. But the point being that those are available. I mean, in the space that Fora plays, there's another component. Just looking at, for instance, crafting the bankable feasibility for it, capped at 5% of the total feasibility. Maybe it is a mega scale one. So this is maybe on the top end, quite a large, big vision across the entire region, perhaps capped at 50 million rand and or 5% of the cost of the BFS. So typically that's the cost of this is now on the front end, that the engineers would need to then engineer that particular project. So there's another possible contribution. So that's on the infrastructure side. And then I previously mentioned some of the innovation ones. So that really is targeting those that are really brave at heart and are saying, we've heard about this thing about the compressed air solution. That sounds interesting. Oh, by the way, that technology is being developed as we speak. There's a small company in Krugersdorp that's starting to export it to Australia, as I previously mentioned. So saying maybe we should scale that for our operation, because that's one thing we know we got here. We don't have wind, we don't have solar, we've got hydro issues, whatever. Okay, fine. So how about in your project engineering work, enlisting the service of a project engineer, so typically that's what they do, spec it, decide whether it's feasible technically, and then build a commercial model around it and say, okay, but there's a bit of adaptation that I want to do here, because what I want to do is I want to use in this case now, the wastewater that comes from it which typically could fill a swimming pool once a day that comes from the air, but we're going to have to treat the water. So there's a bit of innovation still to happen there before we figure it all out in South Africa. Okay, fine. So how about defining then that as a project and then applying to one of those incentives at the high-end risk sort of curve? I think it's 15 million, I think, over a 3-year period, saying, listen, I want to engage a few clever academics and others, and we want to engineer that solution for our specific purpose. So that's another possibility. Again, must apply beforehand, and did leave some contact details, but we can go into the detailed criteria at some other point. And then there was the other one that purely not so much on a research innovation side, but on then prototyping, as it were, a particular process or a product. So 3 to 5 million rand per project. Just remember the undertone here is these are private enterprises applying directly for what will benefit them. This is not some social scheme, CSI type spending. Unfortunately, those projects are receiving a lot of due diligence prior to approval, and once approved, obviously they've got to execute according to plan. But I don't know whether it partly answers some of the question. I don't want to do a whole publicity stunt here.
No, absolutely. I think that's valuable information. Davi, the situation in China. If I'm not correct, if I am correct, most of the solar panels PV technology currently comes from there, correct, Flora? Right.
Batteries. Yeah, most PV, we could argue most comes from China, but it's actually Southeast Asia and batteries. So a big portion of that is still input for that. I can actually mention in terms of panels, there are local manufacturers that's pushing up that local content portion. So there's movement in that regard,
Because that was going to be my question as well, is whether we have the industrial capacity to localize production should the situation in China and Taiwan become very problematic, and what your sort of, not prediction, but your gut feeling is around timelines.
You want to ask Davi first? Yeah.
Yeah, but the local production capacity, I don't know. I think you will probably give a better answer to that. But perhaps angle to this will be a bit of a BRICS answer, I guess. Now, South Africa shouldn't be part of BRICS. I mean, we are so small. I mean, we shouldn't be part of BRICS. But we got a lucky break there, and we are part of BRICS. I think it's a good thing to be a member of the BRICS group. I think the reason why we're part of BRICS is because we basically represent Africa. In early June, there will be a meeting of foreign affairs ministers in South Africa of the BRICS countries, and there are 19 countries wanting to join BRICS. And I'm very excited about certain countries, like, for example, Saudi Arabia, wanting to join BRICS. We don't currently have a member in the Middle East, and countries like, for example, Iran. Keep in mind that there's some other political changes happening as well. They recently made peace. The Chinese, or rather the Saudi Arabians and the Iranians, is that right? They made peace, and the war in Yemen is probably going to come to an end. The point is, clearly, BRICS is becoming a more important force, and I think China will gradually lose its dominance as the world's factory. China's economy is gradually moving more to a consumption economy and moving a little bit away from a production of the world's factory. They're exporting a lot of those factories to places like, for example, Vietnam and many other places as well. So I think that is likely to continue, and places even like India is probably going to take over some of that production. Also keep in mind that countries, especially in the West, are deglobalizing to a large extent, especially the Americans, taking some of their factories out of China and some of the Southeast Asian countries, moving it back to America. And so I think maybe just an interesting comment, right? The BRICS countries talking about creating their own currency. That's not going to happen soon, just by the way. But if there is a new currency, it's probably going to be a renminbi-dominated kind of currency. But the Chinese is going to be around for some time still, but I think that is going to spread all over the world more.
I'm going to come back to you in a moment, Harvey, but on that point of local production capacity, if you can address that for us, and if you can perhaps address some concerns from Johan and Sadel around finding someone who can engineer a bespoke solution for your business operation and the unique challenges and geographical area and production requirements that you face in a challenging environment where without specific industry knowledge, you have to having to make a decision that could potentially carry the sustainability of your entire enterprise.
Yeah.
And there are so many fly-by-night operations, we've all heard about them. What's your advice?
Okay. So on the local content was actually a very big theme in the renewable energy program since 2011. So with every gradual bid, the local content percentage actually increased with the intention to have a localized industry around this. And I don't know if a lot of people know this, but South Africa won an international award for how we did the program, the renewable energy program in the first few years. That's when, before there was this time delay or blockage of things happening. And in that time period, we had people manufacturing solar PV panels, we had inverters being produced locally, and a lot of the other equipment also produced locally. Yeah. And then there was this stop, so the start-stop activity. And a lot of the industry said, listen, if we don't have a pipeline of projects or output that we need to deliver, we can't stay. So they backed up and they moved out of the country, which was quite sad, because if you think of if they were here today, where they would have been in the context of our local need in terms of all of these different components. So where we are now, we in a way they're trying to get that back up and running again. We do have local producers on the whole full supply chain. There are some aspects, for example, batteries, the cells need to be imported from China. So that's not been manufactured locally. And I think that's where vanadium, redox, and hydrogen then becomes a little bit more local, because it's not just limited to cells. Yeah. But at least it's been assembled, and the BMS and everything that goes together is local. Solar PV suppliers, they are local producers, although they don't necessarily compete with the international market in terms of the quality of the products. But there are now, for example, Serafirm that's coming in and they want to increase that local content component. The challenge, however, there is the import tax on the commodities. So that makes it difficult for them to compete with the Chinese models that's being imported into South Africa. So that's in terms of local content. Yes, there's opportunities, and I would foresee that can be more if we have a more sustained industry that they know, okay, we have off-takers going forward. And South Africa, we shouldn't limit to South Africa. Africa is the whole scope. So,
may I ask something? What import duties are there in the local on this import stuff?
So I would first so now how it now works is all the solar PV panels manufactured locally is on assembly approach. So assembly as in that, the cells, the frame, the laminate, everything is imported separately, and then they assemble it. But they want to produce a lot of these things locally with the intention that, even the cells are manufactured locally. And I don't have the exact to say what it is that they have import tax, but they said that there's some taxing in place that makes it difficult for them to get the pricing right for, to compete with the competitive market. So, but they are working towards that, and I would foresee, hopefully, that we will see more locally produced panels, because, interesting enough, Serafirm, again as an example, they actually produce the panels cheaper here when for the export market because of the energy cost to produce it, and believe it or not, because they and other factors as well. So there's a lot of opportunity in terms of the local production and supply chain to get that going. And I think the load shedding situation has made that there will be a sustained need in that regard. To come back to the question about, but where do I find someone that can help us with the solution? Because there's a lot of fly-by-nights and cowboys out there. We don't like to talk about bucky brigades, because all the installers, even the good ones, will have a bucky brigade installing systems. But I think, unfortunately, there's not one specific entity or group. I think ESCOs would be one starting point to consider. To say, okay, they've got people that looks holistically to your energy need, not just in terms of we want to sell a solar system, because that's sometimes a challenge. But I think the benefit is, as soon as it's a large enough project and financially it has enough weight, the banks itself has their own technical team together that can actually look into these things. And they have a lot of requirements to fund the project. And I'm talking about even if they employ a third party, to say, do they have a PR professional engineer? Do they have references? Are they financially strong enough? Do they have industry accreditation? The list goes on. So I think if you're going to go for the funding model from the banks, they do have checks and balances in place. But I would actually propose to say, do an investigation to find an engineer that could look holistically at your energy need but also propose holistic proposals in terms of energy solutions and fulfill an owner's engineer role. Because the reality is you're not engineers. You don't understand the energy field. You don't know the technology that's there. So to have someone, employ someone, maybe it's for the industry, not just for specific individuals or companies. To say that we employ them and say, do a detailed investigation, look at our landscape, because that was a question mark. We didn't know what was the energy need. And then based on that, what's available and what should we look at or develop possibly for solutions in terms of what we need. So I would really propose to pull someone in like that to help you in that regard.
It seems that a big part of the whole energy crisis is all around timing and timelines. Where we are in the maturation of technology, where we are in terms of global timelines. And then you have to boil that down as well to where a business finds itself in terms of its own unique challenges. So I want to come to you both, Johan and Sadel. If I can start with you, Johan. And this is a bit of projection. Each business reaches critical mass, a tipping point where you can no longer continue, either financially, mostly financially, with current production models. How far down the line do you estimate that is before you absolutely cannot function under the current constraints? And we know, I mean, last night they said more than 50% of our grid currently offline, which is why we're on stage 6. So that timing becomes more and more critical.
Well, I think if you look at the input cost, I think the energy of the Eskom will, I say, between 7-8% of the input cost. So that's not that big. And the critical part is, and I think Sarel touched on that, is that if there's during the whole time that the potato is growing, you need at certain times a certain amount of water. And there's definitely some critical times that if you can't give water, then you can lose the whole crop. So then that 6 or 7% becomes the whole input cost, and you can lose your whole crop, or you can lose a lot of yield on the potato crop, and that's where the industry, I think, is gone, and that's where a lot of research is going in, and it's all about the cost and then the yields, and the only way we can get to be profitable is to increase the yields. And for the yields, it's critical. There's a lot of things that must go right, and one of the most important things is the irrigation, the water. You've got to get that right.
So what I'm hearing is we've almost passed that critical point where we can no longer function as we have been. Sadel, in terms of moving a little bit further down the value chain and looking at processing, what are your pressure points there, and how does that balance out your whole operation in terms of energy requirements and where you need more sustainable methods?
Well, we're not involved that much in the processing, but we are delivering the processor. So that you can see there is a risk. We also got to take that risk into consideration from our side for what types of crop and how much we're going to produce, to see if it's viable for us to take that risk. And as Johan said, the energy cost is not that much in our production cost, but we're considering scaling down about 30 to 40% on our total irrigation crops, which is not only potatoes, different crops, because we've got to, one way or the other, mitigate this risk, the Eskom risk for us, and that's posing a bigger risk in the whole food production industry for South Africa.
This might be a silly question from someone who's only been in agriculture for 2 years, so bear with me. Does having a mixed farming operation relieve some of the pressures? Because you have to look at the fact that we also, and we spoke about this a little bit prior to the start of today's event, industries and commodities are kind of working in silos at the moment, looking at their own pressure points, looking at climate change pressures, looking at energy pressures, looking at input costs in terms of their specific commodity. So there's very little information, or it seems there's not a holistic oversight looking at where there is interplay and room for cross-commodity collaboration, or even within one operation where one commodity can really relieve some of those energy pressures, or, for instance, potatoes.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of, to diversify your operations, and I think you spoke about the fact that farming is becoming more like a corporate business, that you must mitigate and you must diversify to have other sources of income. But just talking specifically from an irrigation perspective, and we only do irrigation, and there's obviously a lot of dryland farmers that farm potatoes that way. From an irrigation perspective, if you're irrigating potatoes or seed maize or citrus, it's the same thing. And in the other industries, you've got your other challenges for export, especially on the citrus side, and so there's obviously other challenges there also.
Harvey, perhaps you can give us some insights into what needs to happen looking at this whole value chain picture. How do we get all that information together, and what is really going to help agriculture as a whole?
Whoa. As I mentioned,
no pressure.
As I mentioned, I'm not an agriculturist. We only enjoy chips.
But you talk from the perspective of gathering information from various sources.
Yeah, so I don't know. We did mention it, and I think some of the other speakers mentioned it. I think it's about I don't know. As an engineer, I would say proper stock take of where one's at the moment across this entire value chain. Who's consuming what sort of level of energy? What is constraining whom to grow to what extent? And obviously to balance the entire, it sounds a bit theoretical, but I think one will have to get to that point of being very specific, very factual in the numbers, and then translating that in terms of energy requirements per across the value chain. Hopefully that's trying to answer your question. And I think only then would one be able to know whether is there then a foreseeable gap, and surely, this is what I would imagine this association or this forum does, also try and think in the future, 5-10 years hence, where we going to go, or in continent, export-wise, so forth. Then try and determine what that gap is, and then translate that back and reverse engineer, if you'd like, solutions that, as we just discussed today, there are so many that are coming commercially available, and then to start plugging holes where the most pain is felt. So I don't have a single answer or solution to any particular pocket across the value chain, neither a particular technology option. We did mention a few that are, for me, absolute no-brainers. Vanadium flow batteries for storage, hydrogen fuel cells as we speak. By the way, to your previous point, they're setting up a plant next to Oliver Tambo, a company called Dysonda. We funded some of the applied research and development work, so they're going to be manufacturing electrolyzers, which, as you know, is a critical component. That's the key thing globally that's been chased in the hydrogen economy. So get the electrolyzer cost down, you're going to get the hydrogen cost down. So they just about, the plant is being built as we speak, so local. So that type of space, the air I don't know, Forum may have a few others up his sleeve, but compressed air, and a few others which are so obvious and more sustainable than I think what we've seen to date. But maybe we shouldn't go into that debate. So I don't know. I think it's a proper assessment to understand where one's at the moment. Where is it that this entire industry wants to go over a period of time? Mapping that delta and trying to figure out from an energy demand and availability point of view, where are things headed? I think nowadays it could be one could be able to make reasonably accurate estimates of whether this load shedding is just going to disappear. I think you can model it fairly accurately into the future and then say, okay, but that gap is so much. So in that gap, what constitutes some of the components or puzzle pieces to go and reduce the net energy demand? I don't know whether that answers your question.
So could I just make a follow-up point or maybe a question to Sarah and Johan? Have you quantified, because it was very clear that the energy cost component is not your challenge. It's the availability thereof that has a much larger impact. So were you able to determine or quantify what that loss would be or were because of not being supplying the power? I don't know if you have any numbers on that, more or less. I'm putting you under pressure. But if it's not, that's where part of the investigation would be to quantify what is the opportunity cost, is typically how they determine it, but what's the losses due to not having power available. And as soon as you have a number there, then all of a sudden costing or pricing or paying for the capex becomes less of an issue because you can justify it from that point of view. If you're saying 5 or 7% is your energy cost, I would foresee that in a few instances, just going for an alternative supply, you would reduce that because of the solutions that's there over the lifetime, obviously, right? So where you pay it off in 4 or 5 years. So there's already a benefit, and then you address the impact of not having power supply. So there's an additional percentage you can add to that. So that's actually a question, if you don't mind, and to add to Harvey's point.
Sorry, may I add to that? So this variability of supply, believe it or not, nobody, very few people are talking about it. But if you look at our current energy mix, I looked at some CSR numbers on Saturday. So the variability in supply, solar, wind, CSP, barring and perhaps excluding hydro pump, but all of them are all over the place. I mean, so from a pure manufacturing and industrial perspective, the standard deviation is just, I just don't know how we're coping, by the way. But to Forrest's point, so then the challenge becomes how do you design for a balance of all of these various technologies? Remember, we mentioned generation technologies, production technologies, storage, transportation, very important in your industry. You've got to get from A to B or get to a processing plant to get to a mechanical process. So all of that balanced in such a way that you minimize that variability, because I think that's really what is happening here. So cutting down production 30%, that's actually the number, is being done. Why? Because you don't have that reliability of supply. And it's because, by the way, even if you do just slap solar and wind to it, you're still going to be sitting with unpredictability unless you have very sophisticated storage solutions, and pretty much going to cut down again, maybe 5 or 10%. So all of that has to be rethought and re-optimized across or in that particular space now. And I think that's where we're at. That's what makes us, in a way, daunting, but still also quite feasible, because we're so close to so many of these other parts of the puzzle piece, requiring someone just to seek synergy between them to minimize this variability that we got.
Perhaps a question from the floor, if I can throw this in, because I think it speaks to what we're trying to get at. I'm going to throw this one to you, Sadel. And this is a question from Willie. What technologies, alternative energy technologies, have you been exposed to? What do you think of it? And at what point would you trust it enough to make an investment?
At this stage, I think the only alternatives that we were looking at and that was kind of commercial available is your part, the sun, solar, and then diesel generation. And maybe just to come back to one of the questions, what would be the cost for us if how can we quantify the risk? We were quite blessed the past 2 seasons that we had abundance of rainfall that could pull the crops through. But going forward and looking at the possible El Nino year that we might have in the next production season, that's why it's so difficult to predict it, and we rather cut back on production to try and manage that risk.
Dawie. And I want to bring it back to politics. I'm very hesitant to do so, but unfortunately that does come into this whole mix. You painted a picture of what we could be facing in the next elections. And unfortunately that very much informs the policy framework that all this new technology ties into. What are you seeing are some of the political fluctuations and attitudes where energy is concerned, that place severe constraints on allowing these new technologies to take over?
There's only one thing, and that is that this government wants to control everything, and they can't control anything. And they're very reluctant to let go. And now look, for example, it was illegal to generate electricity, and then you could generate 10 megawatts, and then you could generate, I think I increased it to 100 megawatts. Eventually 100, and now you can generate as much as you want. So that's an example. They simply do not want to let go. And that is the biggest challenge, is that we've got a government that believes in centralization of stuff, and they are eventually going to get let go, because this is a classic example where you get reality clashing with ideology. So they've got a certain ideology, but reality is something else, and eventually reality obviously wins. Can I just add, I've been listening, and I'm not an expert in this sort of stuff, but I've put in a solar system myself, and I've done a lot of numbers on that. And I've realized a couple of things, and I don't know if this applies to everybody. And I've got a few tricks that I've learned on how to pick a solar supplier that I've learned. First of all, they always generate less than what they tell you they're going to generate.
That's true.
It always costs more than what tell them it's going to generate. If you want to pick a solar supplier, you go to one of his clients, previous clients, and you ask that client to call him and tell him there's something wrong with the inverter and see if he comes out. So that's the most important one. See if you can get after his service off. That's the most important. But also look at we've seen an increase of an interest cost of nearly 500 bips a past a year and a half or whatever. That means that your cost of capital has gone up quite significantly. Now I've calculated that you break even cash flow wise after about 2 years or so, with assuming the same rate of increase in electricity prices. So cash flow wise you break even roughly after about 2 years. Now that has been stretched about 3 or 4 years now because of the increase in capital. So that of the increase in the cost of capital because of interest rates going up. So the bottom line is it's a good idea to investigate, to invest, at least from my perspective, to invest in solar.
Fora, just coming back to that policy framework and limiting legislation, how do you experience that environment and where do you see it moving in the future?
Great. I just want to emphasize what Davi said regarding references. There's people that's been in the field and they've done their thing. So, when you buy a car, you can get in the car and drive around and you say, I like this car, let's buy it. And that's what you're paying for a solar system, right? A little bit less, a little bit more. But you can't get in the car and drive around. So get those references, talk to the people, ask how's the after-sale service. I would pay more, a premium, if I know the after-sale service is there. And unfortunately, the guys just disappear once they've got their money. So really, really do that, get those references before you commit to someone. But yes, on the policy side, I would like to give some insights. So part of our work entails not just training installers, that's installing solar PV, but we also educate municipal officials in terms of the latest legislation and regulations to open up this market, because that is one of the barriers that we picked up, is that people install systems, they want to register it with the hope of exporting and getting credits for it, and they can't. We know the city of Cape Town is a few steps ahead of it. They're like, we're going to pay you in cash. You're not going to see that soon from the other Munichs because they don't have the basics in place.
They don't have the cash to pay you back.
Yeah, that's the other issue. They can't even pay Eskom, right? So a few things that I want to say. Yes, I agree from an ideology perspective, and there's a lot of infighting between institutions, for example, Department of Energy and with NERSA. There's infighting because NERSA is putting out certain rules in terms of the game, and then the Department of Energy is like, no, that's not the case. We don't agree with that. We're not taking the same stance. And then it makes it very grey and you can't start applying. But what we did see a few changes, which I think is quite great. The one is the licensing requirement that has been removed, which allows for the private generation to a large extent. I think it was in your slide that you could see the mining industry itself, already with 620 megawatts.
One mining company.
One mining company, and they're going to increase that to what, 3 gigawatts of capacity. That's just the mining industry. We're not talking about the rest because of that licensing cap that's been removed. So I think that's one benefit. The second thing is NERSA issued a consultation paper where they, in effect, forced municipalities to say you have to have an export tariff, you have to update your billing systems, and you have to reimburse people more or less what you would have paid Eskom. And that's sitting in the range of R1.28, which is very great in the context of what we're already paying for electricity. So there's some movement in that regard, and there's a very big push from the Energy Action Plan in terms of, if you look at the activities or the outputs, one of it was rooftop solar. They need to do what they can to open up the industry for rooftop solar. And that includes going to the municipalities to get them up to date with their processes to allow for people to get it connected. Because I think in our context, we think privatization is great and everybody should do their own thing. But in a way, that needs to be managed and controlled. Because as long as the penetration is low, we have a few systems connected to the grid, the network can handle that. But in a way, you are now taking over Eskom role because you're generating power. But you still need to adhere to the power qualities. You still need to adhere to the rules of the road because you are now connected to the grid where it was only Eskom driving up and down. Now you also, with your system with electrons driving up and down, and you need to adhere to that.
So who do we put in place to manage that if the people who are supposed to be managing it currently have delegated that role to 3 other people who also can't manage it?
Can I answer that? Let's just see what we have. We've got a Minister of Energy. We've got a Minister of State-owned Enterprises. We've got a Minister of Electricity. We've got a Deputy President responsible for electricity. We've got a committee responsible for electricity. We've got NASA, and we've got this is a mess. Now imagine, as an economist, I know what they do. Eskom, they will go and calculate what the expectations are in terms of what the rand's going to be in a year's time, what interest rate's going to be in a year's time, what energy price is going to be, all these sort of variables. They put it all into a thing and they come with a number and they add some stuff to that. They have a nice big fat margin to that. And they bring this number to NASA and say, this is what we want. NASA take this package and they do the whole exercise all over again. Now I'm in this forecasting game. I've been doing it forever. I can't get it right. Okay, but they can. They know exactly where the oil price is going to be, where the rand's going, all that sort of stuff. Then NASA redo the whole thing. They get to an answer and they take some fat away, and then they fight with one another. Eskom will take them to court and get a big. This whole thing is a mess. It's a circus. What we need to do, we have to get rid of all of this. I think Eskom needs to be put under business rescue. We have to liquidate Eskom. We have to sell the private as much as we possibly can. Only keep the distribution, the transmission part. Only keep that. The rest you have to get the private sector and start from scratch. Because it's a mess what we have at the moment. It simply doesn't work. Because everybody's pretending to know what the right price of electricity is. Nobody knows. Not Eskom, not NASA. Nobody knows. We need to get the market back to determine the right price of electricity.
Harvey, I want to come to you and ask, ideological questions are difficult because they're very broad.
Yes, I suppose.
But unfortunately, when it comes to energy, the ideology of the people who make the decisions plays a big role in what we end up with. Being in the news, sometimes I work from the starting point of government has to be wrong, and that's not always necessarily the case. So is some of what the energy ideology is about in South Africa positive? Is any of it positive? What can work? Do we need a mix of nuclear? Do we need a mix of fossil fuel? Can we just from the get-go assume, well, if it's the government and if it's an ANC government, then that has to be bad?
Joe, you shouldn't ask me these questions.
It's because you're sitting next to
me. We just deal with industrial finance and so some engineers and that's it. So pretty factual. We only work with deltas and we try and figure out a solution. But to try and answer your question, look at the current state of what is published. So a good resource for everybody would be Green Cape. Obviously, Western Cape is going green in a big way. Anyway, it's discussion for another day. But so the recent figures that they published, very clear. And if you look at the planned new capacity, I think there was one slide that actually touched on it, but barring 2023, beyond 2030. So it's a projection up to 2030, where the various renewable resources are supposed to play their part. And so that already is crystal clear for everybody to understand that a mix of technology solutions is on the cards for sure. So back to the previous point, so now it's only a matter of locally, domestically, and or in a particular value chain or industry sector, figuring out what best suits that sector to minimize its cost of electricity across multiple players, and just go for it, and not wait for Clem Santa's book, Pretoria to provide or figure it out or whatever. Rather become a bit more innovative and a bit more aggressive in proactively engineering those solutions. That honestly is still where I think all of this is going to go. And that's why I raised the previous point about the ESCOs. So there's allegedly about 50 of them, 50 ESCOs in this country. So these are companies with some project engineering skill, et cetera, able to engineer a particular solution, go raise the capital, and perhaps even sometimes could do it on their own balance sheet. That's possibly the way forward. I'm not trying to speak on behalf of the potato industry. Maybe ultimately potato industry ends up with one ESCO across the entire value chain, maybe. And its task is to lower the average cost of capital across each and every investment wherever the puzzle pieces are being engineered or put in. So I don't know if I digressed a bit from your ideological.
The
but
political
the point is,
point was very eloquently sidestepped.
the table, in my view, the table is set to say, you know what, just do whatever it takes. And so, I mean, in a way, that's actually a beautiful landscape. How long it's going to last, different story. And so maybe people like Davy and so are already thinking in the future. I'm saying this is a very unique opportunity because at some point, maybe 10 years from now, maybe 15 from now, regulation, the dial is going to be shifted back, maybe. So maybe this is the time to engineer whatever suits a value chain, whatever creates employment, whatever attracts new investment into the value chain, makes it attractive. Now is the time to engineer all of those. Yes, a lot of effort required because we don't have all the ready-made answers in terms of your technology mixes. But clearly there's that thinking to say wherever it comes from. Oh, don't forget, even SMRs. So small modular reactors, that's my prediction. Within the next 5, 6, 10 years, you'll see a few in this country, whether you're part of it or not, that's your choice. I'm just saying, even in those estimates, you'll see there's a column that says nuclear. Yes, Kuba update, but SMRs, come in. And you can, if you wish. Because so these regulatory ceilings have been raised or removed, so it provides a beautiful opportunity to actually play into it now.
Fora, you wanted to add?
No, I just wanted to add, I foresee that on paper there's a few good things. If you look, for example, at the Integrated Resource Plan or the IRP, and that's where the table is coming from, it's saying that we need to diversify our energy supply, that's a good business principle to do anyway, and reduce our fossil fuel dependency. So that's clear. And with that, for example, the Energy Action Plan. Our issue is not the plans and what should be done, it's the implementation. And I think that's what I wanted to highlight is that we've got everything on paper, but in terms of results, we don't see. And I'm of the view, let's not wait, because they can't implement. We've seen it time and time and again. As soon as it's in the wrong hands, the opposite happens. We don't see what we should do. So unfortunately, that's the limitation.
Talk to us about smart grids, just while you're...
Okay, so in terms of smart grids or microgrids or nanogrids, depends on how you're looking at. It is I want to say, established and mature technology that's happening worldwide. It's happening in South Africa as we speak. So we're talking about estates and complexes or mini municipalities that's going into that phase to say, okay, you know what, let's create this node of power supply and storage where we can operate connected to the utility, but if we have to, we can isolate and we can operate independently. So, and for that, obviously, you need much more better collaboration within the different stakeholders there. But I think we limit it within the current legislation to roll that out on a larger scale. We saw that with that Frankfurt municipality, that there's this independent municipality or
rural maintenance.
Yes, that wanted to operate their own municipality, and they said, we've got generation. We can actually, based on our generation, reduce the impact of load shedding, and that's what the City of Cape Town is doing. And the reason why it's thrown out was actually because of, in my opinion, just the municipality was not on board. That was the key reason. It wasn't what they wanted to achieve. But Eskom didn't argue to say, but we're creating a scenario where people can do what they want, and then we can't control the network and manage the network. And obviously, there's risk involved. I'm not denying that. But the point is, I think that's a space where now the regulation has been updated to allow individuals to generate power to do their own thing, but not really across the network, because it's the municipality or the Eskom's network. And that is where we now need to tread the water to gain more, because in principle, just to talk about microgrids, the utilization of storage increases with up to 40% as soon as you start sharing it between consumers. Because when you consume more, I consume less. So there's this diversification of utilization. And I think that's where the limitation lies. The technology is there. We've got people in our own country at Northwest University, Potchefstroom, people doing research and implementing that as we speak. But again, the limitation would be at certain applications, but it can be much broader than that.
It's great to see people get excited and the passion is there.
Can I just add two things to that? There are 40,000 people working in Eskom. They're gonna fight like mad to prevent any competition. And the second one, the local authorities are very dependent on selling electricity as a source of revenue. The local authorities are not going to allow They don't want the generation of private electricity. They don't want that.
That is true.
They're going to lose a source of revenue. And remember, I can give you all the numbers. So what's going to happen about all this debt now? So, I mean, what's going to happen to that? And it's not only Eskom's debt, it's also the local authorities. They owe 60 billion rand to Eskom.
And if I could compound that, municipalities and Eskom, you can tell me if my numbers are incorrect, but I think because they're so dependent on selling revenue in terms of electricity, they're losing more due to load shedding than they're losing due to alternative supply. People
I have a number, that's a valid point.
Yeah, so they're losing more due to load shedding because they can't sell electricity, because then all your clients are off. But when Eskom is there, then a few clients has a backup system. So you can't, it's not there. So they're losing because of their own fault. Yeah. Eskom indicated, I mean, when Mr. Andre de Ruyter was there, 1 year there was a financial year, he had a profit. I remember they said they were actually showing a profit, if I remember correctly. I don't know if I've got it wrong. But this year they said there was a loss. And I immediately realized they've got a loss because they're selling less. The system is not there to sell electricity. So they're their own detriment, not the people putting up their own solar.
So they're vested interest that you're not going to change.
Media houses have started referring to them as the only company in South Africa that cannot sell their only product. They're just incapable of producing and selling their own product.
Or encourage you not to use their product.
Or not to use it.
Yes.
I want to give an opportunity for you, Johan and Sadel, to maybe... I'll open the floor a little bit later so you can also ask questions, but what do you want to hear from any of our experts except me? I don't answer questions, I only ask them.
Well, from my side, I think me and Fora had the discussion about the biomass and how has it been tested and what is the opportunities going forward and how many must still go into it that it can be viable. And is it something, or is it just just a pie in the sky? And except from that, it's quite depressing because everything seems like it's a mess.
Was that a question?
Yeah, well.
Maybe can I
There's
shoot
more
my
comment.
Can I shoot my question? Maybe
Okay,
we'll
go
cover
for it.
the same area. Yeah, well, to get a real alternative that would be able to be that you can move around in different locations, so that can be used as an alternative in your different production areas.
So a mobile alternative that can be used even on rented land.
That's good.
Yeah. To my knowledge, I always have a saying, technically anything is possible.
Yeah.
So it's just a question of how deep is your pockets, or are your pockets. So just the fact that you've got this very unique need, and I foresee you won't be the only people with this unique need of having energy needs at certain areas, makes sense for moving this energy source around. I would even think this nuclear application, maybe that could also be on, I mean, they're putting it on ships, they're putting it on other forms of mobile applications. So I must be honest, I can recall or point out something specifically now, except for example with the diesel generation would be one. But maybe just to come back to the biogas point, one of the reasons why biogas couldn't really pick up traction in our country, even though the RRP makes provision for that, even though we do have biogas and mass projects going on, is that the stock, the one is it competes with food security, because now you need the produce that you need to generate electricity is competing with the food market. So that's a little bit of a challenge there. But let's say that's not the problem. You've got a lot of wastage that's anyway not going to go to the food market. Biomass needs quite a constant supply in terms of stock to produce electricity. And again, you're working with something that's volatile in the sense that the weather changes, so you've got a different crop production. Or the market just changes and you say, sorry, we're not going to sell it, we're not going to waste it, we need to sell the produce. And that then kills the business case or make it a high-risk application. So I think, I explained that in biomass you need this much amount of stock or supply so that you can generate power from this portion, so that you have some flexibility in terms of that regard. So is it possible? I think technically yes. It's just a case of looking at all the variables, like Avi pointed out, and saying, okay, can we do it and can we fund it with one or another funding mechanism?
Will that need to be on a big scale, or can you start it on a small scale?
Well, there's people doing it on residential level.
Oh, really?
There's people generating, they typically generate methane gas, and with that they operate their gas geysers or their gas stove. So the technology is there, it exists, it can be incorporated. It's just a case of getting the information, because even when I did research with my colleagues in Germany, they asked me for numbers. They said, let's look at the numbers so that it's not a quick, okay, you can do it, go for it. And that's what we don't have. And that's the stuff that I would propose we really need to investigate.
Harvey, in amongst all of these variables is climate change. And that changes how we utilize energy. Obviously, that's one of the purposes is to use cleaner energy, but also, we just, as a basic starting point, want some energy. Looking at how climate change is impacting not just agriculture, but every sector, and some of the unknowns. You showed a slide in your presentation, I think, if I'm not actually remembering one of Fora's again, that said that the carbon footprint and the end-of-life reclamation of solar and wind, as they are as yet unknown.
Yep.
So how do we empower farmers, once again, producers, everyone in the value chain, to make responsible decisions now that aren't going to bite them later?
I don't know, it sounds like we're punting the role of project engineers here, but you do need to get very factual about this. So to do the figures and the sums of existing technology platforms, for lack of a better word, and then projecting little into the future, because, I mean, this data is being published. And by the way, those technology readiness levels that I had up there, 7 and 8 and so forth, I suspect many of them are actually a bit higher. International Energy Agency may be a bit conservative. So factoring all of that in to then rely on the advice, the engineering advice of whoever that third party is to provide that input, but on a factual basis, so that one can then crunch the numbers, build the discounted cash flow models, see what potentially could be feasible or not. And in most cases, you'll find that it'll require significant a piece of equity to go into that transaction, otherwise it won't fly. And therein lies our challenge. So I'm still of the opinion, back to the last slide, it's actually a financial engineering problem. It sounds like we're shifting it, but it's about the current appetite for seeing a minimum threshold of an IRR at some level and then deciding whether a transaction is doable or not. And I think that's where our next challenge lies. Partially answered your question.
Picking up on your point about the financial models, Davi, you talked a bit about the need for financing to change, how it is already changing, not only with the introduction of AI, access to finance models, but how we view, I don't want to get into economics because that's entirely different, but making things more accessible. Do you see an appetite from financiers to really buy into making these new technologies accessible? And just to, I mean, I remember coming across information about a fund where you can actually invest into new technologies where banks don't have the appetite, but private individuals can. But when do the banks develop an appetite?
I think this is not only a question about energy, it's also about agriculture as well. Because what farmers typically do, like I've said, you will go to the bank and you borrow money and you go and plant your stuff and you go and take off your harvest and you go and repay the bank. That's a basic business model. That is pretty much, I think, very much outdated because you're making use of very expensive credit. There are many other sources of credit. You can go for certain funds, for example. There are various funds available, like private equity funds available that actually specialize in this kind of stuff. But a market that I think is very, very much underutilized. The only problem here is the critical mass. You can't borrow $1 million rand. You probably need to go and borrow $1 billion or $2 billion or whatever. But it can be put together because it's possible to do that, and that's the capital market. I think there's a huge opportunity, especially in the capital market. Basically what the capital market is, you go and you borrow a lot of money and you place this paper in the market, and the paper will start trading in the market, and it will eventually end up with a pension fund or with an insurer or whatever the case may be. So I think that is the place where you need to be. But the issue here is critical mass. You need to be able to be in a position to borrow a lot of money. And that goes for agriculture as well. I think farmers need to get together and they actually need to go and use the capital market. That's much cheaper. You can borrow so much cheaper than in a capital market.
Yes, but potentially a question I shouldn't be asking, but I'm going to ask it because that's what I do. In terms of farmers getting together, there's so many different organizations that represent different commodities, farmers from different regions, farmers with different loyalties. When do we get...
Not in finance.
Not in finance.
Not as far as I know.
But in terms of, you said farmers need to get together.
For finance, yes.
For finance.
Yeah.
So separate to all the
Yeah.
currently existing organizations.
Correct. And they need to get bigger. And that's happening. Farmers are getting bigger.
Absolutely.
I think it's an opportune moment to open the floor to questions from the floor. And I see a hand here already. Can we have the handheld mic ready, please? I think we've got about 15 minutes, so that's quite solid time. Please feel free to bombard us. We've already touched on some of the questions on the WhatsApp forum, but you're more than welcome to raise your hands.
Yes, my question, it's more a comment than a question. It's on the farmers getting together, and one of the main issues, and the Frankfurt story is only half of it. There is currently a High Court case against a group of farmers who own their own distribution network.
Hello? So we're almost done. If you can allow us...
Sorry, can we just switch off for his mic for a moment? Sorry, Harvey.
Yes.
Okay.
Just to go back.
Sorry. I don't want to speak in between the other people, but the problem is...
Sorry, I've opened a can of worms.
The problem is that the case the municipal agencies is making is based on the constitution that says they the sole providers of the distribution rights in local government, including farms. So that is going to be one very, very important case that should be taken care of before farmers can get together and produce their own energy, because it's always more efficient when you do it in big numbers. But the problem is currently government or local municipalities, like Davy said, is doing their utmost best to keep the goose that lays the golden eggs. So that is going to be a very, very important piece of legislation that we need to address. Because if farmers can distribute their own power and use their own grid like is currently done in Pieterstein, it can be done to generate power. But if you lose that right, you're in real deep trouble. And I think that's going to be a very important case.
Can I answer that question? And that is, you talk about the Constitution, talk about the law, it's a piece of paper. That's not really what the Constitution is. A Constitution is guided by a piece of paper, but the Constitution is what actually happens. That is actually the Constitution, what it really happens. And we've got a fluid Constitution in South Africa that keeps on changing depending on your interpretation thereof. That is the reality. So the reality is eventually that you probably wouldn't need to change legislation. It is just going to happen, and the interpretation will be softened in such a manner that it becomes kind of legal. Because there are many examples where it is the Constitution is changing. They fucked up. Perhaps not the piece of paper, but it is changing because that is the way that it's happening at the moment. And that's not bad necessarily. No. Yeah.
So perhaps the answer is there to push ahead.
Just go ahead.
And make things happen and see what happens, I think, for it. Well, would you like to add to that?
No, I just wanted to say, with us engaging the municipalities, I totally agree with you. There's a big political resistance against alternative energy, and they want to protect, in a way they've become dependent on the sale of electricity, which is not supposed to be the case. Electricity sales in terms of revenue is only supposed to be there to pay the people that's working there and to supply the power. But now obviously it's being used for all other services. So they're going to protect that. I think that's a reality that's there. But they also know, not all, but some of them realize that they can't stop it. There's no way to prevent them from happening. So they're a little bit more open to say, okay, let's allow you guys, but it needs to be managed. And I think, if I think about the Frankfurt case, if they really took the municipality on board, because remember, they're also unknown to this technology like you are. They're unfamiliar and they don't know the risk and the implications. So my approach would have been to pull them on board, explain them the reality, and it might be that they want to fall back to default to say, no, it's our network, go away. Or they can say, yeah, they have an opportunity to be part of that and benefit from that. And I would say, like Davi said, one option is you do it and see what's the implication. The other is to say, how can we incorporate these people? Because in a way they have a say, and I know they're messing up a lot of things, but the bottom line is we need them as part of the mix to make it work and to make it sustainably work. And that would be my approach and suggestion, to say, okay, if we're going to do this, and I can tell you now, from a Western Cape perspective, there's Cape Town. Their intention is to say goodbye for Eskom as far as possible. So anyone else coming to them and say, I'll help you, they'll say, let's do this. So there's already that motion, and my uptake is to try that at least.
Can I just mention that 70% of municipalities are financially underwater? 70.
So in this instance, where sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission, in this instance we should ask for partnership rather than either of those options.
That's what I would propose, yeah.
Questions? Yes.
Thank you, Annelie. Thank you to the panel. I think it's a very interesting discussion. Maybe a different angle. When we talk about alternative energy supplies and the exploitation of energy, we, as an economist, we often think of a worst case scenario. And maybe a question, for not to put you on the spot, but do you have any technical background or context, for instance, in the event of a total blackout or a total grid collapse? Should we be more prepared for that? And maybe just your opinion on the likelihood. I think we can just think of the impact on value chains, the supply of waterworks. We've talked about the cold chain. So maybe just a bit of a different angle, and should we be more prepared for an event like that? Thank you.
Okay, great. The term blackout is being used loosely because some people talk about blackout as load shedding, which is not the same thing. But just to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about, a total grid collapse or blackout is you sit with a situation where your supply of generation of power and your demand is not in balance. Your frequency, which is actually the heartbeat of the system, goes below a certain frequency because it's typically the consumption is more than the generation. And your network will just start to switch off. So you'll have a situation where a lot of your generation units desynchronize and stops to generate power, and then that stops. So that's reality. Is it a possibility? If I read what the experts saying and the people that's in the network, they said that Eskom is under a lot of trouble. There's been instances where they planned for a certain load shedding situation. That was not the case. They had to load shed more to balance it out again. So for me, and the fact that I want to say the emergency reserve, which is your diesel generators, are now running constantly in the load shedding periods, is already telling me that we're very close to a point where we don't have reserve left. So we're in a very dark territory in that regard. The implications thereof, because that's the question. Some people say in the best case scenario, it's going to take a few weeks to get the power on. And I don't think we understand the impact of not having electricity for 2 weeks, as an example, as a country. Because we are so dependent on electricity for other activities around electricity. Internet access, making payments, being able to fill up fuel to drive somewhere. The list just goes on. So to be honest, I don't even want to think about it because it's very demoralizing to think about it. Your question about should we be concerned about it or should we prepare? I think we should do what we can in the context of what our needs are now, and indirectly it will address that possibility of if something goes south, then at least we've got something we can fall back onto. That's the first point. And the second point is, yes, Eskom is messing up a lot of things, but I think one area, and Davi indirectly alluded to that, one area Eskom is doing very well, they job quite well, is on transmission level, and to keep the grid up and running. And it's because they still have very good people there. And I'm actually concerned about that because, I don't know, do you know Eskom people that's like, I'm working for Eskom? They're very demoralized and the good people are getting frustrated because of a lot of political interference. And I'm concerned about that because the people that's sitting behind the driving wheel, they're just like, okay, well, come, take over. I'm fed up with this. And they're staying there because they know the impact that they have and the contribution they're making. And that's why I'm of the view we really need, I don't know how, but we need to look after these people that's looking after the country, in a way, because they're looking after the network. So, and I want to say that they've put in a lot of checks and balances in place to prevent the chances of a total grid collapse as far as possible. And keep in mind, Eskom is not just South Africa, it's the SADC region. It forms part of the SAP pool, so we've got other countries that's part of that, and they're also supplying power. And all of these bits and pieces are working together to make sure that if in extreme conditions happen, that some way or somehow they will still keep the grid going, even if it's a portion of the network, and then bring in the rest back. So my perception is that, and my hope actually as well, is that it's still, it's not going to happen as such, but it's obviously not an impossibility. I don't know if someone wants to add on that point.
God, we are running slightly short on time. We've got 5 minutes left, and I still would like to give each of our panel members the opportunity, if you'd like to utilize it, to make a last closing statement. So one last question from here.
Just a quick one, Dawie. You mentioned the political risk. So in the fresh produce industry, we also have fresh produce markets that belong to the local government, which is also in the same state as Eskom. And we are looking at privatization on that. But obviously, that's also a source of income to that local municipality or the local government, which is also in the same situation as Eskom, where it's going to be saying, no, you're not going to take that golden goose away. So in terms of that, and in terms of the political risk with Eskom, where government or parastatals need that income, at what point are we going to reach that tipping point where the politicians can't dictate anymore and say, we have to now let the markets go, or we have to now let Eskom go so that the country can survive? Yeah. When are we going to get to that?
Yeah, that's actually an excellent question, and unfortunately, it takes too long for politicians to realize that. And I think this example with Willem-Montage is a good one, or how we increased this, how much we're allowed to generate. It makes me think a little bit of Winston Churchill, what he said about the Americans once. And he said that you can always expect the Americans to do the right thing after they've exhausted all the alternatives. And that is pretty much what is happening. So because of ideological reasons, they are simply just do not want to let go, and they only let go once it's too late. And the price that we are paying, we know Eskom is going to come to an end. We know that. So accept that reality and manage that process. Unfortunately, they don't want to accept that. And the same goes for the other state-owned enterprises. So we're paying a price because of the politieke verstoktheid, the ideological verstoktheid what we have currently. And that is the main issue that we have in the country. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to give some closing thoughts shortly, if we can keep it to about a minute or 2 minutes each. Sorry to limit you. I think we've had a very nice, robust conversation so far. Harvey, if I can start with you.
Oh, I have to think to try and compress it in 1 minute. I'm back to my previous point that I think we at the point where, it so happens, and it was a beautiful opportunity to be here today. So potato value chain, many others, but yours particular. My sense of the future is you aggressively, Braveheart type. So you really got to step out there, create something that previously did not exist. In the midst of everything that was said here, most importantly, trying to put together some sort of entity, if you like, maybe it's a third-party player that engineers solutions across the entire value chain. They would take the risk on their balance sheet and take that part out of the lives of individual producers, packagers, transporters, etc., etc. I think that's the future. Specifically, trying to figure out a different financial model, because a stack of equity is going to be required, particularly if you're forward-thinking and you want to plug a position now, say, for over 5 or 10 years. It's going to be vanadium flow batteries, a few others have been mentioned here. And knowing full well at the moment, when you go to Standard Bank and even Nedbank, very green, they possibly won't fund it, or possibly a portion of the debt. So you're going to need that third party. So it's time for some serious financial engineering through perhaps a body that makes it its core business across your entire value chain. That's what I think.
Over to you.
Great. I think the first thing I want to highlight is what I've seen with my own postgraduate studies is that when we start looking at our energy apply, the one part that's always left behind is the environmental part. So in the context of sustainability, yes, we want to have a solution as quick as possible from a financial and from a technical perspective. But let us not forget about the sustainability part. I mean, as we're looking backwards now and we say, coal-fired power station, what have we done, in terms of the environment? That we don't do this when we look back and say there was alternatives that has a lower impact on the environment. So that's one point. And the last one is, I think we really need to think about acting now. And that's to link to you on the bank side. Personally, I think the losses of not taking action is much more than taking action and thinking backwards. It could have been differently. So that's my point of view, is to do that, and the banks need to, in a way, quantify that so that they can easily finance, not necessarily because the project itself makes financial sense, but to prevent the losses of the operation.
Davi?
Yeah, what I think is important is for all of us to realize that we are in for some dramatic changes at various levels.
Correct.
There's some dramatic technological changes happening. We've heard about the clever people talking about technological changes. There are some changes, and as far as finances are concerned in South Africa, it is going to happen. The local authorities are bankrupt, the state-owned enterprises are bankrupt, the state is pretty much bankrupt, so something will give there. It means that you have to restructure stuff there. And there are some major political changes happening in South Africa as well. So be prepared, this is going to be a bit of a rough ride, but during change, there's always opportunity. So stick it out, remember we're still a democracy, and in the end, the responsibility is with you. So you walk into that voting booth, make the right decision.
And if I can add my own philosophical musings to that, growth only happens outside of our comfort zone. And if we look at South Africans, some of us may feel like a frog in water that's boiling ever so slowly, and we feel we're reaching that tipping point. But at each degree that the water gets hotter, we find ourselves adapting already. So we might not be frogs when we end, when we exit the pot. We might be dinner, but we'll still get there. Within the context that there are players from various elements of the role of the value chain here, input suppliers, representational bodies. Johan, are there any thoughts you would like to leave us with, questions that you feel are still unanswered, or points that you think the industry as a whole needs to address?
Yeah, I don't think at this moment any questions. I think we just realizing now also that that's really contentious, the energy crisis, and that there is a lot of alternatives. I mean, we get so mixed up in our own small world, and that there is a lot of solutions out there. I think I know now where to alternatively go and look for money or grants, alternative objects, and projects like biogas or biomass. And well, what I've learned is that it might be that I won't be able to buy brandy in the future. I must and Emil, I'm glad you're here, because I know now I mustn't pay too much tax. And I think it was very interesting, and I think going forward, obviously there's a lot of obstacles that we must tackle, and I think this has been very interesting.
What did you hear at the Potatoes SA event today? Don't pay tax and you won't be able to buy brand. I'm sorry, Bernie.
No.
Sadel, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you for Potato Site hosting this. The whole agricultural and added value industry is struggling with the same problems, and we've come to see a lot of new resources that might be available in the future. Always difficult to make a decision, and you might end up 2 years, 3 years later with the wrong decision. That's always the risk. But sometimes challenges like this that we now forces you to become fit again, and you make the right choices. Thanks a lot for that.
Thank you so much to both of you for your inputs and for sharing your experiences. I think it brings a valuable component to any discussion like this. It can all be very academic, but as soon as we have some practical examples and questions from the ground, that really does make the conversation a lot more practical and applicable. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you for your time and for listening to us. And on that note, I'm going to hand back over to our chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think fantastic topic, fantastic discussion, led by a fantastic facilitator and fantastic panelists. So let's give them another hand of applause. We are going to break for lunch. Can we request that we be here by 5:22 so that we can start at 2 o'clock sharply, and then continue with the rest of our program? We should be in line to still finish at the expected time. So have lunch. The lunch is on this, Henri, on this side. This side. So that door, lunch, enjoy lunch, and meet us back at just 5:22 so we can start at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Ultra beats on the track. Ultra beats on the track.
Alright, silence.
The generation plants. Keep in mind, we cannot expect
In time to come, we would like to get a co-funding.
not only railways but infrastructure South Africa is concerned. That is
The biggest constraints. And I think
That's not happening in South Africa. The state
Ladies and gents, can I ask you to take your seats?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to start. Okay, are everybody comfortable? There's a commotion there at the back still. Okay. Okay, I hijacked the podium for just for a while. You all know that our chairperson of the meeting here, Mr. Dion van Zyl, he's the Potato Industry Forum, which is now you. He represents you on the trust, on the PIDT, and that is why it is also his show. And I'm going to call on him now to present the report of the PIDT to you, Dion.
Thanks, Ben, for acting as chairman for this short presentation. It's going to be a brief feedback. I think the majority of the presentations will be done by the CEO and the CFO. Yes, as Dr. Ben stated, I was elected by this forum to serve on the Potato Industry Development Trust. This is my second term, and I just need to briefly give feedback to the forum on matters of the industry, just what it comprises, and the detailed financial discussions will come from the CFO in his report a little bit later. Can I? Yes. Okay. So that's my. So, ladies and gents, this handsome group here is the Potato Industry Development Trust. So we're 5 currently. Dr. Ben Pieterse, nominated by the Potato Research Committee. He's also our chairman currently. His term ends in June. I think it's 2024, Dr. Ben, is that correct? 2023? As far as I know, it's 24. Any case, yeah. Okay. 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 So that's Dr. Ben Pieterse. He's here. He's our acting chairman at the moment. Then we have our new chairman of the Potato South Africa board, who was elected during the National Congress last year in September, Mr. Gert Bester. Then we have our nominee from the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. It's actually now Dalard, I think, which is Nokanyo Makeba. She's sitting here. And then that's myself there. And then we have Mr. Martin Fourie, who is a chartered accountant, who is also nominated by this forum. So, and these are the terms. My term expires in 2024, as well as Martin's, and then Nokanyo in 2024, and then Gert Bester's also in 2024. If we look at the committees that we have within the PIDT, we used to have a separate risk and audit committee for the trust, and a separate one for Potato South Africa. In this year, we decided to combine those two because we have a lot of overlapping issues or points, and we decided to join those two committees, those two risk and audit committees, and also to save on costs and duplication. Then we have the research and technical advisory committee that's been terminated, and those functions are absorbed within the other committees. And then we have the bursary committee and the PIDT transformation Advisory Committee. So these are the committees that is part of the Potato Industry Development Trust. So the Marketing of Agricultural Produce Act stipulates that the minister shall only consider a request for the establishment of a statutory measure if the request is consistent with Section 2. So how the Potato Industry Development Trust money is generated is through a statutory levy, which is regulated by the MAP, and it's also there are very strict prescriptions from the NAMC on how those money should be used. And the CEO will elaborate, and the CFO will elaborate exactly on the percentages of those, the fees there. So the objective is to increase market access for all market participants. It is to promote the efficiency of the marketing of agricultural products, and it's to optimize export earnings from agricultural products, and then to enhance the viability of the agricultural sector. So if we look at the role of the statutory measures, so the statutory measures that we resort under as the PIDT constitute a powerful mechanism for each agricultural sector. There are a few different sectors, and that is to organize the industry. It's to grow the industry. And there will be more focus on that in the other reports, to have funds to pay for core functions, to increase the competitiveness of the industry. And I think as Potato South Africa, we are very successful in that. I think it's one of the strong organizations that are really run by good governance, and we've got a very good board of directors and capable team, as you can see with the level of expertise we had around the table today. The statutory measures in South Africa is in line with most developed countries. So this is the application of our retail funds. During the 2019-2020 financial year, with COVID, there was a lot of money that was retained that we couldn't spend because of COVID, because of the pandemic. And those funds were carried over, and in all the different divisions, it was made certain that those money actually get spent at the end of the day. So that's just that. I think Hein will also further elaborate on exactly where the financial position is on these funds. With the reduction in some of these committees, as I've shown before, it came to the table that it's a suggestion, and Billy will elaborate on it later, is that we would want from this forum to get a panel of subject matter experts. So those are people that are willing to put their hands up to say, you can push my button when you need advice or expertise on specific matters. So, and those core areas are APAC. Francois is here from APAC, bag manufacturers, consumers, exporters, input suppliers, labor, marketing, fresh produce markets, that's then the market agents and the market processors, and then producers, both commercial and seed producers, and then quality control institutions and retailers. So all those sectors are invited to this meeting, and it's a point on Billy's agenda that we will ask for nominees or people willing to put up their hands to get involved when we face challenges like we normally face in our beloved country. So please, if you feel that you can fit in somewhere here and that you have good expertise and you can assist Potato South Africa to take our industry forward, please put up your hand. We're not going to overwork you. You'll be called upon once or twice a year to maybe sit in on a meeting or sit in on a video conference and add your value to that. So please, I'm asking you to consider as well. And that's my presentation. I would like to thank my co-trustees. I would like to thank our chairman for his leadership. I would like to thank Potato South Africa for doing a stunning job. And I would like to also thank this forum here for putting their trust in me for the last 5 years to sit on the trust. I will be up for replacement next year, and we'll discuss that as well. So I truly believe that I speak on behalf of the role players in the industry who benefited by the projects approved by the Trust. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'll gladly take it. Can I just get that slide back? Distribution? Is that in terms of logistics? Willie, help me here. We can even, if it doesn't fall under one of these, we can actually even put it in.
Chair, I think the logistics are actually, I would say, integrated in each one of these parts of the value chain. The fact that we haven't isolated that one is not really, because I'll also show the contribution of the different, I would say, segments of the value chain, also to see where they link in, and actually the cost or the value to the full chain in one of my slides as well.
Right. Happy with that. Thank you, Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. I accept the handing back. Ladies and gents, we are done with point. Let me just quickly get my ducks in a row. We've done the 6.1 on the agenda, which is the PIDT report. We are now going to focus on Potato South Africa. I'm going to ask the CEO of Potato South Africa, Willie Jacobs, to do his presentation or his report from PSA. Thank you, Willie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. If you mind, I want you to take this mic along because I can't actually work with these things. Het jy die klikker? Dankie. Right. Thank you, Chair. I don't like trying to aim at the mic, so I've asked for my hands to be freed. I think a lesson that I've learned now is the fact that we should have these reports before the conversations, because the room looks quite empty versus this morning. So hopefully the people that really has a vested interest in the bigger businesses here to also share the conversation with us and also just follow what we're doing. And I think what I want to try to achieve with my report today is also to maybe, can I call it a call to arms, a call to support from the industry. I'll show you today that the potato industry is under pressure. You all know that by now. I think all the agricultural industries with the inputs from foreign sources are under pressure, but there are a few significant things that you need to understand and to notice. So last year and every year, I take you through a brief overview of what the potato industry looks like. I'm not going to spend much time with this because I think it's a very complicated structure to understand. The most important thing for us to understand is that Potato South Africa, and this is Potato South Africa non-profit company, that is the service provider, basically stands as a contracted service provider to the Potato Industry Development Trust, of which Dion is one of the trustees, and then Dr. Ben Pieterse and Nokanya, as mentioned, are basically the custodians of those funds. So Potato South Africa non-profit company is responsible for all the activities that has been committed in terms of the business plan. Hein will give you some feedback. We are at the end of our 4-year cycle. We are starting a new 4-year cycle now from the 1st of July, that we get our statutory levy in, and then we've got a specific prescription in terms of which we spend the money to get the stimulation of the industry as per Dion's presentation that he did. I think that a very important thing is also to understand in which control environment we operate. So under Department of Agriculture, the NMC Act, as Dion has mentioned, there's Potato Industry Development Trust, and then Potato South Africa non-profit company is also governed by Potato South Africa Voluntary, which is basically the farming community. But the farming community and the rest of the industry get together under the auspices of the Potato Industry Development Trust through the Potato Industry Forum, and that is where Dion is the representative. The controlling environment that we're currently looking for, it's seed certification, potato certification services, which makes sure that we've got good quality seed material. Unfortunately, but Andre, you here. Where's Andre? Also left. He's been here this morning. So potato certification services make sure our quality of potato seed is important. I'll show you through the breakdown of what the value chain looks like in the potato industry, where the responsibility in terms of good quality seed also comes out on. Then Procon, which is basically the custodians of the measurements within the packaging and transportation. They're quite instrumental in terms of supporting our farmers as well and understanding the legislation and staying within the regulation. And although there's a specific regulation, it also comes back to the profitability of business. A specific type of packaging with a specific requirement has got a positive and negative if you don't measure up in terms of the balance of those numbers. So it's very important for us to also have that control institution in it as well. And then we've got APAC, the Agricultural Products Agents Council, Representative Francois Knowles. They are keeping the market agents honest. But not only in that, I think it's a support mechanism to also make sure that collaboratively the market agency gets supported with the standardized approach in terms of things being handled, and also covering themselves in terms of rogue dealers or somebody that comes into the industry that might be damaging to that. So protecting one of our key resources, there's where the price formulation mostly happens. At the market agent level, if that goes wrong, a lot of the business goes wrong. And then potato laboratory services is the support services that we have that basically do all the analysis and those type of things to have a reference in terms of where we are for certification of potatoes and also analysis of other possible pests and diseases. I presented you with this slide last year as well to tell you what our plans were in the potato industry, and what we also want to try to do is to just confirm with you where we are down the line in terms of these activities. So outcome-driven, cost-efficient business, content-rich information, business intelligence, predictive modeling, that is something that I'll talk to you about just a little bit further. Technology-driven information interaction, precision farming support, especially satellite technology and proactive to external influences. I think our awareness of what's happening in terms of international environment and also imports and exports has also increased recently, and I would also thank Jaco has contributed to our new model that also brought those type of insight to the table as well for us. The Potato South Africa Board of Directors has been reviewed at the Congress last year. So there's quite a number of new faces from last year that we had. We've got Gert Bester, our chairperson. Gert, you want to maybe just quickly show yourself? He's my sole custodian and protector at the moment. Thank you for that, Gert. And we've got Andre Kutsia, that's also part of the research committee for quite some time. Hannes Becker is new on the team. Jannie Besson has also been with us now for a year. Isak Cronje has been with us for quite a few years. Mike Green has been with us for a few years. Johan Holsthausen. We've got MC Venter that's new. Dese, although young looking, also been with us for quite some time. And then we've got Meshach Ngogeni and Walter Matidi as our new transformation directors as well. Brilliant guys, brilliant contribution. I think we are sitting with fantastic business people in terms of taking our future along with us as well. Gerard Postumus also being with us for some time. Nicholas Lourens and Mzimazi Jalisa Mzi. He's the youngest member to the team, but I think full of energy, as you can see through the smile as well. So this is a team of custodians that we've got taking care of the potato industry for this year. So as Dionys mentioned, our responsibility lies with using specific core functionalities to be able to stimulate the economy and the business itself. So where do we do it? We do it with market development. That's specifically advertising, marketing, market analysis, and those type of pieces of information. I'll come back to that a little bit because that's also one of the biggest call to arms that we're looking for from, let's call it the trading area to retail, to start really backing us and really supporting us specifically in terms of our generic advertisements and getting to the consumer. Then industry information. Who doesn't have the new Potato South Africa app yet? Raise your hand. It's a lie. Okay, who has the new Potato South Africa app? Okay, that's more truthful. Please, people. Google Play Store, okay, App Store, Potato South Africa's application is on there. Get onto that and get to understand what's happening on a daily basis in this major industry and amazing industry of ours. That's not only the only function that we've got on the information side. FBA can take you through a massive number of points that we're going to take. I'll show you what our interactions look like. We are very excited to be able to physically digitize the agricultural industry, the potato industry for you, and actually bring business intelligence into your business itself. Then the research and development will stand still a little bit on the projects that's been happening there. There's been major developments on the research and development side in terms of the productivity of our potato producers. And I think I also want to commend the members of the research committee that also participated in that, and then everybody else that has contributed to that. I think our collaborating partnerships are increasing on a daily basis to actually bring us to a point where we know that our industry, from a production point of view, is very sustainable. Admin, we are allowed to use 10%. I don't know why we only use 6.4%, Dine, but we'll get to that side. But yes, I think in terms of our technological enhancements, we have actually done quite a lot on managing the administration. And I also want to say I'm challenging all the other trust administrators to show us what their admin portion is in terms of the administration. We'll see where they get. And then transformation, last but not least. The past year, we found ourselves headlined in quite a number of areas for the work that has been done on the transformation side. And we're looking to enhance that business model and to actually really grow it. We've got potato farmers that are becoming commercial farmers from ground level upwards that haven't been producing potatoes ever in their life, and that we're very proud of. And I think that is basically, the answer that you would want to be looking for in that process. So I'm going to take you just through some of the major headlines on the different core businesses. But I think one of the more important things I wanted to show you is the amount of our budget that we have managed to spend on projects in terms of what we plan to. And I want to take you to the 2020-21 cycle, where you know what the COVID impact was. And there was a challenge by our board of directors to bring us back in line in terms of the total funding spent on projects, because project spent equals growth of the business itself. And I'm really glad to say that I think we might end up with an overspend this year, right? On the percentage aimed at. So in the longer run, we've managed to, I think a good deal for us would have been to stay above 80%. We're quite glad to say that in terms of this physical project spent and results, we've achieved quite a significant number. And just to show you what type of money we've managed to spend this past year on projects, I think we need to be clear. If you look at where we started off on 16 million, we've basically doubled the project spent over the period of time. And again, thanks to our collaboration partners and our support on that. So we're starting with marketing as one of our core businesses. Our market model was basically in our strategy to attract, retain and grow the market, to basically inform, educate and inspire consumers, and then also to stay with a specific theme in terms of always fresh, always in season and goodness from the earth. Very, very, very important. Okay? None of the potatoes that you would buy on any market floor at the moment would have been stored in any type of storage facility for more than a week. Okay. This is the amazing uniqueness of South Africa. No other country in the world has got the same type of thing. And this is what creates probably one of the biggest internal battles as well. Because our farmers produce a certain amount of potatoes. There's a market system that needs to take away the product, needs to get it to the consumer side. If we mismatch that, there's major tragedies. We have had a few incidents last year, and you'll probably see where the price basically fell apart, and that is when there was over-delivery to the market. So this is probably one of our major things that we need to do. We want to move closer to the consumer. We need to understand what consumer demand looks like. We don't have enough insight in that. And that is always also the reason why calling on retailers, calling on prepackers, calling on facilitators of product directly to consumer to also join us in this effort to get closer to the consumers. Okay, so this is basically just the specific KPIs for the industry, but I think important, we basically had a total of 10 core projects under the 6 main categories that we're looking for. What we are aiming at for this year going forward, under Jaco's supervision, is basically to create new marketing content and channels. I think we've got enough recipes by now, by having 150 odd, something like that. So we are looking at changing that model a bit. And then also, and this is what I've mentioned, opening the communication channel up to the point of the consumer. Okay, that's where the conversation needs to start, getting more inclusion from the rest of the industry as well. And then a small nice thing that we are moving towards is to get a brand ambassador for the potato industry, which you will see happening within the next few months. Okay. On the research side, the principles of research basically was initially aimed at this 3 factors. We are looking at enhancing that, but basically factors determining potential yield, limiting factors, and yield reduction factors. Okay, and this is the total number of projects that are currently either busy running or in process on our research side of business. Guys, if you just look at the sheer numbers of the activities and you look at the specific projects that are happening, we'll share these slides with you as well, but I think this is something to be significantly proud of in the industry. Okay, so then what we've done is workshops and training sessions, specifically on irrigation the past year, we've done quite well. And then further workshops and training sessions, specifically we had quite a number of tuber moth issues and tutor information. So that is also the process that we're running. So we don't only do the research, we do the dissemination of the research into understandable practical functions, and then we take it, distribute it through the farming community for people to start adopt to the new model. This is the footprint of the projects that we've done. I wanted to use that bugs to show where it is, but Henri said the buttons is better, so I'm taking her cue on this one. But just to give you an idea of where the research projects were, where the cultivar projects are, and where the monitoring functions are also being happening in this space. So all over South Africa, in our 16 major growing regions, we've got projects up and running to monitor and to show what's happening in terms of our production, and also to show major risk, but also bring out the, let's call it, specific development in terms of understanding the capabilities of certain cultivars. We've got quite a number of new cultivars that has been introduced. That's very exciting, and I think that will also create a good pipeline for us going forward. Then, this is what we want to go for in terms of the research side of things. And this also takes us to the point that Dion made to get more collaborative support from that. So in 1973, we started with 25 kilograms of potatoes per person and only 600,000 tons of potatoes produced. Currently, we're standing at 2.6 million tons of potatoes on 51,000 hectares at 51 tons a hectare. And then small margin. And this will also be determined by the, let's call it, the demand side of things and the necessity to create good quality, good value food. We're looking at increasing the per capita use of potatoes, increasing the volumes, the hectares, and the total production as well. And that will take us to 3.2 million tons of potatoes in South Africa. We might still be short in terms of feeding the nation, given the growth requirements that there are. The reality of the situation is the challenge is up there. But we also need to understand what the limitations for the potato producers are and what support we need from the larger industry. Okay, so then information, communication, this is where, okay, so who's got the app now? Goodness, okay, all right. I'm trying my best. Okay, so there's the a central database that we've created to get in all information from a lot of the role players. There's now some of the names of the role players that are not here yet, that we have connected with ideas for us to get one view of what's happening in the potato market from various sources so that we can make better decisioning. And then from there on, moving it into a business intelligence system and bringing it out to our daily reports on your cell phone that you can see what's happening on a daily basis, but also giving you a weekly summary and also some type of view in terms of where we are point in time. To just create the right type of perspective for everybody to know what quantities of potatoes are available, what qualities we can expect, whether the price reference is correct or not, and what needs to be done to be able to do corrective action. Specifically for our producers, in terms of taking product to the market, it's very important for them to know what the volumes look like, what the movement look like, and we're also working with our friends in the logistics business to see if we can get some, I'm looking at you, Jack, to get some insight into some predictive modeling and movement of product over specific distances. So that's what we've been able to do. So we've created the new app. We're linking in FreshLink along with the rest of the data information that we've got with Freshmark systems. We're going to build budgets, models within the system itself, and then we've already started with the daily sheets. This is what it looks like. If you want to, you can subscribe to that. Just make sure that FBA gets the note on who's looking for that. That is typically what the morning report looks like, and that's what the afternoon reports look like. You'll get a good overview of what's happening on a daily basis in the business itself. And then transformation. The 4 legs of transformation: enterprise development, small grower development, farm-based training, and tertiary skills. Currently, we're running with 17 Limpopo farmers, 2 KZN farmers, and then we've got 1 each in the other provinces. The Limpopo work that we've done has created such a CV for us that we're actually building a demand into the rest of the provinces as well. Well done to Nomvula and Rachichi and Rindani and Rotondo and the team for what you've been able to achieve, and also with the teams that was running with you. Then transformation also does, so the same training information that we developed on the research side gets converted into training material, and also goes into our transformation farmers and small grower farmers to teach them specifically from ground level how to operate a farm. And then this list, in my view, is much too short. I think we should at least quadruple the number of names on this list. This is only participants now in terms of the development work that we have. But I think in the bigger picture, and I'll take you there now, we've got a good opportunity of increasing the support and also the collaboration partners within the potato industry. The value creation that we have been able to do on 21 farmers in the project, more than 300 hectares planted, more than 10,000 jobs created, and more than 90 million rand worth of revenue that has been generated. Small grower development projects, take you quickly through that. That is to teach communities how to produce potatoes and for them to actually use it for own consumption as well. This is becoming another flagship model with a lot of contribution. I think food security in certain communities is actually being changed by these models that we have been introducing. There's just 2 samples of projects that we had. That is Limpopo. That one is the Ikopo. Yeah, okay, and then a big invitation from us, 15 February next year, Transformation Symposium coming up again. You all know about the Research Symposium. I'm not going to market that again because I think our subscription is quite high on that, but remember about the Research Symposium as well. And then I think the last point on the transformation side, which actually results directly under the PRET, is the bursary functions that we have to actually create knowledge and to support knowledge through the industry. Make sure that we have academics that understand the industry and that will be able to represent the industry going forward as well. Communication, we showed you the branding last already. I was really proud about that, but I think to a large extent, just the way that we are conveying messages, how we're going to the market and those type of things, the results are quite visible. But I think on the communication side, Andre, you guys, you've got a large portfolio now because you're also now the custodian of all our information for that matter. On the statutory side, and yeah, that's me. It's still working. I think I killed it. Okay. Okay, so what we are looking for, I think in terms of exhibition events, presentations, e-platforms, correspondence and branding, you are seeing us because you're here. So we are quite happy with the results as we go ahead, but I think we can also announce that. Okay, the highlights that we had this past year, previous year, it was the Potato Industry Forum, this one again this year. Then we had the Forum and Congress If you haven't seen it, guys, please Google it. There's a lot of material on that. And I think it was quite a successful event as well. We had over 300 participants in that space as well. So I think we're touching lives on that. The Chips magazine is ongoing, information sharing, and then the Farmer of the Year was probably also one of the bigger highlights on the seed grower side and on the commercial side as well. And we'll definitely work towards enhancing those models as well. Okay. On our regional services, we introduced that last year. So we've got 5 regional coordinators in 4 geographical areas serving 16 regions, implemented from June, July last year, providing technical support and ground level to the farmers, gathering information, coordinating the projects. They have also now been introduced into the trials and those type of things, so they're physically supporting that space as well. They're getting the message back between our producers and head office. I think we've lost some of it over time, and I think we've gained it back quite fast. Seasonal coordination of information, and then increasing our footprint in the potato industry. So that's just to show you where they are based, where they are working towards. It took a lot of balancing numbers to actually get to a point where we can get them at the centralized position and moving them into the right space to cover the right type of areas without creating an expensive footprint. On our risk side, financial, I think you'll see some of the slides I'm going to show you just now. I'm taking a little bit long, Chair. Apologies for that. The Russian war impact, you're going to see what's happened now on the direct cost on the farmer side there. Dumping of frozen French fries remains an issue, and I know there's a lot of propaganda happening in terms of the consumer side of things. If you'll remind me, we can stand a little bit still on that issue. Access to export opportunities, we are gaining a lot of knowledge and information, and I think we've managed to open up a few transactions recently. And then just understanding foreign market policies and how we can access foreign markets forward is going to be one of the major risks that will be determining our capacity to grow the business as well. On a business management point of view, this is a very important thing for us. Our statutory levy gets generated from the collection mainly from paper potato bags. Okay. There are a significant number of new bagging options, new packing options, new delivery options happening. There's a significant revenue leakage, and that to such an extent that it's actually now determining the future of the potato industry. We can only spend as much project funding as we receive. And I think it's very important that it needs to be clarified. The levy is not a revenue source to pay for, let's call it, services that are not directed into certain areas. It is physically the funding of the potato industry that's been used to feed back into the potato industry to enhance the business itself. If there's revenue leakage, people don't physically pay for that, people don't support it, they're basically killing their own economy over time. So we can only call on the industry, and it was there in the past. That's why we've got a statutory levy, but it was there in the past that there was a voluntary levy, and it didn't work. Okay. I think the potato industry now in South Africa is where it is because of the fact that we've managed to maintain the statutory levy. And I would ask the bigger industry to basically support us in terms of making sure that we collect that revenue. On the other end as well, we're also going to ask you to start contributing on ad hoc basis for us to be able to enhance the business, because you will also understand why certain of our farmers are in a position where they would want to try to avoid paying the levy, because the profitability of the potato industry is really going sideways. And then I think we all know about the roads infrastructure, the market conditions, and then also crop failure as a resulting in loss in income. I think that those discussions was basically one of the major reasons why we had the panel today. So what is happening in the potato industry at the moment? We already knew that the number of potato farmers were reducing. We already knew that the volumes per farmer has been increasing. But what's happening in this last few years is the fact that we are starting to stagnate in terms of the volumes produced. Okay? And especially in the last 2 or 3 years going towards this year, we are seeing farmers disinvesting from the potato industry themselves. What does it mean? It means that potatoes sales are not profitable anymore to maintain the type of cost structure that the farmers have. And I'll show you some of the slides to support that as well. What am I saying? Consumers, please dig deeper into your pockets and buy the potatoes at higher prices. Okay. It's not more expensive, it's more valuable. That is the point that needs to be made. A high quality potato as part of your basic foodstuff is still the cheapest, best source of food that you will be able to find in your life. We need to promote this. That is very important to us. Potatoes at 100 Rand a pocket for a consumer should be a bargain. Should not even be treated in a different way. Okay, how do we get to that price in terms of where the producer actually becomes profitable? Let's have a look at the numbers. Okay. So this is the current disparity that we have between the producer and the consumer price. This gap that is opening up there tells us that there's a miscommunication in information from producer to consumer. Okay. That is one of the biggest issues that we have at this stage. We need to close that gap. We need to bring the price on the consumer side closer to what the producer side is. That we can only do with proper information. Okay. Why do retailers increase their prices well beyond what their margins should be? Because last week they've bought an expensive pocket of potatoes. Today the price has dropped and they need to cover that risk. So if we can reduce the gap in the volatility between producer and consumer price, we can bring that gap closer. We can bring more money to the industry without anybody taking a loss. Because everything that opens up in this gap ends up to be a physical loss of product at a certain point in stage in time. That is one thing that we need to understand. Okay, so where we are now. You won't be able to read the numbers, so I can tell you any number that's on that screen, but you can get the print afterwards, so it's not going to be the case. So, of the total cake of potato production, fertilizer, 2.3 million Rand. Seed, and this is now, remember, it's 21 estimated. This is where back solving from certain of the elements and also development of specific enterprise budgets that was supported through us. Fertilizer, 2.3 million Rand. Seed, 1.9 million. Chemicals, 1.4 million. Transport cost to markets, where's the logistic guys? 1.2 million. Okay? Other direct costs, 900 million. Seasonal labor, 784. Bag manufacturers, 569. Fuel, 369. That fuel is in-field fuel. It's not part of the transport cost. Market agents commission, guys. Market agents commission versus fertilizer, seed, chemicals. Okay, I don't want to come up for them, but I don't think they're fleecing us. Okay. Interest on working capital, repairs and maintenance, even those points are actually more expensive than this type of commission level. Look at where the Potato South Africa levy lies in this total number. 47.5 million Rand comes to us to stimulate this size of economy. Okay, I took on the challenge. I'm not steering away from it, but I'm just asking you. We need to be able to support these producers. We need to be able to support the product itself. Okay, so if the total value of products produced up to market level is 10.8 billion Rand, it means that the consumer value is 32 billion Rand in terms of the bigger industry. Okay, this is not a Mickey Mouse business. It is one of the largest commodity groups in South Africa. And I would want to say what the major contributor to the internal South African economy, where the producer and the consumer, the final buyer of the product, is in country. And that is something we need to understand. This is something to uphold. So what's happening with the farmers, right? Real cost of fertilizer per bag versus the real potato price. Real cost of chemicals per bag versus the potato price. Sorry. I needed to enhance this conversation further. Okay, so just look at that. If you look at the rest of the situation, you will understand why farmers are starting to disinvest. Okay, we cannot afford to do that. Okay, the purpose of the potato industry business is to stimulate the growth of the economy. Okay, if the farmers are battling and they don't have funding available to be able to support this business, we need to look into the eyes of the rest of the industry to stimulate this business. Okay, so this is the big request, and this is the question that we're asking the industry forum, our members out here, and hopefully wherever the streaming goes, to start contributing not only in person, but in specific fundings. We have got a specific marketing project plan that is going forward. We can afford to pay a certain part of it. We need somebody to pick up the bill and support us in that. On the research side, we've got quite a number of collaboration projects. We've got quite a list of projects that we cannot afford to mobilize at this stage. We're asking the forum to start supporting us, funding us, helping us to get this industry to be where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. Just before I open it for questions, just to give a bit of context, we currently use 43 kilograms per person potatoes in South Africa. The global average is 31.5 kilos, so we're still above average. Europe is on 88 kilos. Kazakhstan, Ukraine, those areas are on 160 kilos per head. So if Potatoes South Africa wants to take it from 43 to 50 kilos, it's well within the reach. We're still way below the guys that are really eating a lot of potatoes. But if we could take it up to 80 kilos, we will probably not have enough ground in South Africa to produce enough potatoes to supply ourselves. So I think it's a good project, Willie. So congratulations. Are there any questions to Willie before I put on the CFO? Gerard?
You're just asking with the transformation, is there companies that can tap into that? With the transformation that you're doing, can companies tap into that?
Yeah, no, the answer is clear. Yes, definitely. I think we that's the reason why I said that the collaboration list can increase significantly. I think one of the major things, and we spoke about it, SARL is also on Grain SA's board. We're also looking at collaborating with other commodities as well to get what they call it a geoplaas, a complete farm view on everybody that we support. We can't only just stay with potatoes because there's other commodities as well. But definitely, in that value chain that you saw there in that cake, we would like to get anybody to contribute in that space.
Yeah, valid question. Thank you, Willie, for answering that. The total PIDT income is around 50 million a year. And in the bigger picture, 50 million is not a lot of money. So if there's money burning your pocket, and I know there is, you know where to come. Anybody else before I ask Hein to come forward? Hein, going? Thank you. Hein is our CFO, and he will present some of the figures for us.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. So basically my presentation is to give a little bit of feedback in terms of the levy. So the first part is the application of the levy. Second part is about our challenges for the fifth statutory period, as well as our achievements. So I'm going to touch on that as well. So just the first slide is to give an indication where we are at the moment. So you can see the fifth statutory period. We are now at 25 April. It's more or less 2 months before the end of the statutory period. And yeah, just for interest's sake, it's the 90th year that we are coming with the statutory period. And we talk about Dr. Freek de Plooy earlier, the late Dr. Freek de Plooy. He was actually involved. He was a trustee right from the start in 2004, and for a long time involved. All right, then the application process. So it's quite a lengthy process, but it's very important to do the necessary communication. So the first part was the roadshows, where we travel a lot to have the meetings with the farmers, formulation of the financial plan, preparation of the business plan, support from the Potato Industry Forum. Some of you will remember that last year, this time, we get the support from the Potato Industry Forum, and then approval at Congress at 22 September 2022. All right, then simultaneously, we also start already early as January 2022 with the preparation of the application and notices, discuss concept with the NAMC, adjustment to NMC recommendations, approval of application by the PSA board again, and up to a point where we are now submission to the NMC and approval by the minister. So that is basically the end of the road. Well, the end of the road in a positive way, not a Eskom kind of way. But on Friday, the council will sit of the NMC and decide on the approval of the statutory levy. So we're holding thumbs, but we trust it all will go well. And then the implementation in June 2023 to be ready from the 1st of July. So that's basically the process. Then in terms of governance, I think it's also important, the NMC have got their guidelines in which we govern the levies. So the first one is the definition or the description of the goals of the statutory levy, and that's in terms of research, marketing, information, and transformation. Then the guidelines, more in detail. Administration, will he also touch on that? Administration, not more than 10%. Transformation, at least 20%. And I will show you later on figures what our achievement was regarding that. And then other core businesses, plus minus 70%. Then also within the 20% of transformation, management control not more than 70%, skills development more or less 18%, socioeconomic development 5%, and enterprise development by far the biggest component, 60%. Then we've also got governance in terms of Potato South Africa voluntary, the guidelines. Now this, I usually refer to this as good business principles. And that's to control your expenditure in such a way that it makes sense and also contribute to the producers which actually pay the levy in such a way that everybody can be satisfied that we are responsible with the levy money. So that is in terms of the growth of the projects from year to year, the allocations of funds for research, marketing, and transformation. We changed that to equal percentages according to the need, and that can basically change from one year to another year. And then the staff component, not more than 38% of the total budget. So that's important business principles. Then just in short, our challenges that we have, well actually we've got challenges every day, but I'm talking about the bigger challenges in terms of the levy itself, and then also the achievements. So what was the challenges? The first one is the levy itself. So this is an important slide here to see that our levy funding is made out of two components. The one component is the levy increase, that is basically from one year to another year, and also volume growth. And really, that's on the on the volume growth and the challenges we had of that. So when we actually do the calculations and setting up the financial plan of the application, we work on certain assumptions. One of the assumptions is the volume growth. And as you can see there, we worked on, sorry about that. We worked on 2.5%. Now we're struggling to get a 2%. So that's one of the variables that has the largest impact on our budget, and that can change from one month to another month. And that's why it's also important to build in some flexibility in your budget to be able to handle that. All right, so you can see that's the two components. And then the slide that Dion also, Chair also referred to is the retained funds. One of the requirements of the NMC is also to make sure that we don't carry over funds that is more than 2 months of a total year's budget. So if you've got a budget of more or less 50 million, then your carried over funds is in the region of 10 million, or 60 million budget, then your carried over funds is in the region of 10 million. So again, you get certain situations like Dion also referred to, like the COVID situation where there was certain restrictions in terms of gatherings, which means you couldn't have your training of your emerging farmers, and that kind of things. Also accessibility to the farms, so that actually we have a problem to spend our budget in full, and the result of that is that your retained funds increase, and you have to make a plan and have to manage that to actually come towards the end of the statutory period and ends on 10 million. And we did manage to achieve that. So that's more or less what this graph is all about. All right, then also in COVID time, what we have done, and that is with the help of the members of the Risk and Audit Committee, and there's 4 of the members here, and yeah, I want to thank them also for their guidance. It's Dion, Nokanya, Ben, and Gert as well. So through this difficult times, they give the necessary guidance and say, let's take that unspent funds and we ring fence the funds in a certain way. And as you can see, we actually started with 2.9, almost 3 million that we couldn't spend, and we work it downwards to 698,000 until we are back on track with the spending of the projects. Then actually the result, and I can refer to that as an achievement over the 4-year period, is that we managed to spend 23.2% on transformation, and Willie also referred to administration, 6.4%, and as you can see, the rest, research and development, 25.9%, sorry, market development, 24.2%, and industry information, 20.3%. Then this is also the slide that I presented to you last year this time. So that's actually the figures for the current statutory period, the first statutory period, as well as the 6th statutory period. And we try to have a modest increase in the levy, and I think we always use inflation as a measurement to say, but we are actually way under inflation. I think inflation today is about 6.9%, and the increase here is a 3.315% increase. So that's more or less the result, and what's going to be hopefully approved on Friday with the council sitting. So that's it from my side. I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you, Hein. Any questions, remarks on Hein's presentation before we move on? Thanks, Hein. Looks like you've Done enough? Ladies and gents, we're nearing the end of our meeting. We've dealt with point 7, point 1 and point 2. And we're going over to point 8 on the agenda, and that's role player participation. That's where we give opportunity to all the role players in the different sectors to register or give inputs or give feedback at this forum. So under 8.1, I'm going to go through all these role players. Please put up your hand. I think there are one or two matters arising, but I'm going to go through the list. Please put up your hand if there's any feedback on any of those points or if there's anything that you need to register. So under 8.1, we have bag manufacturers. Are there any points that we need to discuss or register here? Nothing? Right. So we can just minute it that there's none to report. Under point 8.2, input suppliers. Any input suppliers, any inputs from the Hawk side of Gerard from CHEP?
Thanks, Dion. I think on this stage we're working on the fresh produce market, especially on the systems with you, Dion, and Gilt on that side. Hopefully we will be resolved by the end of June, July. And there will be maybe a cost saving for the producers then.
Thank you, Gerard. Just the context, that is the current Joburg market trading system does not make provision for the CHEP facility to be managed through that system. So we are working with CHEP and with Joburg market to get that registered on that system. So I think that's just for notice or for cognizance on the minutes. Any other input, suppliers, comments or inputs? Point 8.3, I haven't seen anybody from the consumers. Any consumer inputs? There at the back? Nothing. Good. Okay. So if the consumers are happy, we can push it up to 50 kilos or 60. 8.4, exporters. Any comments from the exporters? None? Jacob, nothing from your side?
So maybe I must just mention that we get a lot of requests from exporters for unwashed potatoes to export. I don't know if that's a discussion point.
Okay, do we need to discuss that? Unwashed potatoes, that's probably mainly into our neighboring countries.
Yeah, the specific request I'm referring to is for the islands.
Okay. Willie, do we need, is there specifically something at the forum which we need to take a decision on? There's no prohibition on export of those.
Chair, I think if we could just maybe get an indication who wants to participate or something like that so that we can... Look, I think the request is from the foreign side, so if anybody wants to participate in that, I think they must just make contact with Yaku and the team so that we can see how we can start facilitating this process.
Jaco, I think on that project that we've got, or the plans that we've got to get people in from this forum to assist us where that's needed, I think that's where we need to get those people in. So if there are any exporters here, please make contact with Jaco so that we can escalate the matter. And Jaco, if you don't get feedback from here, let's maybe have an offline discussion and put you in contact with some of the exporters.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to mention that PPECB is also here today, assisting us always with the regulations regarding the exports. Highly appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Noted. Can we go to 8.5, marketing? So there's under 8.5, there's 8.5.1, market agents. I see Galt, the president of IMASA, is here. I think there's one matter that's arising from the previous minutes, and that was the appointment of a wholesaler on Durban. Galt, if you can maybe briefly give us feedback on that, and any other matters that you need registering at this forum.
Thanks, Dion, and thanks for the invite. I think there's a few things that IMASA has been very busy with over this last year. We are working very closely with Willie. On the wholesaler, I can just give feedback. I possibly need to step away. If everybody understands what happened, is that Durban Market wanted to put a wholesaler on the floor. They made the appointment, but they made a big mistake. We were fighting them. And then they appointed the wholesaler before the bylaws were approved. Because in the bylaws, they wrote in that they want to put a wholesaler in. So I think market management is in trouble, because I think they're currently being sued by the appointed wholesaler. We further got legal advice on bylaws on markets. Joburg Market published bylaws recently. In, I think, beginning of the year, their new bylaws came out, and then Durban put theirs in. We objected on all of them through the objection process, and since then we got legal opinion that the bylaws are all unconstitutional. So we're busy fighting them. We're not fighting against the rules and discipline on markets. It needs to change into a new, modern way of doing things. Markets are operational facilities, and we need to be managed in that way. We don't need laws to manage us. If I can also talk about the Tshwane Mandamus case, which IMASA won with costs, thanks to Teresa and her team in Tshwane. Teresa is our vice president and chairman in Tshwane. The municipality had time to respond, put plans in place. The plans never spoke to the Mandamus instructions as set out by the court. We've given them time. They had 180 days time. The 180 days ended end of April. We've given them to the 31st of May to respond. But we'll possibly end up in court, and there's a big chance that they're in contempt, so they're in trouble. They're in big trouble. So we most probably will get into a position of really getting involved in the management of Tshwane Market. Joburg Market, we've got our challenges, and you can rest assured, and Willie, I think hereby we're extending our hand to Potato South Africa, that from the involvement and the work that IMASA is doing on markets, we need to be very close, and we have been very close to Willie, and I think, we need to carry on with the work that we're doing and live very close to each other. That in short, if there's any questions, you're welcome.
Thank you, Galt. I think it's important to note that this whole process with IMASA is an effort to protect the markets in South Africa and to protect the price discovery mechanism, which is a critically important function of the markets in South Africa. It is not to fight the system, it's to fight the downfall of our facilities. So it's important to just note that for clarity purposes. I haven't seen any market. Are there any market representatives here under 8.5.2? Any feedback from markets? Nothing? Okay. We'll move away off from that. Then I've got 8.6 APAC. We have the APAC registrar here. Any input from your side, Francois? There's a mic here, please.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try and be brief. A few things that's important about APAC. We are contemplating a move to Pretoria. We want to be closer to our primary service providers, so please take note of that. We are also going to put out an advertisement to fill the position of Deputy Registrar. So if you want to work with me, good luck. And if you want to apply, by all means do so. That position has been vacant now for about a year, and it's high time that we fill that. I can't do everything by myself. Okay, we are also in the process of amending the APA Act. That is our primary mandate. It was referred back to the department by the Portfolio Committee at Parliament. And here's some good advice, and I'll take myself as the perfect example. When there is legislation put out for approval, and specifically at markets, make sure that you read the content and understand the impact that it will have on the industry. We simply cannot allow that things go through where people are bullied and practices are put into place which is not going to work and taking us forward. As such, amending our act, we are in that same position. We have to be very careful what we decide, what we do, and hit something with a bat. Put it out for public participation, make sure that everybody knows. And that's a message to me as well. Insofar as markets are concerned, makes me grumpy as hell because markets are being neglected by management and by municipalities. They're not putting money to markets. They're not uplifting our beautiful facilities of the past. And let me just give some credit due to our market agents. They're doing a hell of a job to discover price at markets, and please never ever underestimate their value. They are phenomenal in a system where price discovery and commission markets are probably working so well we underestimate the importance of that. It's the best system in the world, I can assure you. We've looked at everything. Okay, so just in terms of our mandate, if you are a market agent, you will be protected by APAC in terms of how we can assist, how we can grow, how we can enhance. But if you do decide to be involved in defrauding farmers or there's theft, and please make no mistake, it's not everyone. All of these agents are specialists, but if you do decide that you're going to break the rules, you will get the wrath of APAC and myself. As such, we had 5 disciplinary hearings last week where we found agents guilty of various convictions. We convicted them, rather. So please note that I think we're very serious about our work. We're very serious about a clean, ethical, economic business. That's what we stand for. That is what we live for. That is what farmers deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Francois. Any comments on that? Thank you. Moving off 8.6, 8.7, labour. Any points to be registered under labour? Nothing. Point 8.8, processors. I think our processors, are they still here? Nothing to report there. Commercial farmers. As you want to leave there, anything from here? I think everything from the commercial farmers are handled under Willie's report. Anything from the seed growers? Nothing. Quality control institutions? PT, potato seed, PSD? Is the unknowns broken? Nobody? Okay, there were a few retailers here. Any inputs from the retailer side? There's a hand there, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Veli. Solly here from SPAR. I think from our side, we have been getting a consistent supply of potatoes, and we thank the farmers for that. However, I think from Veli's presentation, the price issue has been a problem. We've been spending most of our time putting fire down from customers that our prices are just ridiculous. So I think in terms of controlling that volatility of prices, that will definitely help. Thank you.
Willie, any reply on that?
Yeah, Chair, they must subscribe to the app. I think it's a very important point for us. It's one of the bigger workshops that we need to be able to do. We have identified in the past year that there's a significant miscommunication and understanding just in terms of the cyclicality of production. You know, I said that South Africa has got fresh potatoes on the market every day of the year. The issue is that the consistency is also determined by the conditions that the farmers are producing in. It's necessary for us to get up to retail level, everybody on the same page in terms of which conditions are determining what type of requirements for a specific period. There are seasonality that we know about, but there are certain circumstances. And I think the commitment is a bi-directional communication to keep on informing. Specifically, the potatoes is a stock level issue. It will also always be a stock level issue, whether it's stock on the floor, whether it's stock on the retailer's shelves, or whether it's stock not yet harvested, if you want to call it that way. But that is basically one of the biggest determining factors. So I think, Chair, the efforts that we're going to do this year specifically, rolling out the, guys now, and I'm pressing on the app because the app will give you a daily update on what the circumstances are on which products are moving through markets. Okay. In other words, we've got stock inwards, stock outwards, average prices. You can see whether deliveries are increasing or reducing and those type of things. So I think the awareness of the retail environment and the larger consumers, guys, please download the app. It's there. So that you can actually see what's happening on the production side of the potatoes itself. The more information we get, the closer we'll get to the right price number.
Thank you, Willie. Thank you for the remark. It's Solly, am I correct, from SPAR? It's a very valid point, and I understand that retail is under immense pressure from the consumers. And you would know it's not only potatoes at this point in time. It's probably right through the whole fresh produce spectrum. It is, however, a symptom of the bigger things that we've been discussing this morning. It's the situation of fertilizer increasing in cost and load shedding. So all those things has the result that there's fewer potatoes being produced in South Africa. And you've seen the slide from the CEO. And in South Africa, our markets and the price of potatoes is determined through supply and demand. And if the supply comes down and the demand stays the same, the price will go up. And that's what's happening with us, is that producers are under pressure. They are downscaling in terms of their volumes, specifically on irrigation, to try and get to all their crops in time to irrigate them. Because if they don't irrigate them, the yield goes down. And then if the yield goes down, they cannot cover the cost. So it's a vicious circle. But I think from the PIDT and from Potato South Africa side, we would want to extend a hand to the retailers to assist you with that information, to drive that through to the consumer, that they understand where the price increase comes from. Because we have another Competition Commission inquiry specifically on prices again. But I think the understanding is that there's a lack of understanding from why the prices are high. It's not kunsmatig. It's not artificially pushed up. It is a result of supply and demand. And if the consumer can understand why it is like that, and we would want to help the retailers on that, so that you have an answer. But I also think that we're in a situation where it's become so expensive to produce fresh produce that we've actually gone now to a point where the consumer is unfortunately going to pay more for fresh produce, or for all food on that matter. So thank you for registering that, and please, Potato South Africa is there to assist. And I think from market agent side as well, if there are any insights that you might need from why the carrot price is high or the onion price is high, you feel free. There's the Institute of Market Agents. They can assist and point you to some of the agents to try and assist you by giving you answers on why this is happening. Because we want to be transparent, because the more transparent we are, the less the Competition Commission will come and inquire and see what's going on, because everything is open. Okay. Any other comments or remarks, Francois?
Okay, thank you, Dion. I just want to say something about the Competition Commission. It's really important that you must understand their role. They launched their investigation on the 13th of February this year. So please do not underestimate the Competition Commission. They're going to go to markets, they're going to ask questions. Please entertain them, give them the best answers that you can. What we've done at APAC is we've engaged them actively, proactively as a matter of fact, and we're trying to explain to them so that they can understand the flow and the work of the commission system. That's really important. It makes me a little grumpy as well, because we've got something in the past that has never been finalized at the Competition Commission. There was, they raided 2 markets, the Joburg market and the Tshwane market, and we are still waiting for the outcome of that. So, and here's another investigation. So we have asked the question, what's happening here? You're coming again, but you haven't finalized the first one. So please note that that is our opinion, that's our stance, that's where we are. But in terms of the current investigation, or they call it the inquiry, be very careful. I come from a long time ago. I was an auditor. I know what it's like. You will find something. They're not going to go and embark on an investigation and come with nothing. We must be very careful. So if they do ask you questions, don't wish them away. Give them proper answers, because it's in the interest of the industry that we have a proper outcome. At this point in time, the inquiry is only focused at the value chain that flows through the market, that includes all the primary and secondary role players and service providers. Please, I'm just appealing to everybody, make sure that you give these guys, give them the effort, give them support, give them the right answers. They need to understand. And if there's something that will come out, and there's going to be something, we will have to deal with that in the proper way. You are warned, please.
Thank you, Francois. Can I step off point 8? Going to the last point on the agenda, and that's point 9, proposal for enhanced PIF membership involvement. Willie, you're going to handle that for us.
Can I just get my slide deck up again, please? Okay, Chair, this time I'll use this thing. I hate it, but I'll do that. We have basically set the scene for a more collaborative participation from the potato industry outside of farming. And you've seen Dion's suggestions also from where we want to do. So there's 2 areas that we would want to approach the potato industry. And it takes us back to this message, is to not only get specific individual parties involved in supporting us on the knowledge side of things. We need that knowledge platform. Solely you guys with the internal understanding of what's happening on the retail space. We need that inputs. We have not had access to that up until now. But on the other hand as well, when we market potatoes, let's see if I can just get to those slides quickly. When we market potatoes and we do generic advertisements, it's to the benefit of the whole industry. It's not a farmers-driven process. It is something that takes you closer to the right type of price formulation on the retail side as well. Our issue that we had in the past is the fact that we haven't actually managed to promote generic potato usage for consumers properly, because of the fact that we've got limited funds available on the generic advertisement space. Okay, so there's 2 major issues on that, and I want to take you to Just back to the proposal that we had on enhancing our research side. And so, listen, we've been focusing on agronomic research for quite some time. We've also brought in the environment very strongly, but we haven't actually done proper consumer research because it was always left in the hands of the retailers. It was always left in the hands of the final sales structure to the consumers. We try to do a secondary approach, but once we get to the point where we start working alongside the retailers, there is a risk of us improperly benefiting specific parties. And that is why we've asked for this call for the invite for you as retailers, or you as the final sales factor to the consumers, to raise your hand and step up to the plate and actually volunteer your purpose and your support to the industry, so that we don't have a position where we are seen as physically benefiting specific entities. So what we want to try to achieve at the end of the day is to get to the consumer answers. Our potato cultivar development needs to be aligned to consumer use. We are so used to be saying that consumers just want, a white potato with proper skin finish. Okay, and I haven't seen one of those. Not yet, not this year though, in any case. So what are we dealing with? We need to understand, get the consumers to understand what potatoes look like, real potatoes look like. And that it doesn't taste different if they've got a few blemishes on it. Those are the things that needs to be done. We also need to be able to understand that the feed, or let's call it the nutritional value of potatoes, are not influenced by their looks. If they're rotten, though, they are. I understand that. But I think the reality of the situation is the more we can get the consumers to accept the quality of potatoes that are coming in, the more they look at, let's call it rather taste and experience in terms of how they prepare their food, the more potatoes we can actually sell. And the more variety we can sell, and the bigger the price distribution can be, because then it gives you an opportunity to select. If you want a potato with a bit of a blemish and you want to pay less for it, there will be of it available because it will be sold. But that comes back to the quality standards and everything that we need to do. So we need to work backwards in terms of, let's call it, stratifying a proper consumer market for the potatoes. Okay, so that is the big storyline that we've got. So what we're looking for, we have already got on the agronomic side a very good infrastructure. On the environmental side, we're getting the right type of support. On the consumer side, we've got a lot of work that we need to do. And as I said, if you look at the limitation in terms of the budget, just to give you an idea, on our marketing side, we've got about 4.5 million rand to do direct advertisements. Okay, Clientele Life and those guys, what are their budgets? 1 billion. Okay, 1 billion rand to get the advertisements done. So we want to do that. We've got the mandate to do that. We want to work hard at it, but we need funds. Okay, we cannot expect from a budget of 45 million rand to really make a good intro in that space. Because this is one of the biggest pleas. Then a very important thing. Within the space that Dion mentioned to us, the participants in these areas, we need the expertise in each one of these value assets, including logistics. Sorry for that. To bring to us the better solutions in terms of optimizing the economy in the potato industry. Okay, and this is the call that we have, and this is the request that we have. When Dion takes the floor again, we're going to ask people to physically raise their hands, show their availability, maybe nominate people that you know that might not be here, because there's quite a few lessons this morning. Again, I'll repeat that. But that really want to make a difference for this industry. You've seen the industry's got value. You see there's profit to be made. Your participation can actually make it much better. And it will bring a better quality, better valued product back to the consumer space in terms of what we require to make this industry really relevant for South African economy. So what we're looking for, we've got an agronomist, we've got environmental guys. On the consumer side, we need to be able to build this advisory panel membership. What we want to do from you, Dion, you can have the conversation further. Just be available for us. If we need somebody that has got a specific expertise, be available for us so that we can call you onto a panel. You'll recall last year we've announced, somebody requested a CODESA model Dr. Johan van Deventer expanded quite a lot on that. I think for us to be able to do a massive collaboration approach, so CODESA ends up in this space where we can create the right type of information to the right people as well. Okay, we started with a few industry roundtables last year. It was very effective. We could not carry on with most of them. The interesting thing is our first roundtable that we had with the market agents, we had market management of Joburg Market there. We had a good conversation. The next meeting was set up in Joburg Meyer and Paul Palazz's office, and then she was fired. Okay, so we're going to start all over again, but in the hands of Amasa and the rest of the guys, we will keep on reiterating this exercise. I think we are making progress on a daily basis, but guys, this floor, whoever is looking at us on the streaming, you are our power, you are our hands, and we need to be able to enhance this business by everybody's contribution. I think that's it from my side, Dion.
Thank you, Willie. I think maybe for purposes of inclusion and to make sure that we have all the right people in the. Can I get that slide back? Sorry. If we can get, we're going to need volunteers here, but I think there's a lot of people that are not here today. No. Oh yeah, that one. There are a lot of people that might be streaming, and there's some of the attendees that's already left. If I quickly run through that list, if we look at APAC, we've got the registrar here. He will nominate or be on there himself. Bag manufacturers, I don't know if there are any bag manufacturers here, but we have access to all of them, really. So I think we can contact them offline. If we look at consumers, we have the Consumer Council sitting on some of our committees. Through them.
I think Ms. Reitman, I think when office was replaced, we were looking for the replacement to join us again.
Yeah. So I think maybe when it also comes to consumers, to get to address Solly's problem and maybe get some of the retailers on there, although there is a specific line for retailers. Exporters, I don't think there are any here, but we can have Jaco. Are there any exporters here? So, Jaco, I think maybe from the people that's contacted you, to maybe get some of them on board here so that we can strategize with it.
Some of the market agents that are interested in the export space as well.
Yes, absolutely. I'm thinking RSA Group, they're quite big in the exports. So, Andries, I think if you can maybe convey the message to your constituents there, and we can contact, we'll contact the head office and get the right people to talk to. And any other, specifically I know in Cape Town there are quite a few potato exporters. I think we can, Jaco, let's also get those guys on board so that we can get some nominations there. Input suppliers, you fall under input suppliers. I think it's critically important. CHEP is a multinational company. They have money that burns them. They want to get rid of it. They are very active in our producer or in our agricultural space. So definitely through Gerard we'll contact them, and I think any other input suppliers would also be good to get them in as well.
Chair, we can call on the Imperial guys as part of the input suppliers.
100%, and the logistics around that. Just a question. We had Rolf Nagel here from Always Fresh. Where would they resort under? Are they under input suppliers or are they they're not processors? They're basically pre-packers. They don't fall under market agents? Because there are quite a few big ones of those.
Chair, I think the area is a mix between retailers and basically market agents. There's a specific space for the pre-packers specifically. I think they've raised their hands to participate.
Yeah. It's a huge industry, specifically on potatoes. So I think it's important that we get them on board. There are 5 or 6 major ones that we can get on board. We can assist with that as well. The market agents know them, so we can also assist with that. And I think you've met with all of them, Jaco, so we can take that offline as well. Labour, who would be our go-to person there? Or would that not be a specific thing that we would be focusing on in potatoes? Okay. Who's going to take care of that? Okay, good. Marketing, so agents, on the agent side, we've got Gelt is the president of IMASA, so I think through Gelt, you've got the whole country open. You can have a representative on every market. I think that's very important to have that. On market management, there is the South African Union of Fresh SAU FM, South African Union of Food Markets, of Fresh Produce Markets. The president there, Francois?
It's a guy from East London market, new guy.
Okay. So, Andre, we can get the detail of who the chairman or the president of that union is from APAC, and we can contact them, and they can then, from their side, assist with specifically market authorities.
Yeah, Chair, I think it's also important for us to get access to the new private market management teams as well.
Okay.
I think the whole public-private partnership collaboration needs to be drawn from the expertise of people that actually set up new markets, and has got a good success rate as well.
So there will be twofold. The one is the SAUFM, who covers all the municipal markets, and then there's FreshLink. I can put you in contact with the CEO of FreshLink, who takes care of all the private markets. So I think those are the two people that we need to contact there. Processes. There's
a nomination from my side, Kobus Botha.
Okay, Kobus Botha, from which institution is he?
McCain.
From McCain. Good, thank you for putting up your hand. We've got the first name on the list there. Right. Any other, Willie?
Chair, just a question on that specifically. We've got collaboration on, let's call it again, the production side from most of these processes members. I think in terms of the retail support, we probably need to look at a few more names within that space that we can actually get to collaborate there as well. But I think we'll go back to our linkages that we currently get.
Yes.
What we'll do is, once we've established a better list, we'll also circulate it again with members.
Yeah. I think, and in the retail space, we need to contact all the big retailers.
That's true, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we have processors. We've got that name, Andre. You've got it registered. Then we're looking at producers, commercial and seed. I think those, they covered, Willie. I think they are in place. Or do you need any other input?
Yeah, no, I think there it's more a situation of linkaging the consumer side with those to specifically the seed side, but we will announce that.
Okay. Good. Quality control institutions. It's basically PPECB, I think. The back there. Can we maybe get a name there that we can contact? Louis Grobler. Dankie Henry from PPECB. And I think Procon is the other one.
Yeah, Etienne apologized, but they're online.
Okay. Good. Are there any other bodies? Not? Okay. Retailers. Have we done retailers? I think retailers is Solly.
Solly? Yeah, he said we can put his name on.
But I think Yaku has already contacted all the major retailers, so from there, Yaku, you can just extrapolate that and get us the names. Okay? Willie, happy with that?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check because there's quite a number of people around here, around the table, that we might not have mentioned. So, Dirk?
Yeah, that's actually my point as well, because I think maybe it's part of input, but let's call it also innovation providers. We've got CropLife members here, we've got fertilizer members here, we've got machinery people here, and I don't know if they covered in this circle here.
Good point.
So, yeah. And obviously the research community as well.
Okay, let's see who's going to raise their hand to participate. Just raise your hand and state your position, please. Plus media as well.
Kan ek Afrikaans praat, skus?
We'll translate.
Onder Villa Crop Protection. So, ek weet nie waar val dit nie.
Okay, Villa Crop Protection, that's input suppliers, Chair.
Okay. Any other people here that we've left out? There's a hand there.
Chair Johan Berg, Ubaro.
Okay,
one of the
Ubaro.
cooperative members.
All right. See, there's Sally's hands up there.
Okay, from FMC side, we will be part of this as well.
Okay.
Connect.
Thank you, Sally Abs.
Thank you. Dit was veel nog werk. Maar ik gewoon anyway.
Another name? Okay, Bernie also raised his hand. From Dormos.
Okay.
And then I don't know if we should nominate Sonia as well from research side. I don't know if this fits here or not, but
I thought she was part of the furniture already.
Okay. Our secretary is taking that, all those minutes down, all those names and nominations down. Are there any other attendees here that doesn't fall under any of these that we've discussed here? Okay. Can I move off, buddy? Happy with
Thank you.
that?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Last point is just the additional point that Willie registered, and that's the PIDT trusteeship that gets nominated from this forum.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. If I can maybe just, and it's a proposal from our side, and the decision has to be made within the forum. The principle is we don't have a formal constitution for the Potato Industry Forum. But traditionally what happened is we had a 2-year cycle for the representative of the forum to be a trustee on the Potato Industry Development Trust as well. There is no actual documentation in terms of how many times a specific role can be reiterated, but what we've experienced is once somebody goes off and gets replaced, there is a discontinuity in terms of just institutional knowledge. So the request that we have got, that we want to pass through the whole of the industry, is to keep the person that, even if that person goes off at the end of the season, co-opted for at least another year, or for at least another 2 meetings, as part of the new cycle, to also be able to support the new participants. So I think what we are asking, Chair, if we can maybe just by a raise of hands see whether we can get support to also write that into the constitution of the Potato Industry Forum and to take it to the PIDT also for decision as well. Can I get some support on that?
Are there any objections? Let me ask that first. No objections. Well, luckily we can't implement this in the provincial governments because you'll have 15 mayors at the point, if you look at Joburg. If every mayor in Joburg has to stay on for a year,
is a long time.
you'll have 10 of them at one point in time, so luckily we can't do it there. Are there any objections against that? I think that's just for the IP continuance to be carried over when the new members come in. If there's no objections registered, I think, Willie, then
we can accept it.
We've got the mandate to take it through to the PIDT. Okay, no objections. Good, thank you very much. Settled. Ladies and gents, just one quick last one. We are 10 minutes late, but there is we've requested that we quickly just touch on the propaganda that's been out there in terms of the anti-dumping. So I would quickly just want Willie to go into that for 5 minutes before I close.
Chair, yes, thank you. I think it's an issue that we are facing that comes as a result from successes in the poultry industry to a large extent. But the propaganda that is out there is the fact that the shortage of potatoes on the processing side is causing a significant price increase to the consumer side. And that the levy that has been implemented is actually reducing the ability of importers to bring in product from across the water. So the reality of the situation is as follows. The import duties have been calculated in accordance to the price differentiation that we see from what the real price supposed to be landed in the South African shores is in competition to our local prices versus what the prices are at which they land. Okay, so the story is as follows. If a product, and we've picked it up, the producers in Europe at the moment gets actually better prices to the processors than our producers currently get to our processors. So it cannot be possible for product to be landed in South Africa at a lower price than what we can actually produce it here in South Africa. Okay, and that is the reason why we have got import duties. Import protection is to create a parity in terms of the actual value of the product when it's landed here in South Africa. Okay, there's no way that if we institute import duties, that it can have a consumer impact in terms of raising the prices. The opposite is true. If the prices are reduced to a certain extent, it actually, you've seen what the producer capabilities are. It actually reduces our competitiveness, and at the end of the day, we're just going to get producers to withdraw from production. Okay, what will happen is if you're going to see seasonal shortage of product, you are in open season. It means a product can come in at any price and the consumer has to buy the product at which price it is. That is why import protection is so important. That's why the local industry needs to be supported to that extent. Okay, so there's no raising of prices because of the duties. It's an equalization process. It equals the process out. Okay. The second thing is, yes, there are problems in terms of the load shedding and those type of things for us to get processing potatoes out onto the market. We've experienced that. This is what this conversation was about today. We need to address that. It doesn't help us to address that by bringing foreign product onto our shores and then reduce our competitiveness further as well. So I think those are the issues that we're battling with. The 18th of May is due date for us to permanently implement the current duties that are there. Okay, the Minister is silent on that, and we are very concerned about the situation. We have been offered an opportunity to go back to ITAC to renegotiate the process. Hopefully we will get that back in place. Our industry is already fragile. We cannot afford for this type of misconception to become the truth of the day and then reduce the quality of our industry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Willie. Thanks for that clarity and open invitation to everybody out there. If there are any questions or uncertainties in terms of these regulations, or any question for that matter around pricing, around matters pertaining to potatoes, please www.potatoes.co.za and contact Willie. He's the CEO. Any of the members there will point you in the right direction. So that's an open invitation to this forum and to anybody out there that needs information. That brings our meeting to a close. I want to just confirm the date of the next meeting. I see is the 23rd of April 2024. So that's in 363 days from now. So please make sure that you book your calendar now. And then I'm going to close. Do you want to say a few words in closing, Willie? Can you take this?
Thank you, Chair. I think just from the potato industry side, thank you for your facilitation of today's process. I think it was majorly insightful. And then just to the team that made this happen, Henri, again, you're a star with your aerial in the air. Thank you and the team for organizing. I'm not going to, let's call it specifically, isolate specific people, but the Potato South Africa team, guys, you are very valued. And for your contribution, bringing people around here, I think we've got a very good thing going. Thanks for the custodians for supporting us. And Chair, we hope to take this industry to the next level along with you.
Thank you, Willie. And also, I think from the trust side, I want to thank my trustees for being here. And then for everybody here that participated today. It's great to see everybody here right up until the end, or most of you. It means that you guys are passionate about our industry, and we really want to thank you. And I agree with Willie. We have limited funds, and we are working at getting a bit more funds to take this industry to the next level. Once again, thank you very much, everybody's inputs and the team. And Henri, can I have a street boy stew with chips, please? Thank you. Please drive back safely, and we see you soon. Thank you.